quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel, only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger.
Pegboard nerds, time to get 'em on. Living life for the next drop. Pegboard nerds, time to get 'em on. Living life for the next drop.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. 準備できた?
Yeah, boy.
Hello and welcome in, everybody, to the SMITE Pro League. So glad to have you along with us on whatever days of the week don't exist anymore. Nothing is real. Time is just a construct. But the SPL is here and ready to go. Aggro joined by Mifflin. And Miff, we've got a really good day ahead of us. Two what should be very, very competitive matches today. E-United PK going to kick us off, and then Space Station Gaming up against Rival.
United PK is a set I'm excruciatingly excited for. I mean, United have to get adjusted to genetics coming on board. He's going to be playing on European ping and playing against a PK that has had a pretty okay turbulent start. Last loss to Sanguine, but still a team that's been able to perform at a very high level. I think this is going to be a really exciting set.
Yeah, I just feel like you never know exactly what you're going to get from E-United or Pittsburgh Knights. You could get the E-United that's making great Fire Giant plays and great macro plays and are creative with their drafts, or you get the United that just doesn't seem to mesh it all together and the drafts get a little bit wonky. You get the PK that absolutely stomps you out early game and just steamrolls you or out team fights you late, or you can get the PK that feels like they never got out of bed that morning. And I think their records reflect that. 3-3 for E-United, 2-4 for the defending world champion Pittsburgh Knights. But I think the narrative around E-United probably changes a good amount if they find a win today. That would put them above 500 at 4-3. They'd be solidly in that top half of the league, but they've got a pretty tough task if they want to do it today.
They really do. I mean, Zatman's having a fantastic season. Neil has been the staple of consistency out of that support role. There's a lot that they have to work through. PK might come out swinging with some new strategies today as well. They really do need this win considering the standings, as you said, 2-4. But they've looked good in all of their losses, and that's not something you could say about every single team, and it's not something you could say forever about PK. Eventually, you're going to need to start winning a little bit more consistently, but there's certainly no – what's the word I'm looking for? Just do-over? No. Weakling?
Yeah,
pushover.
It's not like,
there we go.
They're not a pushover. Yeah, I mean, they're the defending world champions, and this is the same issue that plagued them last year, where they would have these sets where they look fantastic, and they have these sets where they don't really do a whole lot. They don't look bad, but they just don't ever get the ball rolling. And I think that finding that way to kind of change that for that team is going to be key. But I want to stick with the United because this is a team, as you mentioned, trying to get used to having variety or having genetics there, and I was going with where I was going. Variety has been the most consistent member of this team for me by a country mile. This guy, I think, has looked like one of, if not the best solo laners in the league so far this year.
He really has. It's an aggressive play style. He rotates out a lane a lot earlier than we see from the majority of the top tier solo laners. He's a very active member of the team, and he can be a player to play through. Variety has been hailed as one of the greatest of all time, and I think he's definitely earned that title.
Well, we had a chance to sit down and talk to him a little bit earlier on. Let's take a listen and hear from Variety.
All right, well, I am here with Variety, solo laner for E United. At Variety, the first thing I want to ask you, man, is just how is the team kind of meshing and feeling after this roster change has now kind of had a chance to settle?
We've meshed really well, actually, especially Snoopy and Genetics. Them both, they've been great in lane and scrims. You know, the communication's there with them. And for me personally, I don't really get to impact the team that much since I'm in the solo lane and everything happens in dual lane. So, but yeah, we've been playing well.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I mean, I was just looking over the stats, trying to see if you all had any outliers. You do all have the second most fire giants in the league. I don't know if that means anything or nothing, but do you think there's been more concerted effort to play around those late game objectives?
I would say so for sure. Yeah, I think our team comps are a lot better at doing fire giant, and I also think that the shot calling from Genetics has been like, you know, that's what we wanted from him, and that's what we're getting. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad that so far he's living up to it. I would say so too from what I've seen. What about your matchup up against Scare AD? Because I think he might look like the best player on the Knights right now. He's played really well, and he's rotated out of the solo lane a lot. What do you do to try and match this guy's value when you're laning up against him?
Scary D? Yeah, I'd say he's definitely the most consistent player in PK right now because they've had a rough start to the season, which is kind of what I expected, honestly, because of last year they finished, even though they won World, obviously, and they got Cuvo, who's an absolute beast, they finished 7th in the regular season, so.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think in general, it's just go even at the very least in lane, if not win, and then I can probably out-rotate him myself.
Well,
Or
how
at
much
least
does that
master
stuff
rotation.
change, like matchup to matchup? Because I feel like, you know, there's not always a ton of fighting over there. Does a lot change for you based on who you're playing, or is it more about the picks that you end up with or what your draft wants to do that game?
It's mostly down to picks, honestly, because some solo laners are just really good at proxying the waves, like Tyr, Vamana, people who can't, like, who are hard to gank while proxying. So they can obviously just run around the map, especially with the new Tyr build which people are doing. You can run around the map and impact it a lot more from solo. Or other gods like Sobek, for example, where his clear is just terrible until like level 8 or 9. You know, you kind of have to just sit in lane and wait for the late game and just do your job there.
All right, well, thanks for taking some time to talk to us, Variety. I appreciate always a chance to hear from him, and good luck in your match coming up.
Thank you.
I know Variety was mentioning Cuvo Fred there, and I didn't even realize until right now that that is a matchup of players that have been teammates up until this year for a couple years before this point. Miff, I mean, you're going up against a former solo laner of yours. You know, let's say you're loading up against DeWorst back in the day. Are you camping his lane? Are you trying to set him behind? How much of an advantage do you think that gives Fred?
It gives Fred a slight advantage just because Fred's playing out of the jungle role and get involved around the map a lot more. And there is a certain level of drive because playing against your former teammates. There's no worse feeling in the world, I can tell you that. I think I lost to Matt Coys exactly once, and he had replaced me on a team before, and immediately he sends like 3 DMs to my team captain like, haha, loser, you replaced the wrong guy or something like that. And I had never felt worse about a loss in my life ever. So maybe Cuvo's got a little bit of that energy going with them.
Yeah, who knows? I think that it might be a little bit more cordial than the look, man. Console was cutthroat back in the day. The PC guys maybe a little bit more higher, you know, a little bit higher echelon in terms of class sometimes. But that's why that's why I miss console sometimes, man. A lot of the fun comes from getting down and dirty, and maybe that's what PK needs to do because they've had games where maybe they don't feel like they get their hands dirty enough. Do you feel like this team doesn't just take the fights early enough for your liking? What do you think has been the main root of PK's inconsistency?
PK has been a very good early game team in my eyes. If they get off to a good start, they have the Grime Lord himself, Zapman, able to jump in at level 1 and continue to do so for the next 40 minutes. But when they don't get off to that really good start and they start to flounder in the mid game, if they go into it even, that's where we see PK really start to struggle. They don't really know how to confirm an objective from even. They usually start it up. Maybe they confirm it themselves and then immediately lose a fight off the back end of it. So I think as long as we keep an eye on whether or not they win the early game, it's a completely different narrative. But if they go into mid at even, that's where you really have to watch how they play around this Gold Fury, how they play around Pyromancer, how that 3v3 plays out in mid.
Well, let's see what happens in the draft, as that is usually where a lot of these games can get swung, whether winning yourself the game because of the draft or potentially putting yourself behind the 8-ball. And PK in that first pick slot, we've seen Scary D get Kamazotz an awful lot. Obviously, him versus Variety is going to be a big talking point in this set, and we've seen a lot of teams prioritize safe solo laners, a lot of Sobek, a lot of Jormungandr, things like that. Variety wants to play the Sobek if it's given to him, but for the most part, I don't see either of these guys necessarily picking Yorm. It feels like a little bit more of an aggressive, King Arthur, Osiris sort of solo lane matchup to me.
Yeah, both players have been completely aggressive out of that lane. And we heard it in the interview. Variety said, well, I might not, solo him out. I might not win the lane outright. But he was confident about one thing exactly, and it was his ability to rotate out and get impactful before Scary D or Belair would. That's huge, and that's probably why United really do play around these early objectives. That's why they have the most Gold Furies confirmed of any team. It's because they are constantly looking for the opportunity to pull ahead purely off of that. They play for the objective. They're not playing as individual players. They're not playing to put a certain person ahead. They're really playing for the group as a whole.
Well, PK bans the Thor away right away, and we've seen Thor kind of sneak through picks and bans a little bit as of late, but his win rate is still through the roof. And PK does not want Scream to get a hold of that. Whereas United, doing what a lot of teams do up against PK, and that's ban away gods that Paul likes to play. Hell and Merlin already off the table here for United. Those are also two gods that Herwood plays quite well, but usually priority goes to taking gods away from Paul, which makes me think maybe something like Hebo could be banned away here if United want to keep with that same trend. But Kamazotz is still open. Odin, though Odin has not been as prioritized as of late, and Ullr, which is coincidentally also a Paul god, even though Zatman plays it from time to time in that long lane. So now PK has the option, Kamazotz is open, and if you're going to, and Scary has really been given that pretty consistently so far this year, this first pick would not surprise me.
That's exactly what you're afforded when you have this lightning rod of a player in Paul who's really played through a lot by PK. They have these signature gods. I mean, Paul Bow, Paul Hell, Paul Lin, Merlin, I don't know. He's got these gods that are really reminiscent of his name.
Mifflin.
They are associated with him.
Yeah, but here's how it goes, okay? It's like you put P in front of the god name. It's Pel, not Hell. It's Pooler, not Ullr. No, you don't put the whole name, man. You gotta you put the letter first, okay? Like Zonher for Zatman, it's just the Z beforehand. We'll work on it. You're new. You're still getting used to it. As Ho Yi and that Sobek comes through. Now, when E United had Ionic in that support role, they would flex this Sobek quite a bit. But we don't know if that's still going to be the case for Genetics, who loves that Horus pick that PK already banned away. So this is a potential flex pick here for E United. But I don't know if you agree with this, Myth, but I feel like Sobek in solo is a little bit more impactful.
It depends on who you're laning with. If you have a Cupid in your lane or an On Her, that Sobek can get huge pressure out of lane in the long as a support very well. You want to set up for that aggressive hunter. With Hu Yi, there's a similar situation, but I agree that by and large, Sobek out of the solo lane is one of the best places to put him, just because he's a god that's looking to farm for late, become one of the tankiest Guardians possible, and be a fantastic initiation or backline peel tool for the team fight, where you can still open up a team with an aggressive support, maybe a warrior out of that long lane like Odin or even a Horus, but that's banned out. So I agree with you in that. I think it really is going to go to Variety.
Yeah, I think that's likely where it is. And with that Terra locked in, now we know for sure where that Sobek is going to go, because Genetics loves this Terra selection. And look, he struggled a little bit in his first few weeks, I think, in being accurate with his CC. On Terra, you don't have to worry about that too much, right? You just got to press 4 when you're in the middle of the entire team fight, and you're going to be chilling no matter what.
So let me get this right. Zonher got picked up by PK. Yep, I got that. Cool.
Yeah, nice.
So that fits his playstyle. Zatman's going to be looking to get aggressive. He's playing against a god that is going to be looking to fight into him constantly. Normally when you see this happen, the enemy ADC will pick something a little bit more passive. So if someone takes On Her, we'll usually see a Jingwei come out or a Hachimon a little bit safer. But both ADCs are looking to be a little bit more scrappy. Hu Yi versus On Her in that long lane, which kind of tells me that we're going to see a little bit of a jungle focus over there. Maybe get some early Gold Furies for whichever squad pulls ahead.
Hunbats and Odin banned away, 2 big control gods by E United. So now PK, and their draft is lacking some degree of control so far. When you think about Cuvo Fred gods that are still open, Cabrakan comes to mind, Serket comes to mind as 2 that are pretty heavy CC and would fit this draft pretty well. As PK ban away a couple mages that are actually aimed at Scream, I would guess, with Hebo and Poseidon. He's really jungled those 2 quite a bit so far this year. And United's been pretty willing to go to double Hunter. And I think this is really smart actually by PK. United already has 2 Guardians, and the 2 Guardian, 2 Hunter setup has been very, very popular and competitive for a long time. I think it's pretty heads up to ban away a couple of Screams mages in the jungle.
And maybe that's why we see that Yanis pick up immediately. I'm not the biggest proponent of Yanis jungle, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that's going into the mid for them. But
Yeah.
It's not the best facilitator for the team comp that they have right now. You're really looking to move your team around the map, find some backline dives. But with Terra and Hu Yi, those are gods that are going to be looking to get their picks in the middle of a team fight. And usually with a Terra, you want someone with some sort of AoE magical damage to really get the most out of Terra's ultimate. Yanis, a little bit of a confusing pickup, but it's going to be incredibly safe against this dive-heavy PK comp.
Surprised at the Pele, though, instead of Susano. Susano, usually the de facto counterpick to Giannis. I think it matches up pretty well against everything else that United has, save for the Terra. A little bit surprised to see Cubo go for the Pele, but still dives very well, as you mentioned, which is the real key. Ardio there for Neil Ma. Great cripple available to him, which is great up against, well, everybody on E United. And hello, what is this? Nike is popping into the equation. And if you haven't been watching streams, Nike Jungle has been taking over the high-level ranked scene. Miff, have you gotten the pleasure of getting ran down by the Nike Jungle yet? What do you think of it?
I think that Nike is one of the best late game characters, which is, pretty obvious to say. As the game goes on, she gets her passive online to boost the entirety of her team. I like what United's doing. They have a late game centric comp. This Sobek's going to be looking to farm till level 20. This Yanis is going to really pop off once he gets his full CDR and pen online. Might as well pick a god that's going to bring the strengths out of each one of your characters and make it easier to engage and deal massive damage.
Well, let's see what happens. Game number 1, Nike Jungle debut in the SPL. Let's throw it to the casters.
Thanks, Aggro and Mifflin on the desk. Finch and Goremizer here on the call. As we move to game number 1 between the Knights and E United, and we will indeed be starting with Scream piloting this Nike Jungle. And you already heard Aggro talk a bit about how aggressive it can be. I don't even know how much time we'll get to spend on that per se, because there's so much aggression on the left-hand side of the map here, Goremizer. An aggressive position for the Pittsburgh Knights as they look to try and take this invade the best that they can. Can't quite find it, though, as Neil Moss, so he'll back up.
Well, it's very much in line with what the desk was saying, right? I mean, this is a dive-heavy comp, and you expect them to try and go deep and look for those pickups. Didn't know if I was expecting anything big out of a purple buff, but I like to see that Neil is approaching this Ardia with pretty much the amount of respect that you need to, which is just, hey, I've got the CC. I can lock you down. I can put at least a little bit of pressure on you. Force Genetics' Snoopy to play the PK game as opposed to letting them get comfortable.
Got a different call here from Scream. So far, though, things look fairly standard. He's off to a good start. Trouble in mid, though, for Cuvo. Fred, the unstable Vortex, clips him. He and Paul both take a ton of damage. That means that United can now start to look a bit more around the map. Not a whole lot to grab, except mid Harpies. Maybe they want to go for back Harpies, so they'll just have to settle for their pressure. But I think this is what this Nike is going to be doing for most of the game here, Goremizer. In your face, the slow is so overwhelming, block and auto attacks, and really just kind of making life generally impossible.
I mean, do you really want to be the one who gets caught out by the combo that is going to be the Nike damage alongside a Yanis damage? Like, it's just too much. So I think if you see him sitting around here, it's more than likely to force Paul to play safe, to play cautiously, which is not necessarily in Paul's wheelhouse, right? Slowing down the Knights is something that's big. They're really good at farming, especially in this early game. Both of these teams have a lot of control over like Furies in their early game as well, so there's something to be said about trying to shut that down as much as possible. I think if you can take that out of the mid and the jungle, I mean, the duo lane's already getting pushed back. They're doing their job, so if I'm Scream, I'm absolutely sitting on Paul.
He's in the right spot in the middle lane here so far. We're letting this Nike be the headline. I think rightfully so, but story 2 should certainly be Whirlwind on this Giannis. It's one of his signature picks. I think he's one of the few people that I feel comfortable seeing play this at the SPL level because I think that Giannis has to be played so specifically in order to get value as Neil Ma continues to look for the buff invades. Not successful here this time, but when you're facilitating with the honest jungle like Herwin likes to do, it can be hard to beat.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the biggest thing. When you have a Giannis on your team, already this team has a lot of mobility, which is going to be great for the escapes. Again, if Knights are able to jump on you, maybe you're going to get locked down. There's a lot of stuns, a lot of CC capabilities, and a lot of chase potential for him. But it's kind of hard to chase the guy who can go through a couple of walls if he has his ult available, right? It's just difficult to lock him down, makes him even safer. Then you add in a Nike shield, all the peel that United have on them, and late game, he's just free-firing from the backline. If you're able to get back there, it's someone like Scary D who maybe is going to be able to kind of cultivate himself enough of a lead, you know, coming from the solo lane to jump over and cause some trouble and distress for him. But then I'm looking at the anti-heal, which is mainly coming out of the Sobek. It's just built into his kit at 50%. If you need to deal with Camazotz, it's all in the sustain. I think that they have a really good kind of counter draft here for United to play the long con.
They want to try and do it, Scary D. Yeah, that's going to have to be part of it, right? Finding some way to keep this Camazotz under wraps.
Yes.
Another thing to note with the Giannis jungle before we move on is he just farms too. Look at the charts. It just farms too quickly. No one else can keep up with how quickly my man moves around the map. He's top of the XP and gold charts as well, just because that's how Giannis farms, man. It's really not that there's an issue from Paul, the pressure from Cubo. Giannis just does this. But the Scary D conversation's a good one too, right? I don't know if Giannis is the best at applying something like Divine Ruin. He doesn't come right to my mind when you think of that, but they've got variety. You can keep that applied. Scream get in the backline too. It might be more about trying to kill everyone else, and maybe they don't take Scary D down. It's going to be a tough call for him.
It's difficult after seeing what Scary D has done in terms of zoning for that team to think of a strategy that's like, maybe we just ignore him for a little while and hope that things go well. Because, I mean, we've seen him like, on Amaterasu is the one that comes to my mind, where it's just like, cool, he ran into your backline and then stopped you from playing the game. 3 of you on any team, if he's allowed free reign, might get pulled away from that. And maybe you can ignore it for a little bit, but I think you're relying a little bit on the safety of your team, right? If Herwin gets dove on by a Camazotz, ideally he just portals through a wall and gets as far away as he can, because otherwise you're not going to be in a good spot.
Snoopy committing the ultimate here just to secure some back timing, it looks like to me, and I get it, man. He has been under a tremendous amount of pressure on the left-hand side because Neil Ma on this RDO pick, we don't see a lot of RDO support picked up anymore. It's something that Aurora used to like to do, but it has allowed for them to bully, to constantly invade purple. And now it even sets up for a red buff invade, but the through space in time has allowed United to perhaps catch Pittsburgh Knights off guard. Suddenly Cubo Fred is in a bad spot, but it's not enough damage. Maybe the turnaround could be here on to Scream. He's low, and Zatman's getting aggressive, but the Impale just a bit off the mark. Scream should survive.
And Scream just a hair away from all of those abilities that are getting flung at him. I mean, so close to getting taken down. And if he has just a smidge more mana, then he turns around, he shields, he walks away, no problem anyway. I think there's a lot of investment from the Knights. I mean, 3 ults drop down. Granted, every ult on the side of United down.
It's an early rotation from who else but Scary D, and it sets up first blood. Herwin wasn't expecting it, and this is just what you were talking about, Gormizer. I don't think you can leave Scary D unchecked because he will rotate with even a small lead, even no lead, and start to have an impact elsewhere on the map.
It's a really nice mentality to have as a solo laner, where it's almost like he doesn't care about all the farm he could be getting. He's looking at getting everyone ahead. He's still, even though he's off over there on the island, playing for the team. Almost kind of considering this like it's a late game team fight already. Hey, can I rotate to this and make it worthwhile? If the answer is yes, then he's going to be there.
Well, finally, some pressure from Scream in the duo lane now, and he's keeping Neil Ma zoned out. Should be a good opportunity for some decent damage, but this RDO has been able to disengage quite well. As long as you can't interrupt that dash, then most times RDO can make it out. That's what we see happen here for Neil, even though he might not have been planning to take a back there, and now he's got to have it.
I'm really interested to see how this RDO is going to transition throughout the game, though, as you get more CC that has longer duration online, and it allows that setup for someone like Paul, who also brings his own CC, for Zatman, who also brings his own CC, but the damage that they apply as well. I think there's a lot of trade-off that can come through if Neil gets aggressive here. You just have to be really careful with it, right? I mean, Hu Yi marks you, stuns you, and then bops you down to half health before you can get anything done. If you're lucky, it's a slow rotation from the rest of E United and you don't die. Otherwise, I don't know if he's going to be able to be as upfront as he wants until, I mean, we're looking at 3, maybe 4 items down the line.
It is a nice little lead here for Pittsburgh Knights, though, Gore, to start this game off. And that has come almost entirely, I feel like, from their duo side pressure. They're at about 1,700 in gold, 1,500 in experience. That's because they've been able to easily steal these purple buffs. Snoopy can't stay in lane to farm because of exactly this. RDO is so good at locking down targets and setting up for kills. But now Scream trying to get a bit aggressive himself. Maybe see if they can claw back some of this farm by pushing out Paul.
This is actually something that has been very consistent with the Pittsburgh Knights. Their GPM is one of the highest in the league. I mean, 521, which is just a little bit behind some of the others. A lot of these teams are around that mark. They've been able to end and average out through game, but that is something that the Knights do well. And a lot of it comes from this duo lane and a lot of control that then shifts over to specifically Gold Furies and Fury fights. They just know the left-hand side of the map. Unfortunately for them, that hasn't translated as much to the right-hand side of the map. For a lot of these late-game fights for the Knights is where everything falls apart. I mean, they've said it in interviews. We've seen it when they've had leads at 27 minutes. And so it's a lot of patience. How long can they hold on to this? And what do they do when the other shoe drops?
And I said, Gore, that a lot of this lead was over in the dual lane, but look at this X-speed gap that's starting to develop in the jungle. It's about a level and a half or so in favor of Cubo Fred. Scream only just ticked over to level 8. You know, this Nike might be a bit slow to get started before we really see the terror that she could bring later on. Plus, the Knights have been really active throughout this early game, too, so some of that farm has been stripped away from Scream.
You do get one good news. Even though Scream is kind of losing in that aspect, you're still looking at where he can get his passive, right? Hitting those goals throughout the game, being able to get themselves set up, and just applying that to your team. Even if he's not on level, as you hit those marks, everybody's getting a bonus.
Red buff invade. Again, Neil Ma really the only one that steps up this time, but it doesn't matter. He's successful in stripping away the buff, and that pressure continues. That time, United had rotated several members over to defend, but I don't know that Scream was there for it, and because of that, Neil's able to walk in unchecked largely, take the buff, and get back out. I'm wondering where United are planning on making their stand. What do you think, Cor? Does it need to be a Gold Fury fight? Do they just need to send more people to the buffs to defend? Where can United sort of make their stand?
Honestly, if I'm United, I'm realistically looking, in my eyes, the best way to either get Hurricane much further ahead or Scream back in the game, right? Because he's a little bit behind now if you look down. Technically 2 levels, and like you said, maybe 1.5. It's where can you find a fight that gives him an advantage? And so maybe sitting on Paul, trying to find a good way to force Raijin to use that dash and then catch him out with the follow-up. If you can force it into Gold Fury, that's going to be great, but I like the pressure they've been putting most of the time before this was on that red buff of the Knights. Just a little bit of pressure to force them to fight. It hasn't come to fruition yet, and now they've lost the timer. So maybe they've lost their opportunity to find that early kill, but you also have to watch for Scary D.
Yeah, both solo laners have completed the proxy, so I think the info's got to be there that Scary is rotating around the map a bit more. I don't know that Hurwin was quite ready for it. He takes about half HP, but he does make it out of there. This is a big grouping from the Knights near gold, but I mean, we're 11 minutes in. I don't know if they want to force the fight, but it's Scary D that gets pulled back in and never gets the ultimate off. Variety ends up chomping him down, and there's the big ultimate from Genetics as well. So the rest of the United can start stepping on the gas pedal, but the disengage so far from the Knights has been clean. Zapman manages to escape as well, and United only get 1.
I mean, that's a big pick, though. We've been talking about how potent Scary is, and that's a great grab.
Zatman with a Desert Fury still gets pulled back in. Great timing on the charge prey. Variety made that fight for E United there, and they end up finding 2 unanswered. They're still all grouped around the goal, but I don't think they feel comfortable getting it. As it a dive in mid, Cubo Fred gets the kill on Hurwit.
And he's so low, but there's no one nearby. I mean, Genetics looks like they're running into the back line to try and find him, but Cubo should be pretty safe here. Yeah, he's going to get out, no problem. And so make it 2 for 1, right? You're able to get rid of Hurricane. You make it a little bit of an equal trade. You make sure that Paul, who is still deathless, has that little bit of time to farm without any answer from Hurricane. But you get Scary D, who is inarguably a huge proponent for the Knights' victories because of the rotations he makes. And you get rid of Zapman, which more than anything helps get Snoopy in a comfortable position now and opens up the door for the duo lane, who's been kind of losing that farm already from the RDO pressure, to take back some control here for E United.
That's good looks for Snoopy, truly, that he's getting a little bit of extra time to breathe because he'd kind of been behind all game long up until this point. But that is great work from Cuba Fred to track down Herwin on the backside of that fight, because otherwise the Knights are going to leave with basically nothing. Instead, he still finds some kind of way to taxi United and keep this game, keep their lead where it was, right, or at least pretty close to it, because United were starting to try and claw back in with that great initial play from Variety to find a couple of picks. But you saw it. Look what's happening now for that soul lane. Both of them are basically proxy farming right now. That's when those rotations are going to come out. They're going to push the waves out. They know they don't have to worry about any pressure happening in their lane, and they can start to rotate. That's exactly what Scary's doing.
The issue is where Scary can find anything, right? I mean, if he dives over here, it's putting a lot of pressure potentially onto Cuvo to make something happen.
Wow.
You can see he's already running back to the lane.
That was close. Snoopy would have been dead to rights if that Impale lands. Instead, now Scream can push Zapman under the tower for some free damage. And here comes the Cavalry as they on their way via that great ultimate from Herwin to United find one more pick as Zapman goes down. Another good charge play from Variety. It's Neil Ma that gets pulled in now. The wall stun there. The knockup's there. The root is there. The CC chain is overwhelming, and Neil Ma has no options. It's a 2-for-0 for E United.
And that's what this draft is built to do. It's just going to overwhelm you with power. I mean, they drop a couple of ults just to make sure that happens the way it does. But then what are you going to run away from? They have all these different forms of lockdown. And unless you have some really fast mobility, much like the Pele, or a get-out-of-jail-free card like the Bat Out of Hell from Scary D, you're going to get caught out 9 times out of 10, or you're going to have your relics forced. And this time, unfortunately for Zapman, his speed just came up, so he's not going to have it.
I'm just surprised that that's 2 fights in a row, as the Gold Fury is going to go down for United. I don't think anyone from the Knights are close enough to try and defend. But I'm just surprised, if both soul laners are proxying, how come that's been 2 fights in a row where Variety has been able to out-rotate Scary D? That first time, he gets there a little bit ahead of him and is able to set him up for a pick. And this second time, I don't think Scary was in the fight at all, and Variety was the big difference maker there. It's just a bit surprising, as Variety is aggressive here in solo, but without much backup. I don't know how much kill potential he has, though. He forces the blink out from Cubo defensively.
The team doesn't want to stop that aggression. Again, you look at CC, both sides have it. Neil is just looking for some pressure in the duo lane. But bringing the conversation back to specifically where Scary D was, we had seen him proxy and start an early rotation compared to Variety. And it was right around the time I said, well, is he going to dive the tower? I mean, there were 2 members of E United hanging out under tower, and the Knights looked like they could get aggressive, but there was not much of a chance, right? Nobody wants to see them dive in there. And so he went back to proxy, and that's where Variety used his teleport. He recognized that he could come over and impact the fight, and that's going to be on cooldown. Like, just getting into that engagement a little faster, maybe losing some farm in the process, helped out the team so much more. Then, you know, Yanis Portal, the rest kind of spells itself. Everybody's on top of you, and you get a couple kills and a Fury for it.
It's just so funny. We were worried about how United were going to deal with Scary D in these engagements, and we kind of jokingly said maybe they'll just try and fight around him. And isn't that how it's actually worked out these last 2 fights? In that second one, he kind of just got a bit out-rotated. On that first one, he was the one that was picked first, so they didn't have to so much worry about him in that last engagement. But Variety is showing that this Sobek is definitely still strong. Scary getting aggressive on the speed buff, trying to strip that away, is going to be able to hold onto the ultimate. Has Neil Ma here for backup, so doesn't have to use that defensively despite the pressure from Variety. It's Scary trying to find a little bit of extra value now with pressure on the jungle.
Just every time E United are grouped up around Heroin, everyone just look to the right screen and see if his ult is up, right? Because that's going to be the biggest danger, I think, for Knights, because they keep doing it. They just hang around him, and it makes such a huge difference. Also, with that Erendite now picked up for Scream, you have the ability to drop ship in with a Heroin ult, and then he can pop the shield, chase someone down, and then the CC chain starts, right? And that is going to be the biggest threat to Hull, to Cuvo, to Zapman. Anyone who can't get away instantly, if your blink is down, if your beads are down, your Aegis is gone, you are under duress at that moment, because he's now shielded, faster than you, slowing you down so his team can then catch up and just melt you. There's a lot of potential for E United to kind of snowball, and they have to invest in it pretty heavily early on, but if you're not willing to kind of take the risk, or maybe if you just get caught out, it's a very dangerous game, and the ward coverage has been all red all game. They're preparing for a late-game war against the Knights, and they've got the intel they need.
Scrim going to be a nightmare later on in this game. But so far, I mean, he's 1-0-3. It's a good slash line for sure. And he's third in player damage. So the impact has been there. Maybe even it visually hasn't quite seemed that way. 4 members from United on the left-hand side of the map, but Zatman, recognizing it, has backed up. There is no target for aggression. There is no jungle to try and strip away either. So even though United have this many members showing presence, they shouldn't be able to get much more. So what do you think about this overall pace? Does it favor either of these teams, Corey? I mean, I feel like both of them have plenty of claim to late-game team fights.
I want to say that, if I give it to anyone, it would maybe be E United just because the Nike passive comes online, and that's benefiting everybody. But yeah, it's much like you say, it's kind of right down the middle. It depends on the engagement. At any given time, someone could take a small advantage based on where Scary D is for the fight for the Knights, or how many cooldowns Neilmaw has going into it.
Yeah, I suppose the dive nature of the Knights could start to wane a bit, right? Kamazats, Pele, Ardio, all are going to be doing a lot of that dive work, trying to get to the back of United, whereas the double Guardians for them might set United up a bit more to be teamfight focused, so maybe a slight edge to United, as you said, but still, I don't know, man. I think the Knights aren't going to go away.
It depends on how divey the Knights can get, as weird as that sounds. It's just, you can dive once, you burn beads, maybe you burn Aegis, you burn some blinks or some leaps. Then can you chase them down afterward? It's the second dive in the fight that makes the big difference. So what can Neil get on his own? What can Scary D force on his own? Because those will force United to play differently. Hey, is Herwin's portal down? All of a sudden it's easier to then collapse in on this Yanis. Did you get Scream's leap? Awesome. Jump in and fight. But you got to get them. And like you said, variety is kind of your second base when it comes through. I guess your second shield for E United. If Herwin's portal is down and you jump on him and then you get plucked, well, now you have to have a third dive ready for you, right? It's just, there's a lot of peel for E United, a lot of getaway, and I think it plays very defensively, which is not going to necessarily save a bunch of tier 2s, especially if the Knights get a Fire Giant buff. But then when you're under Phoenix Siege, the Knights are going to have a lot of trouble breaking the base. So the longer the game goes, even if E United get their backs against the wall, there's still a lot of fights that favor them. And it makes the Knights, it kind of puts them in a box where they have to think outside of it, right? They have to be creative about every engagement from this point on, or else United can walk away, maybe even bait them into an unfavorable situation.
Pace has slowed down a bit, though. It was the Knights that were aggressive at the start of the game, largely around Neil and Zapman's pressure in the long lane, but we haven't seen much since then. United have been grouping up a lot. I think they like their team fight right about now, so Variety can report 2 over by Pyro, which means United have the favorable 4v3 here at the Fury. That's why they're starting it up. Oni is being looked at through space and time, is heavily committed. The Knights get the Fury, but that's because United want this kill on the Zapman, and Scream gets it, just walks him down, and there were few options for escape. Scary D now starting to show, but the fight, Volcanic Lightning, though, rips through for a bunch of damage. But how much does Cubo Fred have behind it? Scream gets a big knockup, but he's got plenty behind it. Cubo finds one. Paul gets the second with the Taiko drum, so it's 2 for 2. And Scream too low. Paul able to find a double, and the Knights turn that fight around. It's the Fury and a 3 for 2.
And in a comp that is so good at getting away from dive, they then jump into the Knight. If that Fury goes at least in favor of United, then maybe you're looking at this as a wash. Okay, a 3 for 2, we at least got a Fury. They lose that too. They're going to lose so much pressure across the map. You are now open for potentially a Pyromancer, or much like what Scary D is doing. Hey, your jungle's mine now. What are you going to be able to do about it? You can come take the smalls, but I'm at least going to get the buff. He can teleport over, make sure everything still goes their way. The Knights adapt and react to that just so beautifully, and I think it realistically starts when Variety pulls them off the Pyro. If they're there uncontested, maybe they don't make that rotation in time.
That's interesting. Maybe they just stay on it, right? And United get that fight for free. Variety has used the ultimate in mid. He's chasing down Paul and gets the Aegis out from him through space and time. Comes through as well, but not quite enough to take down the Raijin. It's just a curious fight, though, from United. They start that off looking like they want the Fury. Then they commit the through space and time and one more member to try and hunt down Zapman in the back. They end up giving up the Fury. I don't know if they maybe thought they had that confirmation on lock. But either way, they kind of don't get either of the things that they're looking for. I mean, they do get the kill on the Zapman, but they end up losing the fight and the objective. Now down almost 5,000 gold, 7,000 experience. Going to be even tougher for them in the next fight.
And that's the wild door opener that makes it just so difficult. Knights have had a lead this entire time. They've just been out farming. I mean, they've consistently stayed ahead even after losing fights. And now you just kind of gifted them what I would argue is a silver platter. Here's a Fury and a favorable fight for you. They might not have been able to follow up with as much on the map, but it puts them in this position to now take control. There's no Fury on the left-hand side. Zap doesn't have to worry about a rotation. And based on Knights' kind of positioning and aggression here in mid, they've gone to the 3v3. They expect to be able to maybe push a fight, go for that Pyromancer, and again, kind of keep United on the back foot, constantly reeling back into their base until you can find and take this lead and turn it into what it could be.
Trouble, though, for Snoopy. Caught out in the jungle, and Cuvo Fred will get the kill. That was a team effort, though, as the entirety of the Knights lock down that lone Ho Yi trying to roam the map. And as if the Knights didn't already have a ton of pressure, that opens things up even more. The left side tier 1 falls. Herwin being chased expertly by Scary D through space and time as to come out defensively to get him away from that Camazot. So that means the rest of the squad can keep up this left side pressure on the tier 2. They've got a minion wave here with them. Paul here too. They might actually be able to bring this one down, but in comes E-United. Scream drops the big Sentinel of Zeus. That brings Zapman down low. Tycho Drums try and pull Genetics back in, but after all these ults, I don't know if the Knights still love this fight. It's more blinks from E-United as they want to keep this action going.
I mean, they're going to be chasing it down. Variety looking for Zap, but he's not going to be able to find the lock that he wants, and with a good pillar, Zap might be out.
Zap should be out. The Aegis is well timed too. Cuvo Fred now becomes the target as he looks for the turnaround damage, but it's United that are on the retreat. They liked the fight for a moment. They started to chase, but once the Knights got Zapman out of there, they didn't love it anymore. But there's a pluck from Variety. Scary D in the CC chain as the portal's there for him too, but it's not enough damage to take down this Camazotz. The Knights are fully retreating, but now that Scream has showed up, I don't know if United want to let them leave for free. They're going to take every bit they can get.
Well, the good news for the Knights is they have just enough self-sustain kind of across the board to keep things going, and there's only a Brawler's Beat Stick on the other side to try and shut down Scary D's healing and Neilma's healing.
Whoa.
But because they've got them so low and they're keeping them distracted on the left-hand side, still Variety doing a great job. That's a Fire Giant call.
It is. This is a great call from United too. 40% CDR for Herwin, plus the Chronos Pendant passive means that even though Scary forced out his ult, it's back up. They couldn't have been prepped for it. Fire Giant low, and E-United get it before the Knights can even make it into the picture. Genetics is low, and Scary D trying to hunt him down, but even if they lose him, it's a worth, and they're not even going to lose him. What a call from E-United to just go right over to the FG and burn it quick.
That might be one of the most beautiful moves in SMITE I've seen from a team, period. I mean, just recognizing the state of it, being able to force the Knights back, and even knowing that, you know what, we're not winning a fight here, really. We're just making them play safe. There's no Fury for us to go to immediately afterward. Hey, let's go ahead and drop ship to the other side of the map. And that's something that Yanis brings. And Herwin is the one guy who's running him at this level. And so it's something that, if you're not a United, what are you going to do? Who else can make that kind of play? Maybe if you have Horus, but with his ban rate, I doubt you're going to see that from much else. That Yanis is proving more and more worth every minute.
Well, we are starting to see E-United's identity, though, aren't we, Gormizer? I mean, it's either the Horus for Genetics or Herwind on this Giannis, but either way, they spread the map thin, and they really are confident using Variety as sort of this feint, this bait, where people think because they see a Variety that E-United aren't up to anything elsewhere, and it buys them a little bit of extra time. A little bit too aggressive there with Snoopy. Dive Bomb allows him to reposition, but they want this fight, in Pittsburgh Knights want to defend on the tier 2. We don't see this a lot, but they still have the gold lead, so they're not going to give anything up to E-United here for free.
And the pressure is going to be on. Again, Variety is going to be able to either peel or set up everybody, and you can see he's just patiently waiting for it. Herwin sitting in the back, ready to kind of be at the beck and call of the team once they go in.
That initiation, though, from Scream is just going to make life so hard for the Pittsburgh Knights. Look how much trouble Zapman's in already. It's even more as Herwin gets the kill. Variety keeps up the pressure, forces the Tycho Drums out from Paul, and he shrugs it off. That's the tier 2 tower secured. They do lose Herwin in the back. Cuvo Fred doing good work again to hunt down this Giannis, but it cost him his life. It's another 2-for-1 in favor of E United, and they're just going to group up and left and threaten the Phoenix.
Yeah, you have to look at the scales. You lose Heroin, but he got his ult out already, right? So it leaves you open, and hey, Snoopy's still alive. Snoopy still has Fire Giant buff. You've got your mainstay Phoenix killer alive and ready.
And remember, Variety already forced out Tycho Drum, so one of the best defense tools not available. Variety even finds the charge prey onto Paul, interrupts him before he can get the Thunder Crash off. Now he's safe, but that leaves Scary D alone with the dive in the back. But this defense still good from the Knights. United not getting nearly as much tower pressure as they wanted. Maybe things look better now as another good pluck from Variety gets the kill on the Scary.
Well, the biggest factor of that, though, is the slow down coming in, specifically from Paul, right? And it's not something huge, but the team groups up for a Terra heal, and they're all standing next to each other. But lucky for Paul, Raijin happens to have damage that can bounce through. If you saw those numbers bouncing around every one of E United, that was essentially all he needed to do to apply Divine Ruin to everyone. And it just stops a Phoenix Siege in its tracks, right? Because not everyone's going to be able to heal for this. Cooldowns are now stamina, or I should say respawns are coming up for the Knights. And so you get your base. You get to at least save the Phoenix, which honestly, that's the biggest win that you've got in the last 5 minutes of gameplay for you. Pause it out, 30 seconds left on the Fire Giant, so you can just wait, regroup, and try to be there for this one.
It's a big deal that they defended that left side Phoenix core. I'm right there with you. That was the furthest one from the Fire Giant, obviously, and thus the most valuable. But how often do you see a team get the Fire Giant, win the fight on the back, and have a decent siege, but still be down in gold? They have the gold. They have the kill lead as well, do E United. But really, technically, the Knights are still in the lead here in this game. It was a great, I don't know if Hail Mary is the right play. It was right term because it was more consistent than that, but just great awareness from United to bring them back this much closer. Look at those big dips down in the charts. That's all off the back of that map awareness from them to get over there to the FG, strip it away quickly, and now be in the late game on even footing.
And just being able to, like you said, get yourself back into this position, you still have essentially what is the gold gap left in towers on the map, right? As long as you pick up those tier 2s at some point, then you're going to be able to equalize it, which kind of nullifies the early game farm from the Knights, or at least keeps it from being as important, especially as most people are now level 20 genetics, one level behind Neilma, but they're the only ones not maxed out.
I think they want to try and trap Scary D here, Goremizer. The wall stuns there, going to force him into the ultimate, but he hasn't even had a chance. The CC chain is way too strong. Scary D eventually gets the bat out of hell off, but look how low he is. Heroin drops the ultimate. They are on the hunt for Scary D, and they found him. Snoopy gets the kill, credit for it, and now with the 5v4 power play. Oh, coincidentally, right as the Fire Giant comes up, no, that's well planned. It's crafted as the United start up the objective.
All right, so if everyone turns to page 1 of their handbook here against the Knights, E United are doing the only thing that's on the list, which is, hey, stop Scary D from existing in the game, and it leads you to a lot. I mean, Neil now plucked into a bad spot. What's he going to do? I mean, he's half health. He can't contest a Fire Giant now.
And really, they don't even have Cubo Fred here, so there's no one that could step up and help him fight. Neil Ma drops down to the pressure from E United. They're still grouped in between. They do decide that they're going to head back and grab this Fire Giant. It just ticked over to Enhanced, though, so that does make it a bit harder for them to grab. And Cubo Fred still has that top side positioning, but he should have been on a ward, I believe. They should know Cubo Fred's back behind them. Variety has the other 2 zones, so they back off of the FG for now, as Cubo Fred holds this backside FG positioning. I don't know if they still have eyes on him as he waits for his moment. Volcanic Lightning lets him get in close, but E United secure. Zapman does get the kill on the Scream up near the front, but Snoopy stops Cubo in his tracks before he can find a kill.
Almost able to burn down Heroin. If he's not able to get the Fire Giant, he at least wants a kill. And, well, hey, Scream doesn't get the buff, so you walk away maybe with, you know, a grain of salt there for E United, victorious. But you got a power play going in your favor. You've got 3.5 minutes with some pretty healthy members on your team to push down what are now remaining 2 tier 2s and those 3 Phoenixes. The question is where they want to put that pressure, and honestly, I think on left, maybe grab a Fury, make sure your waves can start to push up since it's an Oni Fury. Then you can really open the doors to just knock down at least the left Phoenix or the mid Phoenix and try to make it a little easier to break down the base. It just depends on where their eyes are. You want to equalize the gold, get rid of those towers. You want to make sure that Knights have even more trouble in the future fights. There's already one exposed Phoenix, and I think that's going to be your best bet.
And Gore, I won't be here for eonic disparagement. I'm a big fan of the guy, both in and out of the game. But I think that this is what E United meant when they were talking about adding in genetics. It's just clearly more defined shot calling from them.
Yeah.
I mean, that call to pick Scary D, come back towards that FG cleanly, and then win that fight, I believe, with the 2-for-1, or at least a 1-for-1 plus the objective. Now they're set up to push with Oni waves. I mean, it's cleaned from E United. The Heroin play to get them back over to the FG to even up the game and open up that left side siege was huge as well. Now they're sieging with the advantage on right side when they were losing basically the whole game up till now.
I mean, you go back in SMITE and look at some of the best shot callers. Pain to Beyond, you look at Iraffer in Seasons 2 and 3, like where they were able to accomplish it, it changes the pace of the game, and it changes everything. I mean, you can go back to that first Fire Giant call and just see who's going to make a call like that half the time. Like, that's just not a normal SMITE play that happens every day, and that is something that is different about E United from what we saw in the first weeks.
You're not going to see a lot of Variety missed charge praise, but that is one of them. Leaves him in a bad spot and makes life easier for Zapman, who did not have beads. Scream goes in aggressive. He ends up falling this time as Zap gets the turnaround kill. And all the while, right side Phoenix still stands. Cubo Fred's in the back line, finding big knockups as well, as there is some low health bars, but looks like he wasn't able to clean up any actual kills. They're trying to hunt down Heroin way in the back as he gets that kill into Neil Ma. Right side Phoenix is low, but is still standing. Not a bad defense from the Knights so far.
I mean, being able to hold on to it, but it is 1 to 2 hits away. Snoopy still with Fire Giant, still in the area, and still a minute on the clock before they lose that buff. It's the Knights, or I'm sorry, it's the United wanting to just kind of ram the door down here and open it up. They've got a wave coming in with them. They're going to take away those protections, and there's another pluck.
And that one lands, so those are the beads out from Paul, but Variety has to pay the tax, and the tax is his life. Zapman and Paul work together to punish the Croc. Now, can there be aggression from the Knights? Snoopy makes it through the portal, courtesy of Heroin. Good work there with the teamwork. But I don't think the Knights are done looking to be aggressive. They've all leaped in. The Taiko drums for the taunt to bring him back in is enough for Scary D to close the gap. There's a portal waiting, but they're not going to let Genetics get to it. Another pick, as I like the idea that through space and time, just a bit too late. And the Knights answer back. They even keep their Phoenix up.
And now they're going to be able to get aggressive in moments where they haven't been able to put that pressure on. There's still some minions over here. I like where Cuvo goes. Yeah, you leave the team dry, but you pull everything away. Keep that Phoenix safe. Because like you said, it's low, but alive. And that is all that matters to the Knights. They get a good Pyromancer right afterward. They will lose their gold lead, but at the end of the day, doesn't matter when you are able to keep them on their foot. You burn that Fire Giant, you keep yourself alive. And now you can start looking at getting aggressive. And that's not something they've been able to do for like 15 minutes, it feels like. I mean, once you hit 20 minutes, it was all E United baiting them into fights, pulling. It was that one Fury fight that switched things over for them. And even though E United lost that, they've maintained control since then. And this is the time for the Knights to kind of rip it back.
That's another good point, Gore, that you bring up. E United were kind of calling the shots from behind for the last 15 minutes, weren't they? They weren't letting that 3,000 to 5,000 gold deficit deter them, and you're starting to see the fruits of that labor. But this is good work from the Knights as well to kind of bring this game back towards parity now, because everyone should be able to come out and posture around this next Fire Giant, I would think, with that right side Phoenix being well defended. But it looks like United again are going to be the aggressors. Look how far forward they've started to push. Variety's right in the thick of it. Taking a good bit of damage, though, for Paul. But the through space and time might have caught them off guard. Variety can't find the charge prey that time, and that might be enough to deter the aggression. If they could have got one member displaced, they'd have all in committed.
A lot of United's success has been built around Variety. If he gets a pluck,
Yes.
that's a kill, that makes it a 4v5. We saw at that Phoenix, the last fight they lost, Variety got the pluck, the beads came out, but it was the melt of his health bar right afterward that dictated what happened to E United. And if he's not careful, that can happen again. He has to be very careful with every charge prey. It's great setup, but it's also great displacement for you. It almost helps the Knights if they're prepared and ready to react.
So far, 2 Fire Giants have gone to E United. Can Pittsburgh Knights find theirs? Maybe not if Paul loses his beads this early. Goes up into the Taiko drums to buy some space as Scream has been relentless. It's enough control to cost Scream his life. Meanwhile, Scary D has nearly won the 2v1 to the back line up against Snoopy. Brings him low, but not enough for the actual kill as Genetics gets locked down. There are all the walls, but it's not enough as Cubo Fred gets another kill. This is the point point where you'd think E United's double Guardian comp would win it out, but the Knights found 2 big dives and were able to win.
And they're perfectly staggering this. Zap's going to stay in the area, although I don't see him getting aggressive. But, I mean, you're not going to 3v1 the Fire Giant, especially at 36 minutes with the Knights still being available and having the man advantage on you. So United just have to play kind of Guardian. They're goaltender for the Fire Giant. If it gets low, you need someone in the area, and that's why Hurwin's life is maybe the most important. Variety can dash in, but Hurwin can create a nonstop rush to the Fire Giant with his ult if they need it. And so if I'm the Knights, I should say, I'm looking for that pick. I'm trying to bait at least one more member out of E United, burn them down, then get the rest of the FG.
Hurwin's lurking on the back of the fight, but Scary D knows where he is, so Hurwin has to disengage. Meanwhile, the rest of the Knights can keep right on burning the FG. It's down low, through space and time, doesn't hit anyone. It's not enough for the steal on the Fire Giant either. So that means with the Taiko drums, the Knights should be able to grab this largely uncontested. And Gore, have you been impressed with the Nike here so far this game? I have a quick moment to talk about it, as that Sentinel Zeus doesn't give nearly as much health if you're not building a lot of health in your item build.
Early on, I think Scream had something going for him, but the last, 5, 6 engagements? I guess 4, looking at his death counter. He's been the first one gone almost every single time for E United, and so there hasn't been much follow-up. There hasn't been much room for him to do anything just because of moments of sometimes getting caught out like we saw in the last one on the right-hand side. Sometimes maybe being the sacrificial lamb as the team wants to jump in. You go in, like you said, Sentinel of Zeus is great, but it's not going to give you anywhere near the boost that you see if you were building a kind of standard warrior out of the solo lane. So he's not made that impact just yet, and it's very much slowed down from early on. I think, again, the passive, much like Discordia, you can never overlook what it's applying for your team. But then you have to look at where the abilities are going, and honestly, right now, they're falling a little flat. If he goes big in the next fight, that might be the key for E United to just stay alive right now.
Yeah, and it feels like to me what the issue, Gore, is that Scream can't match the dive of the Knight. So let's say that Scream is going in and finding a 1v2 that he's favorable in for a little while. Well, the Knights have 2 1v2s that they like. Wherever Scary D and Cubo Fred are, they're favored in those dives that are happening on their side. It leaves Scream a bit on this island, and he can't quite do enough damage. When he dives Paul, he goes up into that Taiko drums. It's a bunch of damage and control, and Scream can't live through it. I mean, look at this build. It is all damage, right? So he's not able to get through much of that extra damage if he's not getting the kill early on. I just think because of the dive nature of the Knight, it's limited Scream's opportunities.
And there's a lot of potential with that Erendite. Again, if you jump in, you ult, you get that little bit of a shield to chase someone down, but it just hasn't been enough. Like you said, there's just as much retaliation from the Knights, if not more, in order to cause you to have to fall back and defend someone like Hurwin or Snoopy. Otherwise, it peels genetics and variety away from you to save your teammates, and then you're left out to dry while they kind of keep their mage and their carry alive. There's just too many, I would say, easy jumps into the back line of E United for the Knights, along with the blinks on top of it. It just puts too much duress back there.
Well, it's the left side Phoenix dive now as the Knights looking to see if they can burn this one down. Good defense so far from Variety to slow this out. Snoopy even commits the ult. E United want to take the fight. This isn't just defense. They're looking to play a little bit of offense, and it's working so far. Neil Ma is low. Variety has 3, count them, 3 members zoned out of the fight, and he lives. What a game he's having so far on the Sobek. But it's not enough for any kills. The Knights disengage cleanly enough to keep everybody alive.
Well, you got to keep your eye on the timer. A minute left for the Knights to be able to accomplish anything. They all 5 still maintain their Fire Giant buff, so them staying alive in that is big. Variety healing may be bigger just because of the objectives on the map it keeps. It slows down so much when you have a failed Phoenix Siege like that. Look at where they are on the map now. Halfway through, maybe you look at Pyromancer. That could be a pretty free objective. Maybe you go for some tier 2s, but realistically trying to siege a Phoenix in the next 40 seconds just isn't going to happen for you. So United protect the mainstay of the base with their best abilities.
Plus, the game is still so close, right? I mean, the Fire Giant is the biggest difference between these teams 41 minutes into the match right now. So that's why United can still feel comfortable taking these skirmishes off of their Phoenixes. And it's worth talking about how good of a game that Cuvo, Fred, and Paul are both having, right? I mean, I've been gassing up United with Herwin and Variety's plays and how great they've looked. But these two over on the side of the Knights have had great games here, too. And Scary D's create a lot of space. It's just been a really good match, Gore. And I think that's what we expected. Pittsburgh Knights and United are both those middle-of-the-road teams that really need this win to try and break out of the pack.
Well, the Knights have been in this constant zone of, yeah, we make it to late game, we look great for 30 minutes, and then we lose one fight and lose the game, or maybe lose 2 fights and lose the game, depending on the state they left it in. And United, it's been, as you actually pointed out earlier perfectly, it has been this kind of push and pull of who are we? What are we looking for? What are we trying to do? And it's kind of that question. Right now, it feels like they've found their identity. They've recognized what they can do. They're playing gods that not many others are bringing into the league, at least that we've seen, and they're making plays with them that only those gods can. They've found who they are, and they're turning it to their advantage.
It's been working for them well so far, but what about these last few big team fights? This could potentially be a decider if the Knights are willing to try and fight out here on this Fire Giant. I mean, both teams can come out to it. Everyone has their Phoenixes up, and Relics should be mostly up. Cubo's still a little bit away from Bead, Shell, a little bit away from Genetics as well, but those should be up in time for when they're needed in the actual skirmish, as this Fire Giant could sort of be that backbreaker. 2 have gone to United, 1 to the Knights here so far.
This next Fire Giant might be the most important of the game, just depending on the fight around it. There's a lot of power pots picked up by the Knights right now, but I think the more important is actually the consumables in my eyes from E United. They are looking to take away as many wards as possible. The coverage on this right-hand side of the map right now is, if you're in-game, it's just lit up. There is not an avenue that you want to see that you cannot. And so everyone is being tracked. Their movement is known. And we've been looking at this game as the dive comp, right? Cuvo, where can he go? Scary, where can he go? And who do they want to isolate? Because it's very hard to lock down Herwin. It's difficult to lock down Snoopy. And that's where it comes back to the Scream conversation we were having earlier. It's pretty easy to get Scream out of this. You either force his blink and his leap, or you kill him. And either way, you're going to be able to walk away, I think, with a huge smile on your face if you're the Knights, because it keeps E United just falling back. They will never be able to push into a 4v5 feeling super confident unless Variety gets the pluck of his life.
They tried to cheat Zatman over towards the Oni Fury, which was about to spawn. That would have been a huge get, but United started up the Fire Giant, which pulled him back. But now that they've dropped it, Zatman can stay at Oni and try and grab it. But look at this. Once again, Variety keeps his head on a swivel, comes over there, and slows him down. That would have been a great play if they could have got it. So they're going to try and catch them on the rotation. It works perfectly from the Knights as they blow up Herwind. I love that idea to bait United to trying to defend Oni and catching some stragglers as they rotate. Now United have to fully disengage on the back of the Knights before United can set up, can try and blow down this mid-Phoenix.
And it's one of those rare moments where you actually have enough to be able to push into it. Variety gets a couple of peel, but there's going to be the Taiko drums.
Bring everyone back in and do a ton of damage. Genetics is going to join Herwind in the afterlife. Not going to leave you in black and white all alone, my friend. That's the mid-Phoenix down. No FGs necessary as a 5 up against 3. No ultimates available to try and help out here for the Knights either, so they might not love their ability to dive this Titan, but they got the numbers advantage, and they might not get another opportunity like this, so they make their way in. Variety does get out, but Cubo Fred gets deleted. It's a double from Scream off the Sentinel Azus, and he wants more as Zatman's low make it a triple kill. Scream showing what the Nike could do in the late game, but what about Paul? He's starting to put a good bit of damage out himself. Now he's got a double. Variety is starting to fall low as well as the knockups come through, but the Knights don't have to worry too much about that. They pushed Variety away, but there's just not much more they can do here, Gore. They're gonna have to back.
I like the Knights' call there. It's aggressive, but it fits based on their composition and what they've been looking for. That's a good shot from Herwind. And now he's going to be able to chase him down. This is what Herwind brings, and something that the play has been. It's not just going to find kills here, but it's exactly what the Knights just used against them. He out-rotates you, and that helps the team.
That's really clean from Heroin, man. Tyler's pretty
Just
good at
looks so
SMITE,
good.
it turns out. A nice D aside for him. And here's the look back at the big triple kill that Scream was able to get earlier on in the or early on in that defense that basically saves this one here for E United, because Pittsburgh Knights had all of the pressure. They definitely could have put that game to bed there, Gore, but now they're going to need a little bit more time before they can finish it off. They've got that mid Phoenix down, though. That's going to give them a little bit of extra help in their next team fights, because E9 has to worry about the fire minions in mid. But still, what a game this has been.
I mean, it's just so much push and pull. I love the fact that the Knights, again, use what E United have been using to their advantage against them. One of the best things they've had going for them is the fact that as long as Heroin has his ult, you can put pressure on, say, the Oni Fury, which it was earlier, and then still make it over for the Fire Giant fight without giving up too much time. And so read the rotation. That's exactly what they were waiting for in mid that opened the door for them. But the biggest thing, as you highlighted it, and we got the replay for it, after Scream having some pretty non-impactful fights and getting maybe melted first of all, that's the best time for him to have a big show out for his kills and what he's able to do. This Nike, that is what she has in her back pocket. I wonder if we'll get to see it again.
They're going to need it from him as United start up this Fire Giant, and Cubo Fred can't make it in time to slow them down. So the third FG of the game for E United now to try and work with, and looks like they're going to have an Oni minion way of pushing down too. So this is a pretty decent opportunity for E United to try and make something happen with those two big difference makers in their court. Scary D will take care of them one all the way over in the left, but E United want to push up mid here, Gore, because that's where their own Phoenix is down, so they can simultaneously take care of the fire minion waves and threaten the base.
Well, you still got some Oni minions over there in the right-hand side. They can take care of themselves. If you get pressure pushed forward in mid, especially if you're able to find that Phoenix in a good fight, then you at least equalize where things are going to be going. But at 50 minutes, I mean, we're looking at the point where the next fight could determine everything, especially if E United find it maybe defending a base. I mean, Heroin's ability to cross the map has been making and opening so many doors for them throughout all of this game. That's where my eyes go to. What can he open up in terms of avenues, either opening into the base of the Knights and finding some good kills, or getting them back in time to make sure that that Titan doesn't die. Right now their focus is respawning the Phoenix, then the play is in their book.
One thing to note this late in the game is the boots situation. Who has sold off the boots or that elixir of speed? Still the boots there for Scream as well as for Genetics. I think everyone else in the United has dropped them at this point. Still boots for Paul, it looks like, as well as Neil Moss. So there's still room for a little bit extra power, or maybe even, some protections, depending on what you need here in the late game, to come through for these teams. As United look to threaten the mid Phoenix, they've already pushed up the mid wave. Their mid Phoenix is respawned. Now they want the one furthest from FG.
And honestly, it's going to be a game of bait and switch. Although they're going to be playing the play, they're going to left.
You said the bait and switch score, 3,000 IQ. You're right there with E United as they made the play to come over to right, and the Knights weren't ready for it. I love watching this E United team play with this new identity. They're constantly drop shipping, constantly spreading the map faster than you can respond to, and they catch the Knights off guard again.
When we're in picks and bans, when we're doing desk, we always get to talk about, oh yeah, there's so many fun things you can do, but you never get to see them. They never happen. And E United has absolutely started doing that. I mean, you talk about fun with portals. This is thinking with portals from Heroin. This is the team making calls. I mean, that's 2 or 3 times now that they have done something that you literally could not do unless you have this Yanis on your squad. And it's just, it breaks the Knights. They've used it to their advantage once by catching Heroin out in a rotation, but you're not in a position to do that if you're trying to defend your Phoenixes. I mean, you said 5,000 IQ. I might even notch up a few thousand on there. It's just such good shot calling right now from E United to recognize these circumstances. You don't get to do that realistically more than once without it maybe getting caught onto, but the fact that you pull one out of your pocket, you make sure that happens. Now you have an advantage because they have to defend against the the right hand here, fire minions, and they have to defend against your siege in the left.
And still 40 seconds to work with on the actual Fire Giant buff itself too, so they've got a legit shot to burn down this left side Phoenix. Already good damage being put into it as it brought down low, but United make decent defense, keep them back, and they'll have to back up before they could try and regroup.
I'm just trying to think what you do to counter this. My mind's almost already in game 2, but they still have to figure it out here. United are so close to being able to go in, and Variety's looking for the block.
Good damage on the Scary D in the back. He's been brought down to half. Variety cannot find the charge prey, but does get the beads out of Zapman anyway, so it's time for Scary D to move in with the bat out of hell. Looking for extra damage. It's not enough for the kill, but Cubo Fred in the back has found Scream, and he's won the 1v1 up against the Nike. So now he's got great positioning to try and wrap around. It looks like he's all out of fuel to keep up that extra movement speed, but they might not need it. The taunts land on Genetics to pull him back in. He can't get the dash off either as he's pinned into the wall, and he is dead to rights. It's 2 for the Knights on the left side defense.
Hey Finch, how does 80 seconds without a jungler or a support sound to you? It sounds pretty good to me, and I think that's exactly what the Knights are thinking. I mean, just clean time now on the map without having to worry about E United. It's going to be a 3v2 when this Fire Giant respawns. You're just barely going to be able to burn it down, I would say, if you're the Knights, especially, I mean, as long as they start it on respawn, before Scream even gets there. So you have plenty of time to play around with, and those kills are more important than ever, and it starts the exact way that a lot of these last engagements have. Cuvo gets to the back line, and he wins the 1v1 that is maybe the most important. Scream isn't able to replicate that triple kill we saw for the defense. And unfortunately for E United, it means that even though they've made some 7 million IQ plays, it's not enough to end the game just yet.
Looks like this Nike pick might be a bit hot and cold, though, and there's a lot of hot and cold picks out there in the world, so hopefully Nike's hot is a bit hotter than some of the other ones, or else I don't know if I'm 100% full on board. But the Knights now have the opportunity to start looking at this Fire Giant. For a space of time was used. Herwin wasn't quite sure what the HP of it was, but that was enough to slow the DPS for a moment. But the Knights still end up securing it. It's their second Fire Giant of the game. 5 Fire Giants have gone down at this point. That is 25 minutes of the game accounted for just in terms of siege potential that these teams have had. It's a 53-minute slugfest to start us off here on a Saturday. And we thought coming in this would be a really good set, but I did not think that the very first game would be this exciting. It's been so back and forth. Both teams still have equal claim. I mean, I know the Knights have Fire Giant right now, but United could easily still win this one, man. It's perfectly matched.
The best thing for the Knights is the fact that their right-hand Phoenix just respawned. There's one more wave of fire minions to deal with, and then the pressure is off over there, right? So you can fight full force on the left-hand side again, and maybe put this Fire Giant to use. Because, Finch, I'm going to tell you, the last, 2-3 Fire Giants we've seen haven't made the biggest difference in terms of ending the game for them. So it's an advantage. It's going to be sustained. It's something the Knights have that they should absolutely press as hard as they can. But it's not the end-all be-all right now. Like we normally feel, I mean, in 35 minutes, if you get a Fire Giant, normally I'm thinking, okay, the game's going to be done in the next 2 or 3. But even right now, I mean, one good couple of kills from E United and then one ult from Herwind gets them in a position to burn down that right Phoenix and open up the Titan.
They are grouped up and nearby. They're going to have to stay back and defensive, though. This is really the Knights' time to start moving around the map. Still a tier 2 up and right. I wonder if they want to go grab that just to make sure they're taking a little bit of extra HP off that Titan before they start their final siege on it. But I wonder if United are trying to group up to make some kind of big play around the through space and time. Yeah. Maybe not. They all head back towards the base here at this point. They're just going to be in position to defend.
You have to remember, mid-Phoenix is weak for E United, so it's kind of an easy avenue for the Knights to put pressure on, much like the right Phoenix is an easy avenue for E United. Again, a lot of the pressure around this fight, specifically, my eyes are going to be on Herwin. He's the one opening the doors, or I guess the portals, realistically, for E United to find some of the big picks they've had. That's where this fight can be determined. If he is able to either A, stay safe, or B, help drop somebody into the backline to then cause distress for the Knights, it all falls apart right here on the doorstep of their own Titan. But then, hey, if you have through time and space, there's, again, one big, easy, open target for you. It might not save the day, but at this point of the game, again, 80-second plus respawn timers, you just need 2 or 3, and that's it.
So the Knights will have the left side Phoenix pushed up. Meanwhile, the other 3 members will be working in mid. All the relics are going to be available here for this one, Gore. All the abilities. But look at Genetics' build. He finally did sell off his boots, but he has not finished off that last item. It looks like he's working on a mantle to go along with the spirit robe he already has. Good damage lands on Daniil. He's down to half HP. Cubo Fred threatening left side Phoenix, but through space and time catches him for well over half of his health as well. The Phoenix still stands, and now Scream showing that Nike value after all as he keeps Neil Ma pinned underneath the Phoenix. He sets up for the kill that Heroin brings home. So now the rest of the Knights have to fall back. There is something in this game about having the Fire Giant and sieging that means you are guaranteed to lose the fight.
I mean, both Phoenixes get very low, but they don't tick over that last little bit of health to be down, and so you don't even have to worry about fire minions right now if you're United. That makes it so much easier to just sit back here and hang on, and as you've been pointing out, looking at the items, specifically now that the mantle is there, you've got the spirit robe, you've got some self-peel built in for Genetics alongside the rest of his abilities. This is going to allow him, and ideally maybe save him from when Paul's been catching him out on those retreats from United, maybe stop that taunt from pulling him in. The Fire Giant just now fades away. And so the Knights, I would say maybe arguing to prolong this one. And Oni Fury, you've already got pressure in the waves. That keeps E United locked away in the base. Opens up another Fire Giant, but with 5 of them already going down and not ending the game, I don't know if that's going to be the real home run to end it for you. At this point, you're waiting for a little bit of extra gold. My eyes, more than anything, roll down to relics for Paul. He hasn't upgraded that Aegis, and granted, it is only going to give you cooldown timing, but at this point, it feels like the cooldown timer might be very important. I was thinking at 37 minutes. Well, he can put that off. It's not going to be a big deal. What is it going to save him? At this point in the game, if he uses that Aegis and lives in the engagement, that little bit of cooldown could help him stay alive and have it again for something like a Titan defense.
United are very grouped up here in right. Knights have recognized, and they're on their way to try and deal with it, but Heroin's made some big through space and time plays before, so I wouldn't put it past him here yet again. He has used the threshold, extra damage on the through space and time, but it does not hit Paul. He follows through fourth to try and catch a United off guard and fracture this fight, and Paul is the early target. He's in a heap of trouble in the back, so Snoopy drops the ultimate, but Paul lives through it all. It's Snoopy who ends up falling first, so Variety tries to find a little bit of extra damage on the Cubo Fred here now, but it's not enough. He grabs Zapman, plucks him back, but Scary D gets Heroin. All the damage dealers now removed from a United, all the damage on Scream, and Scream's gone as well. The Knights might have finally done it here, Gore Miser. 58 minutes on the clock, and they've broken the backs of E United. Can they get these last few kills here on Genetics? Zapman can, a 4 for 0. Make it a full-on deicide as Variety cannot escape, and Pittsburgh Knights have sealed the game.
Yeah, you've got 50 seconds with no one coming to defend. You could probably even wager to do a Fire Giant and still kill the Titan if you wanted to just be flashy
yeah,
about
probably.
it. But that is exactly what they needed. And it's the second time this game that the Knights have been able to find a good siege on the base after reading what Heroin was trying to open up for United.
It's frustrating for United. It really has got to be, because it was an excellent game played by them. Nearly an hour committed to trying to win that game. To come away with the L has to be frustrating. But you saw their identity in that game, Gore. You saw the game plan from them. I liked the idea on that last play. They just didn't have quite enough damage to kill Paul. He makes it out safe. Snoopy ends up overcommitting for him, and he dies too. But I like the idea with the dive. Did you at least like it on paper?
Yeah, I think if they are able to find even just a hit with that through time and space as they engage,
right, if it hits
changes the entire fate of that. And like you said, it kills off Paul, or maybe it hits Cuvo if you put him in the right position. Like things like that, where all of a sudden we're looking at E United run down the other way and get a Titan. But I think Knights were kind of aware. They knew where the portals were coming, and they were waiting for it.
It felt like a bit like a coin flip there towards the end, but it ends up falling the Knights' way. The world champs maybe just have a little bit extra helping them out. Game 1 goes to PK, but I got a feeling this set's going to go on for a while longer. Let's get it back over to the desk to break it down.
Thank you, Finch and Gore. A well-deserved rest for an hour-long game there between PK and E United. Mifflin, we knew today was going to be pretty close between these two teams. I don't think that we could have guessed it was going to be that close. A ton of crazy plays to go over, but let's pick up where they just left off, that very final team fight. That's really what it comes down to for Giannis a lot of the time, isn't it? It's you hope that you can hit a backliner with your ultimate, and if you don't, it's going to be hard to win the fight.
And it was so close. It was probably 10 pixels away from slamming Paul right in his throat. Unfortunately, he makes it out alive, and he uses his relics perfectly. He beads out the CC, and then he saves the Aegis to live through Snoopy's ultimate. That was fantastic positioning, and that's kind of the story of that entire game. Around the 20-minute mark, United really shifted their focus towards trying to pick out Paul consistently by repositioning the team. They realized that doesn't really work, so they shift their focus towards objectives, and they start to see a lot of success there. They ult over to the Fire Giant with Yanis, get that very easily. They ult around the map to get Phoenixes, but any time that the Knights really forced a fight 5-on-5, they came out ahead.
It was really, really impressive the way that United was using this Giannis, and that's what you expect out of Whirlwind, who's the best Giannis in the league, and then Genetics, who seems to have the best map control and just the most willing to make crazy decisions and use these global pressure ultimates. I timed it, by the way, on that Phoenix where they Giannis ulted from right to left. It took them less than 8 seconds to get from one lane to the Phoenix being dead in the other, and that's just unreactable in that amount of time. I mean, it felt like, though, E United gets so many plays. They get Fire Giant, they get Phoenixes. Why couldn't they end? Why couldn't they win those 5-on-5s? Because I feel like their composition was pretty well suited to do so.
I really think it does come down to that Yanis pick. Yes, it affords them a lot of opportunity to play the map incredibly well, but the damage output isn't nearly as consistent. You don't have a fantastic way to apply Divine Ruin. There's really no fantastic burst potential outside of hitting that through space and time. The only way they're really triggering that Terra ult consistently is off of Snoopy's ultimate, and the entire time they have to contend with Cuvo looking for the dive, Scary looking for the dive. They have so many ways to shut down these back lines that really United didn't have a way to win the fight cleanly. And again, we have to say it, Variety manhandled that game from like the 10-minute to the 40-minute mark. I think you said it, but to me personally, we didn't see him miss a pluck until probably 42 minutes into the game.
He was just hitting everything, man. And as soon as fight started going PK's way, a lot of it was because Variety was missing those initiation plucks. And that's not necessarily a dig at Variety. You're not going to hit everything, no matter how good you are. So eventually, you're just going to have to find a way to win without those pluck initiations. And it felt like United was unable to do so. We'll see what changes they want to make going into picks and bans. Myth, how hard is it to lose a game like that, though? Because 59 minutes, you've got Fire Giant, you're sieging Phoenixes, you're doing a lot of things well, but you can never quite close it out. I feel like when I was playing, those were some of the toughest losses. I would much rather just get blown out in 23 minutes than lose an hour-long game like that.
When a game goes the full hour, you know that early game loses all meaning, mid-game loses all meaning. You're essentially at a completely even state after the 45-minute mark. So it's really only on you when you lose, and it really does hurt your soul. You commit a full hour of your time to a match and then lose it, especially considering that's the first game in the series. They've got what could be 2 more games ahead of them. That's got to weigh on your mentality, and it's incredibly exhausting trying to keep that focus up for such a long period of time.
It's tough, man. Competitive Smite locks you in a different way for sure, and it is mentally taxing to be in super long sets. And to start off game 1 with an hour-long banger, could be in for a long one here today between E United and PK. At least E United's hoping that it's going to be a little bit longer overall in the first set. As E United stick with their game plan, at least to the first ban, they stick with banning away a Paul God in that hell. And I think you brought up a great point on that last team fight. It's hard to name a more iconic duo than Paul and perfect relic usage. I think it's one of his greatest strengths as a player, and it's one of the best strengths to have as a backline player, is using those relics perfectly. It makes a world of difference at a competitive level, how quickly and how perfectly, as far as timing goes, you can use those relics at the right time. I'm sure that the perfect relic usage is not one of your favorite things to deal with, though, as a mostly jungle player.
It isn't, but if you think about it, Paul's been forged in fire for his relic usage. He's known for Pell, right? Am I saying that right? Paul Hell and his Peebo. Sure. Those are both gods that are incredibly
No, we stay away from
dive.
that one, man.
No Peebo? Paul Hebo.
No.
Paul Bo.
Sure. Yeah, man. How about He-Po instead of Hebo? Because then you put the P in there for Paul. We're just trying to stay away from the first half of that. I think that you can understand why without even looking at Twitch chat. Hell, Merlin, and Odin, the first few bans here for E United. So they move over to that Odin pick, and PK decide to ban the Uller for themselves and the Camazotz. So Scary going to have to go with something a little bit different this time around. That leaves E United with the Horus open, and that's been a pick for Genetics that, with the way that they play the map, makes a whole lot of sense. And I'd be pretty floored if they go with something different. Looks like E United is thinking along those lines. I mean, look, you're going to pick the god that makes you do the thing better than anybody else. Horus lets you do things that no other god can do, and that seems to be Genetics and E United's strength as of late, is thinking creatively about how to use this map.
And creative is the correct word, because usually when you see Horus, it's a very pick-focused god. He's got very high single-target CC, but when E United picks Horus, it's almost conflict-adverse. They're looking to just maneuver around the map and get objectives consistently, and it almost seems like they're never willing to take a fight, which is pretty evident in what we saw last game. They weren't quite able to win 5v5s, but they were able to move around. Now they're going to be able to have a more standard mage out of mid from Hurrywind, or even another hunter. They won't have to commit that resource of mobility to the mid laner. Maybe we see a little bit more combat-centric focus from E United, or we could see them pick something incredibly objective-focused, like a Merlin in mid, get some more Fafnir in your support role, or not your support role, your solo role, so that you could just continue burning down objectives and using To the Skies to reposition around the map. But I like what PK does here. They pick up the Thor. That's a semi-global ultimate that's going to be able to match a little bit of the mobility that Horus brings.
Makes some sense for Cuvo there for sure. One of his old signatures. On top of that is Poseidon locked in. Think normally that's for the mid lane, but with the way that United's been playing as of late, feels like that's most likely for Scream in the jungle, and Ho Yi almost certainly there for Snoopy in that long lane. Poseidon is one of those gods that really is focused more towards objectives these days, in my mind. Has great follow-up off of Horus CC, anything like Athena Taunt. That's an old classic Athena Poseidon to lock down frontliners and cripple them. It works the same way with Horus, just a little bit more single target. And then you've got that great objective secure coming from that Kraken after the fact. Just a matter of where United wants to put it, whether it's in mid or jungle.
And I vastly prefer Scream on this Poseidon if we're going to assume it's going there. This is one of the most mechanically talented players in the league. You might as well put him on a god that's going to be able to carry the game, be able to deal great amounts of damage, move around the map very quickly with that tide meter. He's going to be able to just continually aggress, whereas last game we saw him playing that Nike. Yes, he did very relevant damage, especially considering the build he went, but he wasn't quite able to 100 to 0 targets. We see him diving onto the enemies consistently, and they make it out with 10% HP, 15% HP. That's got to be frustrating. Now he can bring that team fight focus with the Kraken, with the Whirlpool, but he can also match that pace that United is known for in the objective burn, because Trident has some of the best objective burn in any mage.
Pretty hard to match it, for sure, especially if you get a Frenzy or something like that to try and just boost it a little bit even further up. Could be double Hunter composition again for United, something to watch out for, as PK is thinking along those lines, but more magical. They go with Olorun as the band and Variety Sobek, which should be a surprise to nobody who watched game number 1. United looking more towards team fight for Scary than the Camazotz. They ban away that Amaterasu, which is starting to gain some popularity. Yarkor had such a great set on that a week or two ago that a lot of teams are starting to put a little bit more respect on this god. And now the Osiris as well. So they split the difference in terms of late game, early game in their bans. I mean, E United, I think that they have to find a way to pick gods around this Horus that are going to lend themselves to the team fight, because you said it after game number 1. They do all these things that are really good and really cute. You know, they get their objectives, they play the map really well, but at some point to win a SMITE game, you have to be able to win 5-on-5s consistently. And I just don't feel like we've seen that yet from E United with Genetics at the helm. Feel like they need to pick gods that are going to lend themselves to that, and tier for Variety is going to be the very beginning. It's the same sort of style as Sobek, just a little bit harder to execute.
I like the tier pickup. It is an initiation-focused god, but he's got a lot more displacement potential. That knockup lasts a lot longer than Sobek's Pluck does. His damage output is a lot higher, and he's got the ultimate to jump over walls. That's all really good. This Ra pickup is going to help them out on these objectives as well. Out-of-combat healing is going to be very important. But E United left King Arthur open. That's going to be a very good pickup here. It's going to be able to cripple out the tier if they do elect to go for it. So I'm interested to see where PK is going to go.
Yeah, the Ra, we haven't seen it yet so far this season, did just get a buff and now provides power in that Solar Blessing. And I think that when you think of Ra these days, yes, healing should be on the table, but think of him as an objective character. Great secure and really lends itself to burning objectives with that extra power that it provides to the whole team. So I think United is, again, objective focused, but maybe a little bit could struggle when it comes to doing these actual 5-on-5 team fights, whereas PK looks like they have drafted exclusively for dive and the ability to win these 5-on-5 fights. That's what it looks like to me.
Vamana's going to have free reign of E United's backline. If Huyi's jumps down, pop that ultimate, Colossal Fury, walk him down. If Ra even shows his face in front of you, Colossal Fury, walk him down. These are immobile gods that are going to have a very hard time escaping at any point. It's really on whether or not this Poseidon's going to be able to burst down the Vamana. If he goes into the Colossal Fury, the entirety of United is going to have to turn around and blow him up instantly.
I mean, I feel like PK is just ready to take these brawls, but can they lock E United down is the main question. They've been a slippery team so far this season. We'll see if they can find their way to force a Game 3, starting right now.
Have they fully recovered, though, after that 59-minute loss they took in Game 1? That's going to be the question. Still Finch and Gormizer here as he move into Game number 2. Genetics back on the Horus that he impressed with in his debut. Scream piloting the Poseidon in the jungle this time as opposed to the Nike that we saw last time. But what about this Ra? There's a lot to talk about here, Gore, as now you'll see teams fighting around that healing a little bit more offensively. Well, what's the big headline for you?
Honestly, it is, well, maybe the Ra, maybe the Poseidon, but much like Mifflin was saying at the end, it's the lack of mobility on E United. They have a lot in terms of genetics ult. They can still kind of make some similar plays like they did last game. But man, if Thor decides that you are to be dead, or if Scary D decides that you're just going to be out of this fight, you don't really have a lot of room to argue with them outside of just bursting them down. Kraken's going to be able to bring that. Heroin can bring that with his ult. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Going to be difficult for him, right, to try and prevent that from happening. I mean, I understand that they've got this composition that's going to be relying on genetics to move around the map quickly, but I wonder when they're already at the place where the fight's happening, how well will they have that mobility? Good bounce there from Snoopy, brings Neil Ma low, but they should be safe from here. It's a question of, I mean, Vamana's pretty unpeelable as is, but Variety, I mean, not Variety, but Tyr and Horus aren't exactly peel gods either, right? So what little help there could have been, there's even less of. Heroin and Scream and Snoopy are all going to have to make sure they're positioning almost perfectly, I think, to get away from this comp.
And a lot of it for Scream is going to be the lead he can get in ganks like this.
Good Whirlpool into the stun. That's an easy first blood there for E United. I mean, without the Knights knowing that they're there, they should get that kill almost 100% of the time. Nice work to be able to lock down Neil, who obviously doesn't have beats.
And I think keep your eyes on Scream more than anything. Ganks like that will help lock down Paul. They can help lock down Neil. They can help lock down Zap. Knights have a very safe lineup pretty much from top to bottom, and so you have to have that element of surprise and that burst that comes through with this Poseidon to help make sure things can kind of maintain it. A couple of them have their own forms of self-sustain, or we might see some lifesteal come through to help keep them alive, but there's a lot of disengage on the Knights that help them stay away from where E United want to get in there and fight.
Yeah, I wonder how often will E United get to be the initiators here in this set, Gormizer. That's what happened that went so well for them in that fight, right? That they started on their own terms. Now some defensive warding from the Knights. That probably won't be happening again. But it just goes to show that when they can kind of execute the fight the way that they want to, this composition could certainly work, right? I mean, the Kraken can blow up just about anyone, particularly Neil, if he tries to leap in, and obviously you could fight around Heroin. It's just a question of if they're going to get many more fights like that, or if it's going to be the Knights' show for the most part.
A lot will be determined, I think, based on the level 5 tick. And there is just a little bit of a lead for Scream. He hit 4 before Cuvo, so he'll have that ult faster.
That's so unfortunate. Genetics tries to give Snoopy the heal, but really they both group up for the flop is all that really ends up happening. It's not enough for any kill, nor are there any beads usage, it looks like, on the back of that from the Knights as a result of that pressure. So it just basically gets them exactly this, a little bit of pressure and light.
Well, you know, at least from earlier, the Zapman's beads are down if you are E United. And so you can maybe try to play around that, see exactly where Scream can rotate, but it's going to be so fast back up in this case that there's not a lot of room for maneuverability. So again, it is going to be where can that Kraken come through, or if you're the Knights, where can Cubo find a really solid dunk that will absolutely solidify yourselves? And it also depends on who you want to get ahead. I think if you get Scary D unleashed in this game, well, that's just bad news bears for everybody on EU United. You have to use so much to get away from him, or so much to try and lock him down and maybe play catch up, that might be the best avenue to just solidify this game a little bit faster than the 60 minutes we saw through the first one.
Sorry, I mean, you talked about Scary D and maybe trying to mitigate him some. And we talked about him a lot in that last game, if you can parse all 59 minutes of analysis that we tried to provide. But, like, Scary D, I don't know that his impact was quite as impressive as we were thinking it was going to be heading into that game. I think that this time, though, there's even more pressure on him. I know he's on less of a priority pick with the Vamana than the Kamazots, but I think that his dive potential is really going to be critical to their success here for the Knights if they want to close this one in 2 and not get dragged into a third game. Just about everyone is going to struggle with evading this Vamana when he's in Colossal Fury, but it's happening the other direction. They're gobbling him up with a gank on the right-hand side.
Well, I thought it was going to be immediately at level 5, but at least it was still oriented around that ultimate. Scream making the rotation before we've seen a dunk out of Cubo. And this is just the difference in play style we've seen from EU United and the Knights. Knights, specifically Cubo, they've been more farm-oriented early on. They just want to get those buffs. They want to make sure the waves are going well. You don't see Cubo hitting level 5, leveling up, and then slamming down on somebody in lane, whereas Scream is looking for those picks. I mean, he's hungry for it right now, and once that Kraken comes off cooldown, you can expect to see him in another lane looking to make a similar play.
And in Season 7, these ganks are so risky. I think that's why you don't see as many of them anymore. Sam for soccer, not in this game, obviously, but does a lot of those early game ganks himself. But these have been very calculated from Scream. He's found the timings. He's known that they don't have vision, that the ganks aren't going to be read. It's on the back of very, very high percentage ganks is when he's showing up, as Cubo Fred narrowly evades trouble, takes to the sky with that Anvil of Dawn. He got a searing pain on the way, so he's going to have to find his way back and retreat. Nice work from Herwin to make sure there was no reinitiation there, and the United still hold on to their early aggression.
And in a way, you burn what I would argue are the two bigger ults for the Knights that are going to cause you the most distress at any point in the game. Scary D, maybe it's not as important, but Anvil of Dawn being down means that you have some Cuvo-less stress for a little while, unless some big rotation comes down from the Knights and he finds a massive wall cutting you off. You don't have to worry about the dunk, so your beads are safe for a little bit longer.
Snoopy trying to run Zatman down, dropping the Suns. A little bit of ult for ult trade on the left-hand side, so not much big happening there. Variety currently on the proxy farm tip, and I don't think anyone's going to be coming over there to try and stop him here at all points of the game. Once he's got Lawbringer online, can be hard to stop. Now they can rotate over into the jungle. Kraken to lock Neomar down inside the Whirlpool, and the CC chain completed by Variety that starts at the proxy and the aggressive positioning from Scream.
And you have to start looking down at the experience and the gold, because those are going to be the things that make a big difference. But right now, Snoopy is still under duress. I thought he was out.
Cubo Fred making ganks happening on the other side of the map, responding, I think, to some of this extra pressure there from Scream. I like that from Herwin. He drops the low cooldown ultimate just to make sure that their buffs can't get invaded, and then he dips out of there. But they really needed that kill from Cubo Fred. That was well timed.
I mean, you need something in retaliation. One, if you're Cubo, because you have to play catch-up now. I mean, 2-0-1 for Scream. You're down 2 levels. It's not a comfortable spot to be in as a jungler. It's very similar to the conversation we actually started with, if you can remember, that long ago at the beginning of last game. But that experience deficit is starting to showcase everywhere. Zatman's realistically the only one who has a lead right now, and that's going to cause some trouble for him. United, this team, if it can stay ahead, stay aggressive, and keep you falling back, it's going to do nothing but well. But if it falls behind, that's where the Knights find their avenue to go through. They don't want this to be another 60-minute game. I'm sure the Knights don't either. But it definitely, long form, favors the Knights, because it becomes a lot easier for Scary D to just choose someone in the backline, or to Kraken, or to Beads, and then Aegis to get away from Scream, because you'll have both relics at 25 minutes versus now, where you're still susceptible to that Kraken every time he shows up.
It looks like we are going to be seeing the movement speed tier build from Variety that's become so popular here lately. The Talaria into the Relic Dagger right away. But he's not the only one that's trying to zoom around the map. United not just reliant on Horus ultimates to get there quickly, double Doom Orb plus the Traveler's Shoes for Scream. So he's zooming around. Plus, obviously, Herwin has the Raw passive to give him a little bit extra movement speed. The boots down there for Genetics as well. It's quite a lot of movement speed. They'll be roaming around the map pretty quickly.
Well, hey, what did they do better than Knights last game? It was their rotations. Granted, you had Herwin dropping portals left and right for everybody, but move speed is going to be the next best thing to the portal to get you over there and open that avenue for your team to be in the right position.
Well, this is exactly what Scream wants. You stuck in a narrow alcove. They get the ultimate out from Scary D, really just off... This is for F-Dot and for Aggro off the threat of activation, right, of the Kraken potentially happening over there, and it's enough that Scary D has to use the ultimate. Now he still has Kraken for Cubo, who had beads, luckily, that allows him to avoid the knockup and retreat, but that's definitely a win for Scream.
Man, I forgot how fast a speed buff Poseidon, now you add in Doom Orb with it, but then you pop the Trident, like he is going to be everywhere on this map. And
so the third person on him?
Ever constant.
When the fight
he zooms.
We'll be able to see that movement speed once this is done. We got to follow the action, though. Herwin gets the kill on the Neil. Zapman responds with one on Genetics, and Herwin should fall, too. It's a double kill for Zap, who has a big lead over Snoopy. I didn't see that materialize, but he's level 11 at 2-0-1, and Snoopy's walking into the killing field. I don't think he recognized there'd be that much trouble. Paul is disengaging on the right-hand side to make it back out of there, but the Knights find a huge, huge fight.
Yeah, I expect to see Scream very rarely matched up. I mean, Cuvo has a semi-global ultimate, and that's still just maybe barely matching how often you'll be able to see Scream running around this map. And it's just the build they're going for. It works out well for Variety, because now, yes, you're not only moving fast, but you get your blink up a little faster. For Scream, you can be everywhere you need to be. It's almost like they want to play the exact same style of game they had last time, just without the Yanis. They don't have the portals, so they're like, how can we circumvent that? What's the best way to run from Gold Fury to Fire Giant and still make it in a reasonable amount of time that you could fight in both with full force? And I mean, this is a good way to do it. I'm curious what the maybe lack of power, granted made up for by the Doom Orb, is going to do, though, late game. Because it could shake them up. It could cause Scream to fall behind.
Scream still hanging out and lurking over here on this left-hand side. Not going to be much more for him. No one is really here nearby them. But you were talking a bit about maybe this pursuit of trying to do the same thing that was going to work in Game 1. And I don't know if that's going to be the call here. I'm with you, Gormizer. Yeah. It's still fairly even in this one, though. So, neither team really needs to panic or anything like that just now. So they got plenty of time to work with, I would say, here for both of these squads. We talked about it last time, right? Does anyone have more of a claim to the late game? We found out the answer was no. It dragged us to a full hour in a pretty even matchup. And in this one, I think we might be looking at a lot of the same. United are definitely going to have the advantage with an objective burn, but the Knights have better potential to get back to that backline and dive them. So I think both these teams happy with this pace.
I also want to raise the question, because we don't get to see a lot of them, but the objective steal is still pretty high for E United. I mean, Kraken and Raw Beam, both of those are going to be very potent at taking things away.
Gold Fury now low. In comes the Horus ultimate from Genetics, but he's basically all alone. He does stop them from doing the objective for now, but Snoopy drops his ultimate as well. The Fury in all of this has been leased as Snoopy continues to pressure Neil in left, but it's time for the disengage for everyone except Variety, who's still in the back. Meanwhile, Scary D is still doing some diving of his own, trying to pressure out Scream, Hurry, and Snoopy. Can't quite get to them, though. They make it out of there. Meanwhile, Paul hunting down Variety doesn't have enough damage for that kill, so everyone ends up leaving.
Oh, and that's exactly what Mifflin highlighted on the desk, right? Scary D just ults and chooses someone to not play the game, or maybe a couple of people if he can, and just pushes them back so they can't get aggressive, and has a very effective zone out. But because E United managed to stay alive, they had a safe place to retreat to. There's too much pressure over here that the Knights can't make the play they want to, which is this Gold Fury. They want it early, they want to take away the lead that E United have. And that door just isn't quite open enough for them to squeeze through yet. They have to find a kill, maybe a pick, or maybe a steal because United won.
United have the Gold Fury now in their sights, but they're not all alone here. The Knights coming in from the top side, force them out. Kraken is the better secure. Not quite sure if Kraken's what did it, but either way, Scary D gets the kill onto Genetics on the backside. And the Knights looking for more blood. Herwin now falls. So yeah, you got the Fury, but they end up giving up their mid laner and support. So not sure if it's worth it.
Yeah, you maintain a smidge of a lead if you're E United, but that's going to disappear with the pressure on the map that you should be losing without that Raw available to you. Especially knowing that Kraken is down, maybe you can push a Pyromancer if you want to as the Knights, or do what they're doing now. Your jungle is ours now. Blue buff, that's mine. Red buff, that's ours. Or the purple buff over there. They just take a little bit to be able to come through. It does look like Snoopy was able to help confirm some of that for his own team on E United, but the Knights, I think, reading the situation pretty well, following up those kills with the best they could.
Still a good fight, though, for the Knights to at least find a couple on the backside. So now they're in a good spot here, Goremizer. Not able to start up the Pyromancer or anything quite like that, so they slow down E United's aggression on the left-hand side and now regrouping. To maybe see if they can make a play. Cuba Fred looks like he might be contemplating a gank here in mid. Whenever you see Thor stop moving, I always think the dunk's on its way, but not this time. Maybe they're trying to see if they could start up this Pyromancer instead, because there's really not anyone from E United on this side of the map, but not going to be the call. The Knights farm up a bit and just back up.
Well, it's kind of dangerous, and it's a shaky call to make right now, especially once Genetics gets his ult back, once he's available. It's not, again, the same drop ship you'll have from Yanis, but it's still going to be very potent. It's part of what made E United, I think, maybe find this like extra rotational persona that is their builds right now, that is exactly what they've kind of been drafting around. I think Genetics is going to be able to bring a lot more to the table this game than we saw last game, which is saying something because he was very ever-present throughout them. That ult is going to be crucial in a lot of late-game fights, especially in helping secure.
And even more objectives secured by the ultimate there from her. Once the Pyromancer goes down for E United. This is the way that E United have played, though. It's part of their map stretching style. I think E United would kind of prefer if they didn't have to fight you at all and they just kind of dance around the map faster and keep stealing away objectives and towers until suddenly they have a big lead. So this is going to be the way that they're happy to play it. I think that's why the Knights are starting to step forward here a bit now. Strip away some of the jungle, try and force some of these confrontations, and not let E United take all these objective fights on their terms.
Well, it's weird to think about is actually the Kraken's going to come out in mid. Not going to find much, but Cuvo dunks back in return.
Good wall, though, from Cubo Fred. Has lockdown Scream, makes it back to the tower, but Zapman is the one that gets the damage. The Horus ultimate allows for the repositioning, but Neilmon wants to keep up this chase. He goes in for a flop, but Variety has Cubo Fred in the back, trying to see if he can make it over the wall, but Variety gets the auto to set up the kill. Now Snoopy in some trouble. Scary D with some ability should be able to get it, but Snoopy goes up and over the wall, so Scary D can't find him. It's a 2-for-1 for E United.
Ends up paying out exactly what they need, and this is where movement speed can come back in. Granted, you're not going to have the guys that are zooming as fast, but you're still available to rotate back in. That will essentially ward away anyone from the Knights from getting too aggressive, and there's not really much opportunity for them to find anything. No big objectives on the map outside of the Fire Giant. Well, based on the last game, 16 minutes, you're not going for it just yet. Find your farm where you can and look for the retreat. But now you're trying to predict ganks more than anything. And what I was going to say before that fight broke out realistically comes down to the movement speed E United have now. And why it's more important than you would think, because if I see someone in mid, there's a timer that I'm just instinctually being able to say before he gets to right or before he gets to left. I know the rotation times. That's messed with right now. Scream is going to be able to be in mid and then in right, or mid then left, much faster than you're typically used to seeing a mage rotate. And that is the threshold where they can maybe put some pressure on the Knights and trip them up, just not knowing where they're going to be when they will be there.
It's E United's MO, and they've built for it, they draft for it, everything about moving around the map faster than you can respond to. E United's got it here. I mean, you even saw Herwin hovering the Giannis when they already had the Horus, considering the double drop ship, but they elect for this Ra instead. And I think that he's going to have to show us a bit more value from this Ra, because we already know how impactful the Giannis can be. Good damage on the Snoopy, right as the Fury's about to spawn here in 20 seconds.
Something that's not just an ult bot or a secure bot from the Ra would be really nice. You have to be able to play around that better. Right now, he's getting put pressure.
Yeah, Herwin's already been brought down to half. He doesn't have any relics, so he's basically out of the fight. Variety trying to pull Scary D back under the tower. A good wall allows for him to escape, though it costs Scary D the ultimate. So that's 2 down. Looks like Neil and Scary both end up dropping their ultimates in that last engagement, but they're back over to the Fury. And I don't really know if anyone from United can make it there in time. It is a long wrap from Variety. He's not even going to try. This Oni belongs to the Knights.
Man, if there had been 0 Neil Maz on the right-hand side of the map, that looked like it was going to be a Fire Giant call from E United. They were grouping up for it. Everyone starts rushing over there. And then there's a Bacchus. Just happens to be standing there because they recognize what you did last game. There were a lot of calls where, yeah, you might give up, you know, the play for the Fury because there's something more tantalizing on the map. So I like the read, I think, from the Knights, just to ward away any threat on this right-hand side. Maybe B United wouldn't have gone for it, but with Kraken available and the amount of burn they have, that threat is going to be present, especially at 20 minutes into the game. You have to be aware of that, and I think the Knights are wising up to it. They recognize E United's kind of shot call strategy right now, and they're beating them to the punch.
Knights, though, do have some leads in a couple spots here, Gore. Over for the experience lead for Zatman as well as for Paul. Pretty substantial, I'd say, here at this point. So that's one more thing to kind of keep in your back pocket there. Carries probably hitting just that bit harder. It looks like in gold pretty even. Zap and Snoopy have like the same build, just mirrored for those two. So maybe just a little bit of experience. Really, that only difference is the Knights starting to push a little bit more into the United side of the map, that Order side. I wonder if Zap's going to be all right over there as he's starting to get a bit collapsed on, but Scream doesn't want to pull the trigger, trying to bait him in. Good dash. Zap gets back out of there, and everything is still A-okay. No big objectives over here on the left-hand side for a while, though, so all this pressure is mostly just for these invades like we're seeing from Scary. He steals speed, red buff being pressured too as the Knights control Variety but not trying to all-in commit onto a tier.
Well, Scary D wants to get aggressive, and he's going to be going to the backline. That's the big baby, and that is meaning he can choose someone to not play.
Neil Maw blinks in right after that. It was just the blink intoxicate, I think, from him to try and set up a further chase. There wasn't much there. Herwin, though, hits a good snipe onto both of them, Zatman and Paul. And you can already tell that the Knights don't like those lower HP bars. They start to fall back as Herwin finds a big shot.
It's really impressive how fast you getting aggressive can turn to you turning tail and running. And Genetics is going up into the ult. They want to make a play. They're going for the FG pit. That's a Pyro.
Pyro? No, it's fire. They are going to try and make it call an okie doke here. But Cubo Fred understands what's happening, takes it to the sky with that Anvil of Dawn, and dunks down in the back. Scream gets deleted. What a play from Cubo to stop it. But I also think the call for the FG was a bit curious. Clearly the Knights were nearby and knew what was going on. Herwin and Snoopy both fall as well. A 3-for-1 for the Knights. Cubo Fred is the hero we all deserve.
And there's a tantalizing half-health Fire Giant left for the Knights. Be able to get in. The Knights still going to be able to secure that one, so perfect for them. And Finch, I'm just going to highlight it this way. Genetics, you can travel across the map, and those rotations from United last game were great, but they didn't have a Thor to keep up with them. Thor's semi-global ult can chase you down just as well, and I think Hugo read that situation perfectly for his team. Trades out his life, but that's worth.
Exactly the response the Knights needed. Now we're going to start to see our first real lead of the game start to materialize. The Tier 2 tower and this next Phoenix should go down. It's really only Variety up, and this is a lot to try and defend all by himself. Scream now up as well, but they can't get into position with minions here. They're getting tons of extra damage with the backdoor protections removed, and that is it for the mid Phoenix. So now the Knights on the full disengage, but Variety trying to chase a little bit, is trying to catch up to Scary, but even if he gets there, the rest of the Knights are out. Should be safe here at this point. A good fight, but wait a minute, Gore. I think they might want to try and make some kind of re-engagement. Neilmaw finds the stun onto Scream, and now they're stuck in this weird in-between. I don't like this nearly as much. The ultimate Kraken does knock up Neil. Herwin has the stipend. That's it for the Bacchus.
And I would feel really bad about dumping 2 ults into Neil if it weren't for the fact that Herwin's is going to be up in the blink of an eye, and I think Scream's will be up before any real engagements come through. But you still lose a Phoenix in the process. United get some scraps that are left behind. But I like the fact that the Knights are pressing this advantage, this aggression that they have over E United, and forcing E United to make some difficult calls. You don't go for that Fire Giant if you think you have control of the game. You go for it because you need something to give you an advantage. And this is the kind of play to make it. If you lose that Phoenix, maybe you don't defend in mid, but you press your advantage elsewhere, and at least get a tier 2.
They do find themselves a tier 2, and kind of here for the Fury. 25 seconds is too long to stick around here, so they won't be able to grab that. They're going to have to full disengage and will likely belong to the Knights. And here's the thing about E United, man. I think they do make these Galaxy Brain plays, but hold on, there might be more of an engagement happening than I thought. Cubo Fred has a fight happening in mid, but Scream answers it nicely. Up onto the Tycho drums goes Paul, but it's a good ultimate to get away thanks to Genetics. So E United actually managed to fully disengage off the Knights' aggression here in the jungle.
But they use so much just to get away from a fight that they're not going to be able to be here for the next fight. The Primal Furies respawn, so maybe something you can ignore, but the Knights already have a solid lead on you. They still have Fire Giant for a little bit. You don't want to let them have more of an advantage. You need to be here for this engagement.
Got to try and keep things close if you're on the side of E United. You can't let this one start to slip away from them. They see that the Primal Fury is down low. Genetics trying to stick around for it. This is not a huge deal. I don't know if you want to lose a whole bunch of lives over it, but E United are certainly trying to delay. The Primal Fury gets secured by the Knights, so the fight starts to kick off more, and Scream needs some help. Scary D is sticking on him, and this is the dive we mentioned earlier, but look at the movement speed from Scream. He might be able to evade. It's not quite enough, though, as Scary D catches up to him and finally gets the kill.
Yeah, but you got to hit the pause button on that one because Scary D uses everything in his arsenal to chase that Poseidon down. I mean, if he doesn't have his blink, which for the next 120 seconds he's not going to, Scream gets out of there. And so Scream can maybe play that advantage a little more. Unfortunately caught out there. Snoopy makes a good call to get that tier 2 on right, but I don't know, lacking him in that fight lacked a lot of critical damage for the team and critical information for them because now United are looking to try and defend a Phoenix, and they only have 3 members alive. Maybe 10 seconds till Genetics comes up, and that's enough to ward off the Knights.
But this is where some of that decision-making from United is a bit confusing. Now, you know, because of this fight around Primal, how set up are they going to be here for this defense? I mean, they've got the right call. The Knights are on a full disengage, not really looking to group up and try and make a push. But I just wonder if they made things harder for themselves than it had to by kind of insisting on that Primal Fury defense. It's not the end of the world by any means, but also when a game is close, you don't want to give away a ton of objectives. So it's a tough situation, and they make the call to try and defend. It doesn't quite work out.
And we're in a vastly different state than we were at 25 minutes in the last game, right? I mean, last game, the punches are going back and forth. The Knights are arguably maybe in more control. They definitely have had the lead the entire time. But it's felt like it's just slipping constantly out of the hands of E United. They haven't been able to get a firm grip on any of the team fights. They have the burst damage. And if you make a misstep as the Knights, you are all wiped. But they haven't been making it. Scary D gets up in zones. If you get past him, Cuvo's finding a good dunk to make sure that you can't dive the backline. If I'm Scream, if I'm Hurrywind, if I'm Snoopy, I'm just constantly under stress. Someone is always stopping me from getting in and doing the damage I need to do for my team. And, you know, what are they paying for it? Neil Ma? That's fine. Trade your support for those kills all day. He's 1 in 5 so that Zapman can be 4-0 and 6. His hands look like that so his hands can look like this, and Zap is happy with it.
Yeah, you hope you have someone to plunge their hands in the filth so yours can stay clean. And Cubo Fred is happy to clean up. They've already gotten 2. Scary D finds a double. Now it's just Genetics and Variety that are left. But what can they do when a big baby finds a triple? Make it a quadra kill as Scary D pops off at the end of the game. The Knights put this one to bed. Say goodbye to E United.
I mean, there's so many different avenues to talk about, but I'm going to go down the one that makes sense for Scary D. Where's the anti-heal on the other side? There's no Cursed Ankh. You have a Divine Ruin, but there's not enough to shut him down. That big baby form keeps him regened, keeps him going strong.
That'll be it. The Pittsburgh Knights are defending champs, getting it all together here up against a resurging E United roster that's been looking great of late, but not good enough to seal up this win. I think what we really saw was the big difference maker there. It's sort of like what they said on the desk. All those tricks are nice, but you got to be able to win those heads-up fights, and I don't think E United were able to.
And a lot of it, I think Aggro highlighted as 5v5s. Where are they coming down? And they just never were able to get into that position, mainly because of the way Scary D played. I mean, Quadra Kill kind of spells it out for you. He got into the backline and did what Mifflin had said at the very beginning, which was just stop anyone from doing anything. Scream couldn't be a part of the fight. Hurwin couldn't be a part of the fight. And they couldn't get away either.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Can we call E United the Jimmy Neutron team? They've got the big IQ plays, but it never works out for them either of the time. What about you guys on the desk? You like that nickname for them?
Not bad, not bad. The brain blast fizzles this time, though, and E United don't get a chance to keep the set going. They lose 2-0 to the defending champions. And Miff, I mean, it's exactly like we talked about in my mind. They've got this great opportunity to burn objectives. They've got phenomenal secure. They've got Ra, who's now really good at doing objectives. And it's just PK. They get a little bit wise to the game plan. That whole game really went towards PK's way when Cuvo, Fred, and Scary D saw Genetics Horror Assault to Fire Giant coming from a mile away.
You can't get away with it that often. Your strategy's been blown wide open the first time Genetics did it. You can't do it 2 weeks in a row, especially if you're going to ult right in front of them and then walk over to the Fire Giant. Immediately we saw Cuvo was already ready for it, having not even seen it. He was positioned around fire to immediately get that Thor dunk. I mean, you can't just announce that you're going to rob a house. You have to do it secretly. E United look a little bit one-trick in their strategy this week.
Yeah, a little bit one-dimensional so far, but that's to be expected when you've got the new member, right? You get one strat working for you, and then you have to start to get working towards the next one. I think that teams are ready for E United's next development, and that's where we have to see them go. But it's not like they were completely without good plays in this game. The early game went very well for them. I thought Scream was all over the map, doing an awful lot on one of his picks that he's really gone to quite a bit recently in this Poseidon. Variety was a bright spot again on this tier. It's not like United had nothing going for them. It's just their trick play that they tried to go for got called easily by PK this time.
Yeah, just one play in the middle of that match completely changed the dynamic. But you are right to point out Scream. He had a fantastic start and in due in no small part to the draft. Horus plus Poseidon means that's a free cripple that he's just going to have to take. Poseidon plus tier, the exact same situation. That's the level of dominance that you can bring when you strategize around your jungle picks. It's just once that 5v5 rolled around, Scary D really didn't have anyone that could truly challenge him. Finds a triple kill in the late game, finds the dub. What are you going to do about that?
Not a whole lot when you've got Ra and Poseidon against Vamana. Scary picking up that quadra kill at the very end was absolutely huge. I mean, a lot of the talk pregame was about how consistent he has been, which has been a problem for Scary in his career, was consistency. No one ever doubted the high end of what he was going to bring, but how consistently could you see him do it? I think that him returning to LAN form, quote unquote, Scary D on a regular basis is a great start for a great season for PK. Now, it hasn't been that way in the standings quite yet, but working their way up now as they have now tied E United, I believe both sitting at 3 and 4 after today's set, going the defending world champions' way. Cuvo stole Scary's Penta there for what it's worth, the very first kill of that engagement. How are you supposed to know when it's the first kill? But he did, either way. I don't know, Miff. I mean, is this the type of game that can catapult you if you're on PK into a much stronger second half of Phase 1?
I think it's definitely a great morale boost. I mean, E United is a team that's seen a lot of success recently, especially with the addition of Genetics. So you know that they're an absolutely strong squad. Taking a dub when you have such a rough start to the season as well has got to be huge for their mentality. And it's been a consistent upswing since that rough start for PK. That's got to be a good place to sit. You expect to see improvement, and that's what we've seen consistently from the squad. I like everything that I'm seeing from the PK boys. Cuvo starting to fit in incredibly well with this roster. Paul has been the recipient of 4-5 banned out target bans on every draft phase, but he's still seeing consistent success as well. These guys are playing incredibly well.
And PK jumps from tied for number 6 overall in the league to now in that 4th place position with this victory, tied with the United, but obviously, that tiebreaker goes to PK with them having just swept the set here today. That does bring us to Space Station up against Rival, which is going to be our next set. And Space Station also sitting at 3 and 3 with a loss would end up tying for that 4th place slot. With a win, would jump up and hold that alone. So we'll see what's going to happen there. But first, we got to talk to one of the winners of today's set. We've got world champion Steven Zappas standing by with Finch.
That is absolutely right. We got the hunter here for the night. Zap, man, how are you doing? I got to ask you, you all are no stranger to long games. Last year, I said all the time, you're one of the most patient teams in the league. But how was that hour-long first game for you guys?
It was definitely a struggle. We had a couple misplays, a lot of bad calls. For instance, my end call, when we killed 2 of them, we should have just did fire, but I called to end. Other than that, we're used to the long games. We had a lot of long sets at Worlds. We had a lot of long sets in last year, so it's nothing too big of a deal for us.
No, I think it's part of your identity. You guys really trust your base defense, I've always said, so I think that's strong for you guys. Well, how is the team really starting to mesh here in the middle of this season? Because it's starting to feel like you all are coming into your own. Do you feel like you finally got that new identity worked out, or there's still a bit more to go for the squad?
Yeah, usually the beginning of the season is the experimental phase. It's like teams are trying to figure out their play style. You got United doing a bunch of like cool map plays. You got some teams picking full smork, full pressure, and you got other teams trying to figure out maybe a more balanced approach. As the season, gets longer and longer, teams are going to figure that out more. They're going to play a lot more disciplined, a lot more cleaner, and you're going to see, I would think, teams kind of separate themselves as the year goes on.
Well, Variety had a really good set this time, especially on that Sobek in Game 1, but Scary did not seem deterred to me at all. He had a really great Game 2, and for what it's worth, I think he had a great Game 1 too, just maybe a little bit overshadowed by it. What does it mean for you all that we're starting to see Scary D perform at this level so consistently now?
Yeah, I think for the side lanes, it's really a whole team effort to really get the side lanes ahead. If you saw Game 2, I was super ahead of Snoopy, but that was because Fred gave me a nice gank. Right, and then Scary D fell a little bit behind because he got ganked. So the side lanes are very dependent on your team. Your team enables the side laners to do a lot of things. So I think a lot of the times, maybe 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, Scary D was the sacrificial lamb on our team, so he really didn't shine like the rest of us. But now we kind of have more of an even approach. We kind of play both sides depending. We're a little bit more dynamic in that sense, and that's why you see Scary D shining a lot more than he did before. And he's a beast, and we always knew he was a beast, and we're just giving him the opportunity to do his thing.
It was in him all along, but now we're getting a chance to see it. Always great to get a chance to talk to you, Zap. Thanks for taking some time. Congrats on the win, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, though. Another big set about to start.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Dawson Mifflin here for set number 2, and I'm here to tell you about our chair sponsor, Maxonomic. Just kidding. I'm here to talk about set number 2 between SSG and Rival. A great set number 1, Mifflin. SSG Rival, though, this has the makings of another great set. I mean, you look at these two teams, SSG, largely, they had that super team mentality, I think, and I think you, coming into this split, had them towards the top of the standings, of course. It's the SSG Rival going up against one another here. Obey Renegades will start off our day tomorrow. But do you think SSG versus Rival has the makings of two top teams going up against one another?
You were right to say, at the beginning of the split, I really did
Yes.
think that SSG was going to be an uncontestable team. I mean, you've got Nika, Cherio, Dardes, Vote, Raffer. These are all, it's almost like an incantation where I'm channeling a dub just by saying their names. But it really hasn't worked that way, has it? We saw a really strong start,
look at 'em.
and then immediately a sharp decline towards the bottom of the leaderboards there. 3-3
Right.
is where they stand. Whereas Rival had a little bit of a slower start, but now has been looking like the top dog, right? They're looking like an uncontestable
Right.
team. So it depends on what SSG we get today on how good this set is going to be. If we get week 1 SSG at peak performance against Rival, this could be an absolutely Herculean set in terms of just magnitude. These are both teams that have the capability to be the best, but whether or not
Yeah.
they reach it today is to be seen.
I honestly don't know what to make of some of these matchups anymore. I mean, I post my in-game voting, and this week especially, I had such a hard time, I think, deciding between a lot of these teams, and this matchup here is certainly no exception, SSG versus Rival. What do you think it is, though, Mifflin, though, on SSG side specifically? Is there anything that stands out to you maybe as to why they've had a tougher time kind of getting some of that momentum going?
Well, I think Cherio literally pointed it out for us in an interview, and it's that Dardes's donuts are getting stolen, and the boys are kind of trolling. I think they came into the year expecting to be number 1, which is a strong mentality to have. Never expect to be bad, but when you expect to be the best by such a large margin, maybe you kind of sleep on yourselves a little bit. You troll a little bit in your scrims. You get a little bit worse practice than you would have otherwise. So I think now that SSG is starting to see some kickback from the rest of the league, starting to get some losses under their belt, maybe it's a little bit of a wake-up call, and they start to improve rapidly. Right now, their main issue, I think, is team fight coordination. They really struggle on calling targets, it seems like. A lot of the fights that they lose start off incredibly. They split off and get picked off in 2 or 3 individual fights around the map.
Mm-hmm. And you kind of brought up Cherio there. I think Dardes has a pretty big role to play today as well. This is an SSG team. You kind of look at kill stats here in this league. They're kind of pushing towards that top 10, but they just haven't been able to put these big team-fighting, high-kill games together just yet. You mentioned that we talked to Cherio a little bit ago, and we were able to talk to Raffer specifically before this matchup. Let's hear how he's feeling.
Okay, I am here with Raffer, support for Space Station. And Raffer, I want to ask you all just how does the team feel about this start? Because I think for a lot of people, this is slower than they would have expected with the 3-3 start. Are you guys fully locked in, or would you say that the team has more in the tank?
We definitely have more in the tank. It kind of reminds me of how it went last year. Bit of a slow start, the first split. Hopefully the same results in regards of MSI. Hopefully not the same results of Worlds, but obviously that's a long time to come yet.
Yeah, if you all are on the same trajectory as Season 6, then you've got a pretty good MSI and second phase lined up here for you, so hopefully that's what we see. What about Rival in particular? Their team really seems to have found their legs here since week 1. What do you think makes this team so strong?
Definitely their early game. Their strats, they have strong strats, so you have to come in prepared. I think probably those guys are the hardest ones we prepare for going into split games. So it will be interesting to see what the outcome is. I'm not too worried about it. The results, they are what they are. I think we will come out with the W. I have this feeling, but I usually get stumped when I say that.
Well, it does sound like you guys are confident. Well, what about PBM in particular, Polar Bear Mike, who's really actually having a great start to the season? How do you plan on outperforming him when he's known to be so active from minute 1?
Yeah, as you said yourself, active from minute 1. It only only lasts for so long. He's a really, really strong early game. I think he does fall off like the later the game goes. So we'll just see how the early game goes and go from there.
All right. Well, good luck, Raffer. Hopefully you all can outlast that quick start and maybe shut them down later. Good luck in your match, man. I always appreciate you taking some time to talk with us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Always great to hear from Raffer and really anyone there on SSG. And I like what Finch brought up there, and I think it's really important to look at when we're talking about Rival here, Mifflin, is the fast start that Rival has had. And you look at how they beat Sanguine, how they've won their last couple of games. They shoot themselves out of a cannon, and they don't really let off the gas from that point on. I mean, you look at the jungle kill column, obviously like looking at the kill stats. Tied up top are Sam for Soccer and Panatom, and Sam for Soccer tends to be the beneficiary of some of this early game speed that Rival bring.
It really is. The early game for Rival is off the back of Sam for Soccer consistently finding leads for his side lanes, and it's PBM just playing aggressively in that long lane, making sure that purple is a very hard buff to attain. We see Rival really has a focus on invading red buffs in the early game. I think Raffer pointed it out there that if you can get through Rival's early game and take them into an even state through the mid and late, that's when you really have your best shot at fighting them, which is exciting for me. I'm glad that SSG in particular is really strategizing for this set. I think that we're going to see a much more subdued game from SSG as well. But Rival, I expect fully to just bring that patented aggression, and we'll see if it makes it through that gridiron of defense from SSG.
And I almost hate to ask you, because it's, I think, a difficult question to ask. How do you survive the early game up against Rival? I mean, a lot of it is born from this duo lane, the long lane, rotations from Sam. That's where it seems like a lot of it comes from here for Rival. How do you survive what they bring to the table?
You could do a couple things. You could draft a bridge jungler like Ravin or Erlang who's able to just deter any sort of aggression because they're so strong in the early game. Or you can go the Sanguine route and pick incredibly safe gods in your side lanes like Jormungandr for solo, Jingwei and Hachimon for the duo lane, and just buckle down and prepare for late with a hyper carry in your middle. There are ways to get through it. It's whether or not that's in SSG's playbook to actually adjust their draft so much. Because what we see from SSG are pretty aggressive picks. We see Bacchus getting picked up. We see Kuzenbo. We see Onher. We see all these aggressive early game characters, but they haven't had that same level of success in the pre-15-minute mark that Rival has.
Sure. Well, we've said Sam's name a lot. We put a lot of coins in the Sam for Soccer jar already here talking about early aggression. I think PBM, another guy on Rival who really helps push that early game forward, and John Finch was able to sit down with Mike and hear his thoughts.
Okay, well, I am here with Polar Bear Mike, support for Team Rival, who's been on a bit of a hot streak of late. That's exactly what I want to ask you about, Mike. After the bit of a stumble in week one, you guys have been on fire. What do you attribute that success to, or do you think you just needed a little bit of time to gel as a unit?
I think we just kind of figured out how we wanted to play, and we're still in the process of kind of refining that and tuning like how we play with Sam, how Ben is transitioning to mid. I would say those are the two main things. I think we're just playing with a lot of confidence and kind of playing like there's no pressure on us because there's so many games this year that for me personally, I just feel like every set I'm going into it with the mindset to like just try to like do our best and learn, and I'm, you know, pretty level-headed with whatever outcome we get.
Well, I think that level-headedness is going to be important for you all going forward. Talk to me a bit about Twig, because I know I, in particular, was a bit critical of him at the start of the season. I wasn't alone in that, but he's really, really, I think, improved and largely doing the same playstyle. I think you guys just kind of found a home for it. Is that the right read, or talk to me about his kind of development so far?
Yeah, I think you're pretty accurate on that. I think for Ben, I personally expected the transition to be a little bit longer than maybe even he did, because I think Ben is a really, I guess, instinctual player. Like he's really like go off what is right, and it's defined without it. So it's just going to take him games to like get under his belt and to figure out like the right reads on like, you know what, I can do this for sure. I can jump in here. I can play really aggro here, or he can't. I think Ben has improved a ton just from the start of the SPL till now. I think you see like his confidence level for us has always stayed the same, but I think you just see his instincts and like his instant reactions to things are just a lot like cleaner and quicker. And I think he's been playing really well lately.
I agree. Twig has looked good these last few weeks. Well, what about Space Station, your opponents here? Because they've kind of had a bit of a slow start here to this split, but maybe looking like they're getting a bit better right now. About where do you all like rate their strength right now, and how do you feel coming into this set about them?
Well, in terms of how they're playing, I'd say they're right around their standings, right? Like right around middle of the pack. But I think roster talent wise, like they're all good players. So you can't ever go into a set against, I mean, really anyone in the league, but especially a team with just veteran experience, like really solid top level players. You can't ever go into a set underestimating them. So even though they haven't had their best start, or, you know, maybe they're not playing up to their own standards as of late, they're still a threat, right? Like they're still really good players. They can still kind of like get it to click at any time. I do feel like, obviously, I'm confident going into the games. I feel like the way we play has been just like working for us really well. And I think if we continue to execute that properly, that we still will come out with a win. But it's definitely not a team that we take for granted in any way.
Well, what about when you're matching up against Raffer in particular, because he is so much the core of this space station team and they really trust him and play through him in particular? What do you need to do as the support for Rival to try and make sure you're matching what he's going to do for space station?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really care about my individual matchup. Like, for me, I mean, all jokes aside, for me, I kind of just run it down. Like, I kind of just am trying to give my team as much like space and room to operate as I can.
Yeah.
And very rarely do I actually like care about like if teams like counterpick me in a draft or whatever like Raffer's trying to do. Like, I'm not going around trying to stop what they want to do. I'm trying to facilitate my team as much as I can. So I like understand that Raffer has like a pretty unique play style, I would say, compared to some of the other supports like myself, Neil, and Aurora. But I just think that I'm just going to try to execute our game plan and go from there.
Yeah, you, Neil, and Aurora, the Run It Down squad for sure. Well, Mike, it's always great, truly, to have a chance to talk with you, man. I appreciate you taking some time, and good luck in your matches coming up.
Thanks, Finch. I appreciate it.
Always appreciate PBM talking with us, especially before a big one here. Mifflin and I have kind of gone back and forth on this one, and you look at kind of the stats here. Obviously, Sanguine leading kills and assists here in this league, but Rival right there in second. Rival second in kills, Rival also second in assists. But then you look at SSG, a team that is 3-3. Mifflin still firmly middle table here in the standings. They are third to last, good for sixth in the league when it comes to kills, and then right around that second to last spot in assists. This is a team that's found a way to get it done kills-wise at least 3 times up to this point, without having, or wins-wise rather, without having to find all that many kills.
Their games that they have won have been historically a lot shorter. One of the sets they had against Obey went literally 40 minutes, so maybe the lack of kills from both teams, Rival and SSG, are because they do a little bit of a quicker game, a little bit more clinical, whereas Sanguine at the top of the charts, they're always looking for the team fight phase, and their games show it. They go incredibly long, so there's a lot more time for them to find those God kills.
Higher stats, sure, fair enough. SSG, though, remember, pre-game, Raffer says we need to figure out this early game. Picks and bans play a big role in that. Getting Mike off of something super aggressive, defending yourself in this early game will be important for SSG. With that play style in mind, Mifflin, and we touched maybe how SSG can answer to that, let's maybe hone in on the support role specifically here. Is there anything for SSG that you maybe look for them to grab or take away early when it comes to support specifically, looking at PBM and Raffer?
If we're on SSG, ban out the Hercules. If we're on Rival, ban out the Kuzenbo. From there, take it by the wing, right? Yes, we've seen Raffer see a lot of success on the Bacchus as well, but Rival banning out this Aphrodite makes perfect sense. That's Dardez's go-through. It's been incredibly dominant in the games that he's been able to get it. We saw some of the best Aphrodite play I think I've ever seen, maybe barring Season 1 Shadow Q Jukes level Aphrodite. Right. So this all makes perfect sense to me. It's whether or not Rival can find a pick that allows them to just continue their own playstyle. We heard Mike there say, I'm not really worried about the enemy team's pick. I'm worried about whether or not I can do what I want to do, which is facilitating my team. And if you're Mike, that means playing incredibly aggressively in the early. So I'll be surprised to see where he goes with this Hercules banned out.
Well, we love those. You asked for Hercules to get taken away, and SSG take away the Hercules. Sobek follows up, and more recently than not, we've started to see Sobek in that solo lane a little bit more. Late game menace, absolutely. You mentioned Aphrodite being banned out. I think it's great specifically against Dardez as well. Where we go from here, though, I'm not quite sure. I mean, we've taken away kind of some of the specifics. Odin, not surprising to see follow up there. But now, Mifflin, we're maybe looking at an area where there could be 1-2 power picks. Camazotz, despite some changes, maybe still comes to my mind here. And Horse being banned out, does this yell at you like maybe an early Camazotz priority for either team?
You'll never hear me disparaging a Camazotz pick simply because of his damage output, his sustainability, and his... I mean, I've said it every single week. He's got... If you could check mark what you want from a god, Camazotz got it. And I think SSG's got it as well as they're hovering that Camazotz now. It makes perfect sense. It is a pseudo flex pick. Yeah, you do normally see it in the soul lane. Can't even remember the last time you saw it in the jungle. Just kidding. It's actually Uller.
Baited.
Thanks, production.
Yeah, they bit you heavy. Though Uller, along the same lines, not to be scoffed at. Uller kind of has become sort of that first pick territory, hasn't he? I mean, he, similar to Camazotz, is somewhat of a flex pick. See him in the mid lane, see him in the long lane over there with the duo. I love what we started to see out of Uller, and it's not without reason. When Uller is picked up, he makes a big impact. Similar, though, to a Thor here for Rival. Sam's Thor is something that needs to be feared.
That is certainly scary to say the least. But I like Uller first pick as well, simply because it doesn't matter what your draft is. It doesn't matter where you put this Uller. He should be able to find the pressure in wherever you put him, and he fits into every single draft. But when you first pick it, you open yourself up to just a little bit of aggression from the enemy team. Rival gets 2 high-priority picks in Thor and Raijin. That's a lot of kill potential in the middle lane, which means we might see SSG shift this Ull towards the long lane so they can have a little bit easier time evading these Thor dunks.
And I love Rival getting Captain Twig, the Raijin there with a little extra kill potential, as you point out, because I think early on for Rival, the story around Twig was just survive in the mid lane, be a role player, survive, and we'll kind of win the game around you. I think it's been kind of different, though, for Captain Twig. He started to see a lot better play in that mid lane. I think he's up to par with all of the other SPL mid laners, so give him something that he can perform on in that Raijin.
What do you think the over-under is on how many jump-ins we see from Twig today on this Raijin?
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and say
right.
he does it on cooldown.
Right, you're rolling the dice, of course, if your Rival giving him the aggressive Raijin jump-in, so something to be mindful of. Absolutely. Great point in that one. Huyi, though, rounds out the first 3 picks here for Team Rival with a Merlin matched up against the Raijin in the mid lane, a matchup I think that we started to become a little bit more used to seeing. Amaterasu, though, in the solo lane, certainly not a god that I'm not used to seeing, but one that recently I think has started to get her feet under her and have a good impact, especially when you can rotate into some of these mid-game fights.
And she rotates incredibly well with the movement speed from her first ability. The CC immunity on her ultimate means that she's going to be very hard for Thor to dunk down on. It's a very safe pick, which means that she should be able to free farm very easily, has some of the best proxy potential of any of the warriors, and she could rotate out, trying to put that pressure onto Raijin. If his jumps down, dash, ultimate. That's a very easy, clean pick, or at least a beads burn for SSG. I like the Merlin pickup as well. Makes me confirm that I really do think this Uller is going to go towards that long lane, which isn't an absolute fact. Merlin has seen some play over there in the long, but they're going to have incredible kill potential in long lane if Uller's over there, and then they have objective burn potential out of the mid on this Merlin, which means Gold Fury could be open for SSG in the early.
I am curious, though. Camazot's obviously making his way to the second round of bans here. Ares, what's maybe the mindset there for SSG taking Ares out of the pool?
Mike, run it down hard. Chains hit hard. We don't want him to do it to us. And it's got a very good cripple, which is going to shut down the majority of SSG's comp. You won't be able to find that Uller jump, the dash from Ama, the flicker from Merlin. All would get stopped by chains. But unfortunately for them, that's not the only cripple available to supports. Artio gets picked up by Rival. Yep. That's going to be a huge team fight initiator. It's got fantastic backline peel if they look for it, in combat healing. Artio brings a lot to the table, and I'm surprised we haven't seen more of her in the past. Now that PBM's picking it up, maybe we see a little bit of a resurgence here. Kepri for Raffer. That's one of his signature picks.
Yeah, talk about a switch up here in the support role. Artio for PBM, maybe not a switch up as far as the player playing the god, but as far as what we're used to seeing maybe in the role. Artio and Kepri will certainly be a new look here, and especially in a matchup where early game is going to be so important. It'll be fun to watch kind of the dynamic rather between those two in the duo lane. Some jungle priority in the second wave of bans for Rival. Pele locked in here for SSG. Achilles for Rival. SSG needing to withstand that early game. Mifflin, do you think SSG have a composition that can do that?
SSG don't look like they're just willing to withstand it here. They're looking like they want to sit down and brawl. Capri's going to enable people to just fight it out at the second he hits level 5. He's got damage mitigation in his second ability. Uller, not a god that you're picking to play passive. Neither is Pele. She's going to have fantastic dive potential onto this Raijin. On the other end, though, Rival's got some decent self-peel as well as fantastic fight potential. Anvil Dawn initiates any fight. Rival has fantastic follow-up, Hu Yi ultimate, Raijin ultimate. There's a lot that they have going for them.
I cannot wait to get this one started. Rival versus SSG, game number 1. Hindu Man, kick us off.
Thanks so much, Dave. And yeah, I can't wait to get it started either. This should be a great little matchup between the two. Looking at what we've got to see here today, Ryan, going to be a good one for us. Obviously, Rival up against Space Station Gaming. And Space Station Gaming, you know, they've really struggled so far, 3-3. Rival, only that fall in week 1 up against the United. But we're just coming to the end now of this first set of rotations because everyone plays each other twice. And this is what we get to see how this happens.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because this is the kind of a different look now for Space Station as they're getting towards the back end of this first phase. They've got to try and make some changes to the way they've played so far because 3-3, while not abysmally bad by any stretch, is not where they expected to be. And it's things like this that I'm seeing right here where Vote moseys from his own speed buff, which he clears, all the way over towards red where he meets up with Cheerio. And now Raffer, who sat here and held this wave the entire time, is here and ready to go. Interesting start here for Space Station. It leaves Raffer with a little bit of extra golden experience, and it frees up a potential gank early for Cheerio because he doesn't have to go and help out and clear a whole bunch of buffs.
Interesting how that starts. Does Darnas end up falling behind in that situation, though? Is that what ends up happening there by doing that rotation at the start, or does he still work out even?
A little bit, because he's not getting speed XP or red XP, so that is a big deal. But because he's going to be able to solo a couple mid waves by himself, mid is kind of getting more farm than most other roles right now anyways. So while it might hurt him wave 2, it doesn't ultimately hurt him later on because he's going to catch up and farm by level 3, level 4. It's not going to matter too much. It feels like that's really there to try and get Vote a little bit more ahead in XP and let this Uller try and snowball this duo lane.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit concerned then with how Panda Cat and Polar Bear might have been playing the laning phase. And in fairness, Space Station themselves have struggled a little bit in the laning phase as of late. They've not looked as clean as we may have expected them at the start of the season.
No, I mean, it's kind of like we expected them to look really, really good right away, right? I mean,
sure,
we're only making a couple changes. It's not going to be too big of a deal. You know, it's just Vote and Raffer playing together, 2 EU guys. And it just hasn't worked. And whether that's these two guys looking to do a little bit more of what they did last year, which is leaving the Hunters alone a little bit more. I think Vote has struggled with that at times. And that's in complete diametric opposition to what Rival has done, which is really try and pick 2-on-2s that fight particularly well together and then transition out that lead towards the mid lane and let Captain Twig kind of wait around until one of these big side laners rotates in. Sam's been spending a lot of time in duo lane, and a lot of junglers really have, and I don't think Cherio's really been one of those quite yet, and that's an adjustment I'm looking for Space Station to make. I think this start is already an adjustment for them. It's getting Vote a little bit ahead. You can see that he's been level 3. Panicat is now hitting level 3, and look at this. Here comes Cherry.
Blinking from Polar Bear, Mike, and Cherio's there too, trying to cause some problems for them as they chase them back towards the tier 1 tower. Vote's going to continue to work away at the purple, but that Ricochet did so much damage to Raffer. Good news is, though, the backup's there, Axe, and the damage from Vote. This should be a kill to Mike, but a huge stun in that bear form. Root off the mark, and having to sidestep that root gives him enough of a window for Space Station to pick up first blood.
That's huge rotation over by Cherry. That's exactly what I'm looking for Space Station, is a renewed dedication to pressure on this duo lane side. But look at what Sam has done. So smart. He actually goes and invades blue, then hides, but the sound cue of his spin is going to let Dardet know that he's here. Sam still gets speed, but now he's been slowed. He doesn't have his hammer. Cheerio doesn't end up coming to help. In fact, he's just going to make sure he gets his guaranteed farm where he can. So it's first blood for Space Station. They get the kill onto PBM, but Sam gets the entire right side jungle stripped away from Cherry.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting play because, like you said, the sound cue gave it away with what was going on there. Dardez recognized it, couldn't do anything in time. And I just don't think Cherio had that mana at that moment in time. Killing the camp gave him enough to make it look like it could have potentially done something. So with Cherio spending a bit more time in this left so far, it has opened up that window then for Sam to try and exploit the right-hand side. And you saw that level, that early level 2 gank looking towards Nika in that early phase, just telegraphed it a little bit too early. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Twig back on the Raijin again. He definitely likes the aggressive ones, doesn't he? For the most part. I mean,
yes.
You mentioned it yesterday, I think, funny enough, about the Discordia. Like, they didn't give him a god with damage on his escape, so he wouldn't use it aggressively. And it seemed to work out pretty well.
Yeah, but now he might have kind of jogged his memory. Oh, my Raijin dash does damage. Maybe I should be going in here. We'll see if Twig's able to rein it back. But with this strategy of Rival letting him get a whole lot of solo farm, and especially in comparison to where Dardez was not able to share buffs in that first rotation, Twig is going to be ahead in this lane, so maybe he can afford to jump in a little bit more. Maybe they're going to lean into that strategy for Captain Twig. But, I mean, look at the XP per minute. He's up over 100 XP per minute over Dardez right now. He's got the most farm on the map by a considerable amount.
We were talking off air as well, and we were talking about the types of support players you see, and I will say Rafa is one of the best defensive support players in the league for my money. He doesn't do as well in the aggressive ones. How do you feel about the Khepri this game? Because we've not seen Khepri in a minute, but it is a very defensive sort of support play.
It's his sort of style, for sure. Sam looks for Cherio, finds him.
But can they get the damage off in time? Clearly, it's the angle that's perfect there. Mike just cuts off the choke point ever so well to make sure Rival tie this up. Now they're going to invade onto the Harpies. Minions are with them, though, to try and slow them down. Good job, Minions. Get involved, boys. Especially when one of your comrades falls down in battle. Back towards their own half they go then. Sam's really trying to get to work with this Thor early. Interestingly enough with this Thor pick as well, Ryan, it's something that we've seen that, Space Station Gaming have banned a lot so far this season. 7 bans towards it, but this game specifically didn't want to go that route.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, just in first pick particularly. I think in second pick, then you can leave that Thor open a little bit more freely because it's a fine first pick, but it's going towards jungle. You know what sort of play style it's going to facilitate. With Space Station in the first pick slot, they decide to pass on the Thor. That's a little bit surprising to me because I think Cherry has looked best on this Thor so far this year. And you get the Uller there for vote, mostly in my mind, out of respect for Panda Cat and how dominant he can be on this pick. But you leave Rival with 2 of their best possible selections in Raijin and Thor on the back end, and Sam has looked like a great player on basically everything he's picked so far this year, even at times Wukong jungle, which I think speaks volumes. If you're being effective on Wukong jungle, you can be effective on just about anything. In getting him that first blood is really, really critical. I'm surprised that Cherry died there for what it's worth, because he had Blake up and knew it was coming.
Under a lot of pressure here, ults very early on there, so he had a bit more time to waste if he wanted to. At the same time, got to take into account final Ks on that Achilles anyway. And with that ultimate up, Execute is always available. It will break through that resurrection option the Space Station have there. So the dance-off between those two is important, but the focus so far from Rival is on this right-hand side as they look towards mid. Rafa under a pressure again as he tried to dash away with the abduct, gets hit by that wall. Cherio now stunned as he goes aggressive on Sam, but Cherio doesn't care. He wants the kill on Sam, and he'll find it to get his second kill of the game. But final case rotation, he's in Execute range. Dardez has to eat the damage, but it's good enough to make sure Cherio survives. Nika back on the scene. Space Station Gaming find themselves a kill.
And all of a sudden, Cherio is 2-1 and a level up on Sam for Soccer. Sam goes for the aggressive play, doesn't necessarily find exactly what he's looking for, and just gets a little bit greedy by tossing out that hammer. I wonder if he's leveling the hammer just by the way he tried to play that gank, because normally these days you see a lot of Thor players prioritize a spin. Sam still is, but just wanted that hammer damage, and as soon as that Mjolnir's attunement is out, Cherio finds his window to blink in. And Ardio's good at a lot of things. She's got this long-range root that's really good at punishing immobile players. She's got the cripple field, of course. But Peel is not exactly her strong suit. I mean, you've got the melee range stun, and then you've got a heal that you're going to give to your teammates with the energy surge.
Really.
And that's
No.
kind of all you got at that point.
I don't class the heal as a real heal, you know, because it's so situational. I think more than anything, like with an Artio, she's up close, in your face sort of god that has to play aggressive to be useful, but it does like mean you're a little bit susceptible on the backside of trying to be defensive. The root just takes too long, you know, to really root someone in place. Sure, the stun's pretty good, as is the cripple, but it's still quite situational. You're going to be so up close. Your position's going to be so careful in those situations. I'm again, though, into enemy territory, looking again to aggress on more than anything. This Harpy cap. Is this the new speed buff? Is that what we're seeing? Rapid looks to be abducted on Mike, off the mark. Sam gets to the sky in time. Not in time enough. Cheerio and Darnes managed to pick up the kill together, but now Cheerio's bitten off more than he can chew. Good news is he's got the resurrection. The rival are holding to make sure they can get the kill, and it gives Cheerio the window to take down Twig. Chase is on though, as Fino K stabs Darnes in the face. Good stun from Mike, and Rapper's getting low. Fino K's looking for a double and should find it, but it will cost Polar Bear Mike his life too. Trade off now between Nika and Fino K. And Fino K is going to be a little bit careful here and say, oh, would he need to be? I just saw where, you know, Cheerio was for a second. I was like, maybe he's going to loop all the way around. But Cheerio thought better of it. Crazy plays in the jungle.
Fine just has a little bit too much farm to go and fight with that low of HP. Sam goes up in the air, but a little bit of dot damage from that Arcane Merlin 1 ends up taking him down right in time, and just not able to burn through Cheerio fast enough. And Fine's job is to get there so that he can execute Cheerio so that Khepri ultimate is irrelevant, but he just can't get there in time to peel and help out. And again, PBM is doing a lot when it comes to fighting and skirmishing. He gets plenty of effectiveness out of the RDO kit in that engagement, but it's not great for Peel to save Captain Twig's life when he's up in that Tycho drums. And Space Station Gaming is really just deathballing at Rival right now, and that's what you want to do when you've got an Amaterasu on your side. You want to really benefit from not only her one aura, but her passive aura that she can apply as well. And so Space Station is pretty willing to take these fights on that side of the map. Rival doesn't want to take fights on the left side of the map because Uller is going to be really strong at this point in the game just based on his base kit. And so you're kind of forced to take fights around the Ama, and Nika's just doing a good job of rotating in and being effective despite not getting those last hits. Fine with 2-0 is going to have a bit of a lead.
Bit of a gap close there towards the Oracles, a bit of a split difference, I would say, between the two. And I think that's Scarab's blessing as well. It's worth mentioning again that ultimate coming out from Khepri here. It lasts for 5 seconds, the duration. So during those 5 seconds, it's really a, can we kill them in time to force a reset? Do we kill them? Do we wait it out? Sometimes seconds in Smite can feel like an eternity to have to wait for. And Space Station have kind of made pretty good use of it so far. This man on your screen, though, Fine OK, will make a big impact, hopefully, with that ultimate. But into this guy goes Sam again, looking for a gank on Nika. Good combination, but Nika did manage to get just enough of a window to get his ultimate off. Now that ultimate on cooldown means there's a chance for a bit more aggression in this lane.
Bit of a miscommunication, it felt like, though, because Fine goes to clear the wave. If Sam either does that a little bit earlier when they're skirmishing or waits about 3 seconds for Fine to be done clearing that wave, then he's there to pressure with that execute.
Chase is on for Nika. Now the tier 1 tower's already fallen down. Space Station sending 2 members in 2. And straight away, Rival fall back. But Cheerio doesn't want them to. He's going to get aggressive. The fire from Pele is enough to get the kill. The lightning storm's amazing. And with Polar Bear Mike getting abducted in, it may actually spell doom for Cheerio. Rapper drops the ultimate, though, just as he got clear. Darnes' rotation in comes up strong. But so does Twig. The drums of war are sounded. And he takes down one with the support of Fine OK, pushing back Nika again. This is a bloodbath. 10 kills in 12 minutes, but it's all in the right-hand side of the map.
But a lot of those kills are going from one jungler on to the other one. It's Cheerio preying on Sam for soccer, and this is what you do against global and semi-global ultimates. You just get up close and personal. You don't let them use that range that they have. If you're always in Sam's face, his ultimate's not going to do a whole lot to you, and that's really what's happened. Sam is behind right now, but so is Nika, so is Dardes, and so is Raffer. It's like all the lead for Space Station, or if you can even call it a lead, all of the pressure in the gold and the experience is on a one member, and that's on a Cheerio. And that can be scary if Rival is able to just kill Cherry and take him out of a fight then they are at a massive advantage, even though it feels like Space Station should be even. On the other hand, though, it's pretty easy for Space Station to funnel their lead into Cherry and only fight when he's present, and only take objectives whenever he's ready to, and when he's hitting his power spikes. And so it's just a matter from here on out, if Rival's able to neutralize this lead that Cherio has, or if Space Station's going to be able to utilize it effectively. And when you have a Kepri on your side, it's pretty easy to focus on keeping one person alive.
Well, just keep an eye on the relic situation for Cherio then to see the aggression. But right now, Rival rotating towards the Gold Fury early on. Space Station know what's going on. Nika's on the way too. It's not really been pulled just yet, I'll say, but the ward coverage is good for both teams to get full vision. Rafa's the first one into the Gold Fury pit for now, and the pressure of him just showing up there, Rival don't like the idea anymore. They're starting to fall back to lane in again.
Not a great amount of secure on either side here, so Rival is not going to want to take a coin flip Gold Fury in Space Station's face. Plus, a lot of the lead that Rival has in their ability to win these fights against a Fed Pele is going to center on FineOK being here to make sure that Kepri Rez does not turn the fight. Because if you dump everything into killing this super Fed Pele, and then she lives because she gets Scarab's Blessing and she resets, and all of a sudden her passive is up and she's healing and she's beating you up at the same time, you're going to lose. So you cannot afford to fight without FineOK right now if you're Team Rival, because that Fatal Strike is going to be so important to make sure that you can neutralize where this Kepri ultimate should be going, which is on a Cherio.
Well, the good news is Sam's closed the lead a little bit on Cherio in the jungle, so just a level behind now. Still doesn't have that secondary relic online. Is Cherio now going to go back to base, continue to work towards it? There's a shift, a shield now picked up, but he has his beads available now. And with that, the blink alongside it means that keep an eye on Cherio for the action again and where it will turn to. We expect the Gold Fury, but just look at the ward coverage. Both teams really making sure they can see all the vision on this left-hand side of the map at the moment.
Because neither team has great secure, they both do have pretty good objective burn. I mean, one side has Merlin, who's obviously fantastic at it. Ho Yi ultimate is one of the best from the Hunters at DPSing objectives very, very quickly. So it makes sense that both teams want to prioritize vision so that they know someone's going to be there. Because if they know, then it's pretty unlikely that the other team can blow it up before someone from the other side is going to show their face and contest on that objective. And for all the fighting that's happened, by the way, I mean, even though Pele feels like she's super fed, and she is, I mean, she's got four kills already. Look at the farm level for the side laners. The solo laners, level 15, level 16. Both Hunters, level 16. So junglers, this is one of the first times it feels like in a while that they don't just, with a bunch of kills, run away with the game right away.
Oh, Gold Fury's going down relatively quick here, blinking in from Cherio, looking for the steal, and he'll do just that. But he will lose his life in trade, but that's a big-time play for Space Station. Can they get away, though? Dunking from Sam. Good stun, but no follow-up there to follow up. Instead, he'll juke out the damage from Nika, get a good hammer toss onto Vope, and now the collapse is onto Nika himself. Execute doesn't matter about the Scarab's Blessing is fine. Takes out Ratha, and soon after Nika falls, sure, Space Station get the Gold Fury, but it costs them 3 lives.
And you feel like that's a big play from Cherry to get in there. Imagine if he doesn't get that Gold Fury. He really gets a little bit lucky for Space Station, because that is the coin flip Gold Fury that I was referring to. There's no great secure on either side. Cherry goes in there and makes a great individual play, but is that worth it? Because we just saw best case scenario for Space Station there, right? They get the Gold Fury and steal it away, and they still get 3 for nothing and lose solo or duo tower on the back end of that. That feels to me like that's one you should just be giving up if you're Space Station Gaming, because is Rival going to be able to kill 3 of you and get duo tower if you don't blink in and pull your entire team alongside you? I think that was a bit of a missed call by Space Station to go in and get it, despite actually stealing it away.
Well, Pyromancer goes the way of Space Station as well, just to close the gap a little bit more. The Rival currently have the lead on in gold now, and realistically, that's probably going to come down to the 2 towers, the tier 1s on the right and left-hand side, which is the 1,000 gold deficit that we see on your screen here. But I don't think that's really going to be the end of the game just yet. It does make it a little bit awkward for Space Station, though, Ryan, because their side lanes, I mean, they can technically freeze them, but they're giving up map dominance if that's the case.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you want to do. Freezing waves is really, really good early game because you don't have a whole lot of places to be. You're only leaving the lane to go and find additional farm, find jungle camps, things like that. So in the early game, that's not a big deal because it takes you so long to clear those anyways, and you want to pull people up because they won't have as many defensive options. Burst damage isn't as prevalent, but at this point in the game, freezing a wave really just means that the enemy team will go, all right, well, I'm not getting duo wave, but let's just group around Pyro, and we can force something there.
Goon squad of Rival just clumping as a 5 there. The chase was on for a second to Rafa, but Nika was there in tow to keep an eye on it. They all head over to the right-hand side, though, and the only thing really available at the moment is that is the Fire Giant, I should say, not the Pyromancer. But they do have a bit of a pressure situation to keep Nika pinned in that lane and try and look for picks around this angle. Priority target will probably be Rafa on the front side, who's going to be the one to mainly face check on this team with Nika not being around at the moment, but it does require the rest of his team to support him when he gets himself in danger.
And usually that's going to be through this phenomenal Guardian ultimate that's going to save you in Scarab's Blessing, but again, Fine OK has been in the right spots every time. It speaks volumes for a solo laner to have this high of a kill participation percentage, even through just 20 minutes. Normally they don't join the fights until much later on. Fine has been a part of 6 to 7.
Aggression from Cherio, though, towards mid lane of Captain Twig, and there's no one around to help Twig. It's a 1v1, mano y mano. Cancel that. Rafa's there to save the day, but Rival has arrived too, and the chase is on to kill Cherio. The bear runs through the jungle, but Vogt slices off his head with a barb-speared arrow. 7 to 7. Polar Bear Mike dead, but what can Space Station get with this man advantage?
I mean, Cherry's going to be able to heal up from base and get here pretty quickly because of his extra movement speed. A great Scarab's Blessing there from Rafa. Tier 1's the option, but Fine doesn't want to give it up.
Sun's raining down, Rafa slow to high, Heaven still alive, but not for long. Panda gets a double kill. The front line for Space Station is now dead, and this opens up a bit more of a window for Rival. 2 members low, though, in Sam and Fine OK, means it could be a bit tricky to try and look to find an even bigger win off that, especially when the damage dealers of Vogt and Daughters are still there. Ryan, this game's dope. Like, already, we're like 20 minutes in, and I'm like, oh yes, give me 3 of these, give me 5 of these.
17 kills in 20 minutes. I mean, this is a breakneck speed so far for an SPL game for sure. And it really hasn't netted either team a massive lead quite yet. Rival had a pretty good one after that skirmish by Gold where they lose the Fury but get a couple kills in a tower. And Space Station's gotten a little bit back off the back of that. But you saw the shell come up big there for Captain Twig. No Aegis for him in the mid lane. He's a dual boy. He likes the extra weird relics on the backline carries, but upgraded shell is huge up against Pele because even when Volcanic Lightning is coming out, all that damage is based on the auto attack. So when you get those block stacks, it takes those away entirely. And instead of Aegising and flopping around, unable to do anything while taking no damage, Twig turns around, throws his Raiju, gets a little bit of extra damage out, and that's a big deal. It forces Cherry to take way more damage than he was really ready to do. If Sam's dunk was a little bit better on that back end, we were following along with Cherio, so I didn't see exactly where it landed, but it didn't seem like Sam found those priority targets. If he had, then maybe Rival just cleans up that fight instantly, but already that little bit of a different play style there from Twig, it shows its head, and you can tell what difference it's made.
I'm definitely not against the Shell pickups for mid laners. I mean, Aegis, upgraded Aegis is the same cooldown as Shell. The lower one is a different story. Fury started up though, but Cherio blinks in on Sam. Sam reads the situation, hammers away and gets to the sky. Now looking for a target on the ground. Big collapse on Cherio though as he falls down. Who's next on the list? Oh, Sam splits the difference, has to jump back into danger. Nika's still going in, hunting down Captain Twig, but the resurrection's about to wear off. And Fine OK just annihilated Rafa. Vogt though does at least take down Fine OK, who is still hunting for more, and Sam will escape. 2 for 1 in favor of Rival. However, the Fury is up and Rival's health bars are definitely more detrimental. Look at Dardes.
Flickered in, wants to keep it going. He's still very healthy, still has his Aegis up and available. With Nika still here, has a frontliner there with him. That's what I was going to say, is after that team fight, look at how little damage Dardes and Vogt took. No one is looking at these two in Space Station's backline, and eventually that's going to have to change. But they really have not been under a whole lot of pressure so far this game. Only 1 death across those backliners. Same thing for Rival, only Captain Twig with the death, just as Dardes has the lone backline death for Space Station. But it feels like Twig and Panda are under a little bit more siege so far in this game. Nika was at least looking at those guys. I don't know if anyone was really even close to being able to deal with these two backliners, and that's why this composition is difficult to execute for Rival, because Achilles wants to be executing the front line that Khepri's trying to res, which means that he can't always be diving effectively.
Every carry so far has a relic on cooldown as his Fury's pulled, so just keep an eye on those and what they can make do with the one remaining. Sam position with his ultimate to try and flank round, but speaking of that, Nika's doing the same thing. Twig, though, thunder crashing in, as you expect to see, to try and set up some CC combinations. Fury reset again, pulled again. Doesn't look like they're going to do this here, because everyone on Rival's backing away. Panda Cat's the only one really committing to this at the moment, but nobody else on Rival seems interested. Instead, they focus back towards the jungle, get the red for Twig, clearing out mid is fine. Okay, now flanking round the side. Pressure is back on though, Sam to the sky. Fury getting low, dunk on boat. Rival get the Fury, and the fight is underway. The drums rip through from Twig, lowering the health bars, and finds there for cleanup crew on Isle Jungle. 2 members down as Panda Cat takes out Ratha, and Rival get themselves the first commanding lead of this game.
And it felt like Rival was just in control of that whole engagement. We're off it. No, we kind of want to do it. No, you know what? We don't need it right now. We're kind of low. No, I figure we may as well do it. In Space Station, feels like they're scrambling to keep up. Okay, they're off it. They're on it. They're off it. They're on it. And it pulls them out of position a little bit and make sure that their backline isn't super comfortable with exactly where they should be at any given time.
Well, I don't think he's going to solo him here. It's level 20 versus level 20. All versus Achilles, mano in mano, stab to the face and poke to the back as Cherio takes on 2. Vote bought some time, not enough, however. At the same time, his teammate also died on the other side of the map in Cherio. Fire Giant the way of Rival, and this one's looking grim right now for Space Station Gaming. Crazy back and forth. I do want to go back to that Fury though, Ryan. Like when Donis flickered in just after that first initial engagement, I think Space Station could have done the Fury there, but with Cherio and Rafa being dead, I don't think anyone really shot calls out of the 3 of them, and it kind of showed there. Rafa now just scrambling towards the middle lane to try and defend a tier 2, loses half his health pool again. Tier 2 gonna fall down in mid, and all of a sudden, the gold lead has zoomed up 8,000.
It was even not very long ago, like 3 minutes ago, it was even, and now it's 8K. That's what wiping a team fight into Fury, into Fire Giant is going to do for you. I don't know. I think that whether it was shot calling in that moment or not, if Space Station pull that Gold Fury, Rival still had 3 members up. I think they come and defend that. I think that was a good moment to just reset and back and then come back with priority, because Rival was trying to clear their buffs, making sure they weren't getting invaded. You know that Nika can stick around, or Dardez or Vote can stick around and be pretty safe in that moment. I don't know that they backed at all after that. I assume they did, but they might not have during that whole time, because that engagement did go on for a little bit longer. I think that you just have to back and buy in that situation and get your wards and get set up for that Fury respawn, or Fury to start again, because flickering in after the fact, Rival was just healthier than Space Station thought.
End of the day, though, I always give them the benefit of the doubt. Sure, we've got the opportunity to see the whole big picture, the whole overhead map. Not the same to be said for the players. They're on the ground in the moment. Their vision is limited, and they don't get to see everything that the viewers at home do. 27 minutes in then, only one tier 2 tower standing for Space Station Gaming on this left-hand side. Space Station struggling so far this season, up at 3-3, but a very big game for them here today against Rival. A match that, honestly, we could have expected in the finals if it wasn't for how well SK did at the World Championships. A lot of people had this one as a potential big old matchup, but we get it here today on this Saturday. Friday. What day is it? I don't know what day it is, Ryan. They all play together.
Told you, Graham. Time is a fake construct at this point. It doesn't matter. It's Saturday? Yeah. But who cares? It's SPL day, and that's all that matters. That's all you got. That's all you got to know at this point.
We need 6 of them, really. I can't cast that much. I'll die. Meanwhile, look at the map now. Rival going to split the difference. 3 on the left, 2 on the right. Not using anyone in the mid lane yet. I say that as Sam is kind of moving towards that area, leaving Fine okay to deal with 2. Really trying to split apart the squad. Twig thunder crashing in. Rafa eats it and abducts him back. But Rafa takes a ton of damage there too. And the pressure is really on now to try and defend from multiple angles.
It's not going to be easy at this point, but Twig having to jump in. Well, I say having to, maybe just wanting to in that exact moment. I think that's going to be a tough team fight for Rival to win with Twig so far forward.
So as we were just saying as well, it's all the days are blending together. We're all inside together, and unfortunately, we're going to have a couple of tech issues along the way. I'm sorry, guys. It's not intentional. We're doing the best we can under the circumstances. Sure, you can complain about us all you want over the years when we've had issues, but this one is a different sort of one, for the most part. We're trying to get through as quick as we can, and we'll get ourselves back in game. But this game right already, man, like, game one, I'm like, yo, I don't want it to end, A, but B, I'm looking forward to game 2 already.
I know, it's been crazy so far, and explosive as well. It looks like this game could go on kind of like game 1 for United PK did earlier on, a 59-minute brawl, but Rival wins one team fight and puts the pedal to the metal. They blow up an 8K gold lead very, very quickly, and these are the kind of defenses that I think are kind of tough when you're on Space Station side, where it feels like you were just even a second ago, and now you're on the base of losing.
And now we're back in hot, and 3 members of Space Station Gaming are dead. Nika also falls here too. There's only Vote left alive, and this Phoenix on the left-hand side will fall. Vote against 4. I don't really like his odds here, Ryan. Don't like him at all.
No, he's got his relics, but he's going to have to do an awful lot of work, and PBM is zoning him effectively. This should be game in Rival's favor.
Unfortunate end that we didn't get to see the conclusion, but apologies for that. But Rival are going to take game 1 unless Vote goes in. And nope, not today. We're not doing a Wowie versus the world moment there, my friends. On to game 2 we will go. Rival played that pretty well. I like the idea of Sam focusing more towards the solo lane, especially when we saw the start from Space Station, which I'm definitely interested to see more of, to see how this could work out or even change up the meta a little bit in terms of starts.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, it's going to set Dardes a little bit behind, and it did in that game. I mean, Captain Twig was pretty far ahead, so maybe there's something that they can do to get Dardes a little bit of extra farm. I don't think that he can meet up at red because you can't really triple split that efficiently, but I don't know. I feel like that maybe he can. I don't know if he helped Vote on speed. I assume he did. If he didn't, that's one place that he could go, but you never know. These sorts of weird starts, you got to math it out. How many creeps do you need to hit level 2? Does Vote hit level 2 if he shares speed? And if he doesn't, it's something that takes a lot of practice, which I'm sure Space Station has all done behind the scenes.
Well, game 1 down and underway. I'm already ready for them to get the picks and bans in for game 2. I want to go again, man. That was great. Let's get it back over to the desk, though, to break down what we just saw.
A slugfest in game number 1 has Rival on top, just shy of 30 minutes there, Mifflin, and they kind of segued towards the end of that post-game breakdown there over to us. Similar early game pressure from Sam that we've come to expect, but in a bit of a different spot here. The solo lane was really the target for Rival this game, and it paid off with FineOK decimating through by the end.
We saw Sam shift his focus to solo. We saw PBM do the same. FineOK got off to a good start because of it and immediately steamrolled the rest of the game. It was around 10 minutes in that we saw FineOK finally start to establish a 1-2 level lead. He rotates out, starts dominating every single team fight, but we can't forget about Panda Cat for Rival. He didn't die a single time. He was playing safe, and he still found 7 kills.
Yeah, Panda Cat, I think, is pretty good at the game of Smite, and 15 affected kills with 0 deaths would agree with me. FineOK only dying the once, 16 affected kills for him there. This is a small moment, Mifflin, but I have to admit my curiosity is getting the better of me here. Early in that game, Vote opting to move to the speed buff first before going over to lane. Maybe this is a question for a hunter, maybe, I don't know, but as our resident jungler, what do you make of that early game start there from Vote on the speed buff?
I think having Vote go to speed is interesting. It did definitely set Dardes behind, as you pointed out, but I think it really affected Cherio more so. It allowed him to farm up the left side of the map a little bit more easily. It affords him the opportunity to either choose whether or not he wants to move his level 2 gank very early on into the mid lane or into the duo lane. It's an interesting start. I haven't mathed it out personally. It's the first time I've ever seen it. I'll be excited to see if we see it again, but I'm not going to lie to you. I was kind of brain melted trying to figure out what was working out for them there. Maybe it didn't work out exactly as they had hoped, though, because Rival does take the dub.
Right, we were sitting there with calculators out trying to figure out exactly what was happening when we were talking off air after Hindu and Ryan had taken it away. FineOK, though, top damage in this one, 27,000 on that Achilles. And even outside of that, though, obviously Fino had a fantastic game. We've already talked a little bit about what Sam impacted on this game. I am curious about the dynamic that kind of builds around Sam for Soccer now, though, especially in picks and bans. In Final K, in an interview, he sort of brought it up. He's like, we sort of work our way through picks and bans, and then our game plan, who we want to take advantage of, XYZ, kind of builds off of that. Do you think Sam is playing to a point here where teams maybe need to start putting extra emphasis on junglers in their ban phase, maybe even in their pick phase, or is it just too hard to kind of hyper-focus a jungler like Sam in that area?
Any other player in the league, I'd say, sure, take away their signature gods. We see it with Paul, they ban out the Hebo, the Hell. We see it with Aurora and PBM, the Hercules gets banned. But what are you going to ban from Sam? Are you going to ban Thanatos, Pele, Hun bots, Thor, Susano? You can't do it all, and he's seen insane success on all of those gods. He's so
That's only 5.
varied and so consistent. Only 5? You got 6 total bans, 3 at the beginning. I don't know. It's going to be hard to shut down Sam.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a little bit too much pick ban capital, I think, to put into one guy. Maybe a touch here and there, though, from SSG in round 2 here of picks and bans. And remember, we saw a bit of a different swap support-wise with Artio and Kepri, most notably. Before we really get into the meat and potatoes here in picks and bans, what did you think of the Artio and the Kepri that we saw in game number 1?
They both played incredibly well to their strengths. We saw a lot of sick Kepri revives, keeping the team alive, and even turning a couple of fights for SSG. But that Artio was so absolutely destructive in the team fights. He walked in PBM, he dropped his stun, finds 3 people consistently, which blew my mind, by the way. They shouldn't be grouping up that easily for PBM to find that every single time. And the cripple shut down the majority of SSG's comp. They played incredibly well around their picks, but even then, the early game fights that Rival took around this Artio were inside their own jungle, which is surprising. Artio is a much more aggressive support than Kepri is, but even then, they were afforded the opportunity to have defenders advantage inside their own side of the map because SSG were trying to get a little bit frisky. We saw a lot of them try and shift their focus, SSG, that is, to Soul Lane, to match Rival's aggression over there, and it kind of blew up in their face and gave Final K a 4-0 lead at like 15 minutes into the game. So maybe we see if SSG want to continue that aggressive playstyle, the shift away from Kepri, get Rafa on one of his more signature gods in the Bacchus or the Kuzumbo.
Great way to segue that, obviously, the discussion around the picks and bans in Game 1. Maybe see how they affect picks and bans here in Game 2. Not much change, though, for SSG. Yamoja, Hercules, back-to-back bans here in Game 1, now in Game 2. And Odin makes for a clean 3 repeat bans there from SSG. And that kind of lends itself to, I think, what Fino K was telling us is, there's kind of this mindset around important gods to ban. You'll have outliers here, just depending on what specific player you're playing against, but some gods are just too strong. Hercules, maybe more specifically, towards PBM, and same bans as well from Team Rival. Remember Camazotz, though, he fell so deep in draft number 1. Obviously, different priority here from SSG and Rival. Do you think the mindset maybe is just elsewhere? Maybe prioritize something else, or maybe more important? I don't know if we're getting trolled by production this time around, but hard to imagine Camazotz falling that deep one more time.
We got trolled, man. I'm glad you held it on. Uller, again, fantastic flex pick. But yeah, it is interesting to point out that Camazotz makes it so far through, especially considering Rival signature aggressive playstyle would fit Final K's rotation pass very well. He's got fantastic damage and sustain. Maybe recent nerfs have made him a little bit less appealing a pickup, but Huyi does get picked up. That's an aggressive pick. Getting a little bit of deja vu going into this game. Uller and Huyi going to be the first picks for both teams. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it if you're Rival. SSG, it was broke. Maybe see a little bit of adjustment in these first 3 picks.
Yeah, works for me if you're a Rival fan here. Where do you go back-to-back, though, with Huyi? Raijin is the answer. Why not? They had Thor first overall in Game 1, now Huyi first overall here in Game number 2. Raijin, though, same pick spot there for them. Curious, though, after the effective impact Sam was able to have, granted a lot of it over there in that solo lane. Remember, Rival took away the Kali as their 5th and final ban in Game number 1, and maybe for good reason. Kali being hovered here and locked in. So late game scaling power pick here for Cherio in Game number 2.
That's a super powerful pickup, but so early in the draft means they could open them up to some counter picks. Ganesh comes to mind as a guy that's very good in Akali. Anything that can really shut him down, find a silence, prevent the ultimate from coming through. But doesn't really matter if your death immunity is CC'd out. you got a secondary one in Khepri. That's going to be a ton of dive potential coming out from this Kali.
Wow.
It's almost a king protection comp so far. This Ullr's going to be able to be a lightning rod for aggression for SSG while Kali free farms. They make it into the late game. Double death immunity means that this chainsaw is going to be able to rip just for free.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to kill Kali twice, or maybe 3 times even, if she's able to kill off her target, grab that big old heal. Achilles for FineOK, presumably, and after game 1, not surprising at all seeing Rival go back to an 8-1-8 performance for FineOK. Now maybe, and Rival seem to agree, you start to try to springboard that solo lane. Let's get some of his matchups off of the table. Osiris taken away here from Rival. Do you like that mindset moving into the second round now of bans?
If FineOK is going to show us that he's willing to completely put a game on his back, I think banning Gods out to facilitate that makes perfect sense to me. We haven't seen a jungle or support pickup from Rival yet, but I imagine we will see something aggressive that can gank out in the early game. If Susano doesn't get banned out, we probably see that picked up from Rival. It's got a very decent matchup in Ullr. It's going to be able to help out that Achilles a lot. I like what they're doing, Rival. The Osiris has a very good fighting matchup into Achilles, so you ban him out. Jormungandr, one of the safest Guardian pickups for solo. You want your Achilles to get some free kills, ban that out as well. It's pretty smart from what I'm seeing from Rival, and it looks like they're really willing to play through their side lanes.
Now we get a glimpse at the conversation piece we had in the highlight package, where how heavily can you focus out Sam for soccer? Well, it's to the tune of 2 bans here for SSG. Thanatos has been an incredible pick for Sam. Thor as well for Team Rival. So where is Sam's now fallback? I guess tier 3 jungle, not tier 3, but kind of that third fallback pick after Thanatos and Thor taken away. It's looking like the Surcat, absolutely nothing to scoff at here for Sam for soccer.
Surcat's a fantastic pick here. If you're worried about Kali getting the reset on her heal, worry no more. Surcat's ultimate's going to stop that in its tracks. And Sam gets to flex his God pool a little bit. Surcat's not what we really associate with Sam. You'd expect him to pick something a little bit more aggressive, like the Susano, but instead, this Surcat pickup perfectly counters a lot of what SSG has. Now, this Khepri is going to have to focus even more on finding the ultimates onto Kali if she wants to try and dive, because that ultimate counter matchup is going to be really good. As well as the fact that Surcat has a fantastic matchup into Ullr as well.
Ooh. All right, Hera for the final locked-in pick here for SSG, a god that we have seen 4% of the time. That's got to be, what, 1 or 2 games here at this point. What do you make of that? That's an interesting pick through and through.
I like Hera a lot, but when you're already dealing with the dive potential that Rival has in Achilles, in Surcat, that you want a little bit more mobility out of your mid-mage, she's going to have a very hard time self-peeling. She doesn't have a ton of peel on her team outside of this Khepri ultimate, who I already established, I assume, is going to be looking for that Kali, who's going to be diving the enemy backline more often than not. This Hera is going to have a very hard time surviving a lot of this engage factor from Rival, especially with this Kumakarna pickup. Find the epic uppercut. They have very good follow-up on the back end of that. Raijin from downtown, who you can drop the Suns. There's a lot that SSG have to be worried about, but their comp, if it is played at a very high level, if they execute properly, this is an incredibly strong, incredibly potent comp that's just going to be able to play through this Kali.
Yeah, I think SSG have interesting but strong kind of on their side is the way I look at it. And I maybe want to zone in quickly on the solo lane matchup. Obviously some priority for Rival with their final 2 bans. King Arthur picked up, though, for Nika in that solo lane. Will be going up against FineOK's Achilles, presumably. How does that 1 versus 1 kind of look to you in a nutshell?
It's whoever gets a lead early is going to be able to snowball it. It's a high kill potential lane if either one of them pulls ahead.
Game 1 snowballed out of the solo lane. Well, game 2, well, we'll have to go down to Hindu and Aggro to find out.
Yeah, thanks, Dave and Myth. It's exciting to see exactly how this one breaks out, especially because we get a Kali again in the game, Ryan. And with the Kali pickup, we saw it in week 1 from Space Station Gaming. Over the last couple of weeks when Space Station have played, there's been a few teams that have banned this in the second phase away from Cherio. He's the only one that's really been prioritized towards it. Why is Kali seeing play? What is it she's going to bring?
Same thing she's always brought. Insane late game hyper carry potential. And I love it in conjunction with this Khepri because she has 2 you can't kill me buttons on her team now. But Rival has kind of stacked different rock, paper, scissors wins on top of those because for Kali ult, you've got Last Breath from Serket, so that counters that one. That all that anti-heal is going to make sure that no matter if Cherio kills his target or not, when that Destruction ultimate expires, she's toast. There's no way for her to get out. And then if you've got the Khepri ultimate, well then we've still got Achilles ult in order to get that. But what you have to remember is that Achilles ult won't go through Kali ult by itself, and then Serket ult won't completely ignore Khepri ult all by itself. So it's going to be this like weird layering of which ultimates are we using at which time, and are we countering or are we preemptively using those ults? It's going to be a complete mess in these team fights, and I wish you luck at casting them, and I look forward to breaking them down after the fact.
But it's so much easier when you get to watch the play and go, yeah, this is where it went wrong, you know? You don't get to
it's easy
just
for
do
me.
it in the moment. Live in the moment. Honestly, with how game one went, I wouldn't expect anything less than a cluster in these team fights a little bit more so, you know? Right-hand side already, Sam looking for an invade on these Harpies again. He loves this Cherio camp, but Cherio doesn't like this idea. Dardes, though, just off the mark with that polymorph, and that could have been a kill, I think, if that would have landed, especially without Sam having any beads early on in this game. But once again, you're seeing where the attention is. Start of the game, though, Carly did start out a speed buff this time. There was no real crazy shenanigans in the jungle as Sam gets aggressive in mid. Dardes didn't panic, though, didn't use those beads just yet. He'll definitely need them next time round, however.
It's really smart by Dardes to understand that he really wasn't under any sort of siege. Captain Twig had just used his abilities to clear the wave. Would have liked to see Twig jump in, and I think that's the first time I've said that so far since he moved.
Yeah, I was going to say,
he's always
whoa,
doing
whoa.
that way before I asked for
He'll
it.
run with it,
Maybe
yeah.
he didn't have it leveled. Sometimes you go 1-2-1 is Raijin in the mid lane to level 3 if you know you're not going to be under any pressure because that's your best clear. But Twig was a little bit more focused on clearing the wave than necessarily helping. It's not the end of the world by any means. I think they could have gotten beads, but even the fact that they didn't doesn't matter too much.
Gotta say though, we mentioned the Kali. I love Kumbhakana into Kali. He's so useful at shutting down what she's going to bring to the table. Pops her ult, no problem. I'll uppercut you off the map. Oh, don't have my uppercut available? Don't worry, I'll yawn and you'll be CC'd for 3 seconds. Like, it really shuts down a lot of what Kali wants to bring. Not only that, the root is pretty impactful against her too.
Forces the jump every time. Kumbhakarna is just the no fun for this person in particular character. You just get to pick one person every team fight and make sure that they don't have any fun at all. And that's where Kumba players get their fun for some reason.
Yes, we
I
do.
don't really understand that at all.
Yes, we do.
But that's where you pick it for.
Definitely certain matchups that he's definitely good in. Like, for example, Jean Quy, another one that he's very good against. Just take him out of the fight when he uses that ultimate. Make it difficult, potentially, where possible. Or at least once upon a time he was doing that. But then again, Carly as well, another target. Mainly it's assassins that he's very good at locking down and shutting down. Ao Kwang, another one that he's really good at just disrupting with that massive yawn.
It's characters that need to take advantage of the next 3 seconds or whatever, where they use an ability and they really need to make the most out of that one ability to make their whole kit work, or the next few moments on the priority target that's low and running away that, you know, an execute like Ao Kwang really needs. I mean, those are the characters that Kumbhakarna shuts down the most because he has unmissable, you don't get to play for X amount of seconds buttons, and that X is pretty big for Kumbhakarna. We're talking 3 seconds on the mez, 2+ on Epic Uppercut. You're out of the fight for an extended period of time if Kumbhakarna wants you out of the fight.
Well, level situation at the moment is relatively even. Raph has already made a rotation towards mid a little bit earlier to give Vote a bit more farm in this lane of his own. There is a blue line across the map right now in terms of ward coverage from Space Station 2. Just trying to get full vision of where Sam could be hunting. And he just stepped on the ward now, and you can see where Rafa and Dardes are on the rotation too, towards Nika and Fine OK. Fine OK playing aggressive because he knows he's got Sam in support. Rafa has found Sam for soccer, but there's an August drop down on his head, and Cherio gets credit for the kill. Mike's going to run away from August now as the chase is on for Fine OK at the same time, but he's going to get away just about too. Great rotation from Space Station there, but that was all the ward coverage I literally was just talking about.
Yep, ward coverage is huge in that moment, and Sam without purification beads is a sitting duck for this phenomenal CC chain by Space Station. I love seeing compositions that have CC that doesn't get DR'd, that you can stack one on top of the other. You've got Khepri Abduct. That is lasting as long as it says on the tooltip, and there's not a whole lot that you can do about it. Then you've got Polymorph, same way. You've got the Argus knockup. Not a long CC, but one that you could put on the very end to keep that whole chain going. Sam didn't get to do anything that entire team fight. He was dead before he ever got to press a button.
Well, Sam has his ultimate available again, and funny enough, that's why I'm a bit surprised that he went for the blink option here and not the beads at the start of the game, knowing he's going to be up against this much CC. Red Buff's going to go the way of Twig here for now. I do want to touch on a little bit what you said about DR there, diminishing returns. Explain that a little bit for some of the fans that might not understand it as well as others.
Sure. So in SMITE, it's a heavy CC game, and if you were to just get CC'd for as long as it said you were on every tooltip, you would not have very much fun playing the game, unless you're some sort of weird Kumba masochist, and then you'd probably love it. But when you get Ymir stunned, and then you get stunned by Kali after the fact, every time you get hit by a hard CC, your character gets a hidden stack of diminishing returns that then takes a percentage off of any following CC that then hits you for a set amount of time. It's almost 10 seconds. It's a pretty long time where those DR stacks stay on you. But there are certain CCs that don't interact in that way. Knockups are the biggest one, where you will get knocked up even if you've been CC'd for 10 minutes straight. They've got 100 bots and they're Ymir freezing you on a loop. You will get knocked up for the same duration every single time. And that's why it's really important for those types of CCs to be in your composition, because it lets you layer your CC really well and keep a CC chain going for a longer period of time. You want to end CC chains with those, because even though they apply stacks of DR, they aren't affected by them at the same time.
I just didn't want to speak for 2 minutes as everyone was farming. That's the only reason.
That's what I'm here for. You never want to speak for 2 minutes while everyone's farming, and that's when I talk the most. That's what I'm here for.
That's perfect. It works out great. Blue Buff,
you want to ask me about my favorite sandwich? I ranted about that for a while the other day.
Don't care. Don't care about your sandwich at all. It's nothing to do. It's not relevant, is it? Is it relevant to SMITE?
No.
Is there anything like? Is it like a Sobek burger or something? No.
No. I just like sandwiches a lot, and I think about them constantly.
Okay, you got to start eating before you cast. That's what I'm going to say to you. Red Buff secured for Captain Twig and Rival beforehand. And now on towards the mid lane we go again. Level differential between the teams. A slight lead at this very second for Twig, but I think with this mid lane coming in, he should catch up relatively well. However, he's splitting a little bit more. Look at Vote, though, very aggressive in this lane. And Panda gave him what for overstepping his boundaries there a little bit. And immediately Vote's going to turn tail and back away just in case a rotation comes through. But it's not going to be on the cards just yet. Ward coverage at the moment again, though. Very blue focused, I would say, on the map. Good vision around that red buff and across the right-hand side where we've seen Sam start to position consistently. He's not really looking for many ganks on to King Arthur, though, but I say that as he blinks on in to that King Arthur and forces Nika to use his ult, holds his ult of his own and pulls Nika all the way back in, but spinning baby right round is Nika. And with Cheerio showing up, that lowers the aggression out of Sam and fine okay. So Sam's ult in trade of Nika's. Difference is, though, Nika's always going to have one ult available, more than likely.
He's going to get it back very quickly, even if he doesn't have it at that exact moment. And this last breath is pretty much required to kill Nika at this point, because it's too hard to get him into that execute range, consistently below it, without Captain Twig rotating over. You need 3 people at this point to take down this King Arthur, especially when he has these tank boots in that second slot. And I love this pickup on Arthur, because crowd control reduction is really, really strong on him. We were talking about DR a little bit earlier on. This basically starts your DR at a lower point every single time, so that you are getting CC'd for even less time. So things like the whole Circuit CC chain, where you get taunted into Deathbane, into ulted, and then she still has enough time to auto-attack you, you won't have that kind of time if you're Sam for Soccer. And without proccing that auto-passive, it's going to be difficult.
Oh, Cheerio stood tall there, especially with Raiju on him, but Twig jumped in, took a lot of damage, has to bead away from the root, however, and the chase down potential of August, which is now going to start to go on cooldown again. Vote was pressuring that lane on the left-hand side too. Didn't manage to strip away the purple buff by the looks of it, but that was very intriguing to me, just how far up Cheerio was positioned, wanting to take that fight, it felt like.
Felt like Twig was more than happy to do so, didn't it? I mean, he jumps in and loses his ult and beads. Dardes only trades beads. They both have CDR, but Dardes a little bit more because he went for those Shoes of Focus instead of the Shoes of the Magi. So Space Station probably feeling very happy with that trade, and they didn't even start it.
Well, Raijin has no beads in this. Gold Fury under threat. Panda Cat going to drop down the Suns as the entourage of Rival arrive. That will push Space Station back. Small win for for Space Station again, though, I guess, as Rival did use up that Ho Yi ultimate there. And I like the idea of that from Space Station, though. Get beads in mid from Twig, and immediately look to try and pressure them around the Fury, knowing that also his ultimate is down too.
And he had to back at the time. He was very, very low after Argus chased him down. So you've got a pretty solid window. And that's one of the reasons I think Ho Yi is so important in the meta right now, is that he can just do that. Walk around a Gold Fury pit. Oh, they're on it. I'll drop Sunbreaker. They're either, coin flipping this Gold Fury around us, and they're going to take a lot of damage in the process and buy time for my team to catch up and kill them, or they're going to reset. And I'm happy with either result. Panda gets the latter. He's happy with the result either way, and he keeps this game a little bit closer to neutral, even though it's slightly in Space Station's favor.
Okay, why, when I start to try and say something to you and be stern with you, does chat take your side every time? Because now they want to know about your favorite sandwich. I don't care about his sandwich, okay? Stop siding with aggro. It hurts my feelings. What? I do have feelings, okay? You may not see
Graham,
that,
didn't you yell at the noob casters? Oh, nice
stunning in for Cherio, though. Nice little segue for me to get out of that one as Cherry gets knocked into the sky by the Kumbhakana. The ward coverage is good for Rival now, but the investment wasn't too high, I would say, although Argus did get used, which I would say is probably one of the best secures that Space Station really have around this area. Vote wants to take a fight. Looking at it towards Panda Cat there. I want to see Vote and Panda Cat at it a bit more, though. Like, honestly, like, their scrappiness, I feel like they're very cut from the same cloth to an extent of wanting to be aggressive in lane if they can.
Yeah, but it wasn't that case last game. I mean, I nearly made a joke halfway through that I didn't know that Panda Cat was joining Doug as the second spectator of the game, because he had like no player damage through the first 14 minutes of last game, because he's up against Uller and you don't want to fight against Uller. And Vote isn't holding waves. He's not forcing Panda to come to him. So why would Panda end up fighting him? It's really been Vote who hasn't done it.
Nika under pressure, was just trying to stay on his tower line and defend the creeps, but the pressure from Fine OK set up Sam Pasocca for a beautiful rotation in and a kill. Cherio just wasn't there in time, but Cherio is around to try and make sure he can defend this tower if need be, and he probably will need to be there because Nika's dead for another 25 seconds, so Cherio is going to be stuck on this right-hand side, and that's bringing Polar Bear Mike over too. The hunt is on for the Carly. Jumps away straight into Cumber. Roots available. Remember, he just ended up using the leap, but Cherio at least had his ultimate. On landing, though, boom goes the dynamite as Polar Bear Mike gets himself on the board. Me on the left-hand side. Vote and Panda, scrappy little battle there for a second or two, but the purple buff is secured by Panda Cat once again.
That's a good attempt by Vote to go aggressive, but Panda fends it off, and it's pretty difficult to invade Ho Yi around the jungle where he's got plenty of bounces. Graham, I'm assuming that production told you what chat wanted in your ear, because I know that you wouldn't tell the amateur casters to not look at chat while casting, and then you would do that. So I'm assuming Tyler's the one who told you, even though I didn't hear it, so he must have sent a secure line all the way over to you. And if chat wants to know my favorite sandwich, then I've got good news. We discussed it on our podcast that Barracuda and I have, so you can go and check that out.
Oh my God, you sellout! See, chat, you've turned him into a sellout. He's going to push his own products to you now. He's going to give you a G Fuel code or something too. I'm sick of it.
Whoa. Come on now. I'm not doing it. We're not going that far. This is a healthy podcast that I'm putting out there. It's family friendly.
Your sandwiches.
Everyone loved it.
Cheese, and cheese. Pressure on Cherio again, though, and no ultimate available for him. Twig, though, those drums, they were off to Timbuktu. They weren't in the right direction at all. Unfortunate case. So Cherio slips a dangerous situation for him there, where he nearly got pinched again. Right-hand side, Fine OK still dealing with Nika and keeping impression under the tower is exactly what you expect out of an Achilles, as Mike is rotating heavily around the map at the moment and keeping a good pace on farm too, which is really paying dividends so far for Rival.
Twig has been unafraid to just toss out these Taiko drums in the slightest hint of danger, but that is such a better mentality to have than saving your ultimate for the perfect engagement, which is just never going to come around, right? You just have to be fast and loose with ultimates at times. And I think that it felt like Twig didn't do a whole lot with that ult, but that credit really goes to Raffer, because he hit the carries. He hit Dardes with that Rising Dawn, the Kepri 2, and gave them a lot of damage reduction and made sure those Taiko drums didn't hit Dardes nearly as hard as it felt like they probably should have.
So gold leads around 2,000 right now. Is Sam Fasaka going to get some pressure with the help of Final K? Of course, in this solo lane again, with that tier 1 tower being down, makes it a little bit trickier to defend. Pyromancer started up now by Sam. Final K with him. Nobody else really sensing it other than Nika. But Space Station Gaming are making a play on the left-hand side at the same time. The Gold Fury under threat, but everybody on Rival know about it. Drums sounding, taunts going through, Fury down, and Space Station secure it. Pyromancer was reset, as was the Kepri ultimate in place, and when Rafa respawns, he's going to be in a world of hurt. Ooh, sneaky, good little route, but at the end of the day, Panda's going to be there to secure the kill. That means the gold stays about the same with 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, gold pretty heavily in Space Station's favor just from that last little skirmish, so they end up a little bit ahead.
Pressuring mid and Cherio again, though, as Sam just saw him up close and personal. Will the poison keep him alive? Just in time, it wore off as the Kali ultimate was exhausted there. Fine, okay, absorbed most of the damage onto this tier 1 tower, but the pressure onto the tower wasn't good enough at that moment. PandaCat wasn't there to help pressure. He was over on this left-hand side, looking at this very weakened tier 1 on the left. So far, though, Rival looking good for map pressure with all the tier 1 towers.
Just feels like Rival's the one dictating the pace of this game, doesn't it? Early game, it was Space Station walking around, using their CC chain, doing a lot of good things, but they didn't really find a whole lot. Rival eased off the gas just enough to stay pretty safe in those moments, whereas right now, it feels like Rival's starting to pick up the tempo a little bit in the game. And Space Station make a good play, they go to Gold Fury, they answer that really nicely, and they stop Pyromancer from going down then. They won't stop it now. But it still feels like Rival is in control of the pacing of this game. Yeah. And I know the talking point that I'd like to bring up with Finch a lot is which team is answering or posing the questions to the other team, which team is forcing the other to react to them. And even though the lead isn't huge right now for Rival, at least in gold, XP is pretty solidly in their favor, especially in the jungle. Cherry's down 3 levels to Sam, and Rival is just dictating the pace of this game right now, which is always hard to come back from.
But I think that's a big key here is Rival's mid-game composition is so potent that they need to play through that, because the later this goes, we always talk about late game with some compositions, and Carly is one of those characters that you turn towards the late game in fairness as well. I would say Hera feels that way to me too. Her late game is very potent. Once August gets to that level 20, it can really make a big impact. So Rival looking to, speed this game up to an extent and use the power play opportunity they have right now makes a lot of sense to me.
I agree. I think that you want to make sure that you're using this level lead while it matters, because eventually experience doesn't matter at all. You're going to all be level 20. Even if you're level 20 and they're level 19, you may be up at, 4,000, 5,000 XP individually even, but it doesn't matter because you're not gaining anything more from that experience. So you want to leverage exactly what Sam has right now, which is this level lead while you can, which is why it's surprising to me that he's splitting at this point. I feel like if I'm Rival, I want Sam grouped up with us, enforcing whatever fights he can. He might be trying to look for 1v1s, pull someone over to duo, try and 1v1 them. That might be the game plan here, but I think it might be a little bit more effective to let Sam spread this lead to the whole team fight and force a 5-on-5.
It does look by Sam's position there on the left-hand side. He was trying to make sure that if Carly oversteps, he can do something. But now, he's not here for this fight in mid. All 5 members of Space Station are close by, except Nika, who can get over there if required with a teleport. But the ultimate already dropped down by Rapper onto himself. Uppercut takes out Cherio for a second from the flank, but Cherio still has his ult available. Sam on the backside, though, coming on in. Rapper looks to jump away, but ends up abducting Sam, and that just sets up his death for Fine Okay. To the back line goes Sam, though, straight towards Nika. Nika with a good 2-man stun, however. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Cherio's taking a trade with Fine Okay and Polar Bear Mike. Gets his ult off in time, looking for the reset. The leap will give him some sustain, but not enough to stop the ricochet. Polymorph forces the beat out of PandaCat, though, and Panda tries to stay as taut as possible to keep the pressure going. But it forces both teams back for now. 2 members dead on either side. Don't even really know who I like in that of who came out on top. Experience and gold, well, it would lead the way of Space Station there, but I don't really know if there's a map positional advantage either.
I can tell you that no one wins watching that team fight, because that was ugly, man. That was a whole lot of whiffed abilities just going everywhere. I mean, Fine Okay, they set Raffer up to kill him with the Achilles execute, and I don't know what happens. We were riding along with Dardaz, and I didn't see if Fine Okay just put it wide or what happened, if it got blocked. But Raffer doesn't get executed, number one. Then Sam comes in, gets insta-plucked by accident by Raffer, but it ends up being sick because it makes sure that Sam can't go for the targets that he wants to. And then Cheerio just needs that little bit of extra damage on a
So
Final
close.
K who was his target that would have reset his health bar, and that would have snowballed the whole fight for Space Station. And he misses the jump that would have killed him. That was a tough team fight on both sides. That needed to be a little bit cleaner.
Well, the Fury being looked at here, but here's a little look back at that fight from Vote's point of view here. Cherry, you saw there just looking for the kill onto Fine. Vote at least found the pickup of that one there. Crazy engagement between the two. As now Rival position around this Primal Fury. Rafa just used his ultimate defensively there. Not available, but Pandacat did too. And that's a good zoning ult. Talk about zoning ults. There's one as well from Captain Twig from the backside. Mike's into his passive as Rafa is back in the fountain. Into the pit they go with Nika though. Thunder crashing from Twig for a bit of CCR. And then we're fine. Okay, looking for the execute, won't find it. Instead, he knocks down as his health bar low enough to get credit for the kill. Cherio's trying to ult away to live to fight another day. Won't happen here though. Pandagat gets the kill again. And this is kind of a tale of game one all over again. They could open this game up all of a sudden, Rival. They had the lead earlier, Ryan, but it looks like that one fight could really turn into a fire giant now.
And this is what being the team that's asking the questions does. It puts pressure on the dam until it all breaks loose, and you just get to win a team fight head over heels. And mark the day, Graham, because I never thought I'd say it, but someone from the back line has got to step up and help the support, because everyone is full HP looking at Raffer about to get executed. They're watching Raffer about to be executed. They go, man, wish I could help with that. Anyway, see ya. Full HP, by the way. No one body blocks the Achilles execute, and that is a massive deal because then it makes sure that Fine can use it to close the gap to find his two-man stun on red buff and make sure that Space Station get absolutely decimated in that team fight. Got to be more selfless than that, fellas. You have one big health bar as a team. It's not 5 individual ones. You got to use it as one big one. They had a lot of healthy health bars there that can step up and eat that Achilles execute and still position okay after the fact, and no one stepped up to do it.
Love that confidence out of Vote there on the left-hand side, though. Took the 1v1 against Sam. Came out relatively even in it for the most part, if anything. I think we saw Sam use his beads there to look for the play. But Vote also pushed down the tier 2 and actually made Rival fall back a little bit more so there to come and defend their own half of the map. So just delaying a bit of this fire giant for now. You can see the top left power play situation. While Rival have that FG, this is the difference they're making in terms of gold and kills and such.
And that's huge because Sam not having beads, we talked about the CC chain potential already from Space Station. We saw it happen to him by accident. Sam actually picks up Magi's to make sure that that doesn't happen quite as often, that he can save those purification beads. But 90 seconds is a pretty long time and a pretty good chunk of this fire giant. And I don't think Rival necessarily want to just waste it waiting for Sam's purification beads. And that's a really good play for Vote, not just because he gets the beads, but because that's the feeling of a veteran player who understands that this game is slipping away and you've got to take a risk and you've got to put yourself in a position to make a play. And he just gave Space Station a potential window to get an opening and make a play later on. That was impressive.
And sometimes we don't really see that. You know, we see them try and make that window, but it doesn't normally work out very well. That time, he was pretty successful, at least for what he was trying to do. Now Rival trying to push out these lanes in all different scenarios here. Look for these tier 2 towers. Sam clearly on the right-hand side trying to pressure for a Phoenix and get a wraparound if possible. Vote first in the scene on the left-hand side, though. Soon to be followed by Rafa 2. Won't take long with that fire giant buff for Rival to take it down, however, and all the attention will turn towards this tier 2 tower. Look at the positioning, though. I'm not sure Space Station are going to feel confident defending this. They might just wait on the Phoenix line here.
The difference between you being down 9,000 gold and then, 10.5, it's nothing. It's not worth you losing the game over, and it is game-losing territory for Space Station if they lose a fight anywhere on the map. So this is the right call. Just sit on the Phoenixes. Your Phoenix defense isn't great. It's one of Hera's weaknesses that she's pretty short range. The only ability that can clear the way from a safe distance is the 2, but you want to use the 2 on the front line that blinks in on you. So it's a little bit difficult, I think. You're going to have to rely on a big Argus drop on the back line as soon as they step up.
Final K is having a great game as well right now. I know we're not spoken about him much, but my oh my, I felt his impact in these fights. At the moment, he's in mid lane, forcing Cheerio back to base at the moment. As we look towards Rafa, who's the only man on the front line here, gets his ultimate off on himself for the time being. Twig did use the ultimate as well. Gets some decent damage off on Cheerio, but not enough to secure a kill. Rafa needs to return to base soon, though, and that's leaving Nika a bit solo on that front side. Mike to the backside with the uppercut, looks for the play on Vote. Vote's beads, however, will stop the kiss from connecting from Sam Pasaka. The Phoenix, meanwhile, by Panda Cat is under threat and will fall down. Chase now on, potentially for Rival, but instead they'll fall back towards the middle area, looking towards his second Phoenix. They've only got 30 seconds, though, on that Fire Giant, so, yeah, better side of Valor there. Let's fall back, strip the jungle, and look for the Fury, maybe.
Smart. You don't want to push it. You already got the most valuable Phoenix, and with so many ultimates down on your side, it's not really worth trying to push that even further in your team's favor. You kind of got what you needed out of that Fire Giant, which is to secure the next Fire Giant. You kind of use one fire to set up the next by getting the enemy enemy far side Phoenix, and then you set yourself up to win the game off the second Fire Giant the majority of the time, and Rivals following that playbook pretty closely.
But with Final K coming back from base now, Space Station do have the men advantage around the Fury. Twig's going to pull it with Panda Cat. Now they'll see the enemies on the scene. Still, though, the front line from Rival isn't here where Nika is. That's a bead situation forced if I've ever seen one on Panda Cat. And Twig's under a lot of pressure at the same time. Rafa will get credit for the kill. Final K, though, just annihilated Vote. He's not going to play anymore. Good uppercut, though, onto Cherio, but Cherio's still alive and will escape for now. Poison will make sure it claims the life, however, but it doesn't spread around. His shield is monstrous. The Aegis bought him time and a great abduct to make sure that he can't get the chase on from Final K. And now with Nika and Rafa, Bruise Brothers on the front line. Polar Bear Mike and Final K fall back, but the minions are onto the Titan, boys and girls. Luckily enough, Donis did have to base anyway, and I think he's quite happy he needed to after seeing that.
That was a smart play by Space Station. Rival gets caught slipping a little bit. They don't do a great job of warding on their way out. That's what you want to do a lot of times, is save wards in your inventory to places, not quite breadcrumbs, because then you've got to follow them back. You're not going back that way, but it's just to cover your exits and make sure that Space Station doesn't follow you up and do exactly that, which is ambush you before you've had a chance to back and buy. And that's a great idea by Space Station. Dardes wraps around the left side of that Gold Fury, catches Captain Twig completely unaware. He's a little bit late with the relics, and understandably so. It's hard for him to understand how dire that threat was to him. Little bit unfortunate for Space Station that they don't get a chance to push out this left side wave too much. That's what you really want to do in these moments that the enemy team is setting up for fire, is push that wave basically up towards their buffs, towards purple and red on the enemy side of the map, to make sure that you have all the time you need to defend on the Fire Giant and don't have to worry too much about your Phoenix or Titan.
Rafa, the only one near the Fire Giant as of right this second, but look on the left-hand side. Cheerio meets Sam Pasaka and does not win that battle this time. Cherio's going to need to resustain back up. Take into account, doesn't have much lifesteal in that build at the moment, though, so it's going to be a bit trickier than he would want to, so a quick trip back to base for him. Nika, meanwhile, on the left, still dealing with fire minions pouring in, but Rival not confident enough to start the Fire Giant until just now. Rafa's still on the front side. He'll be the early warning sign for Space Station Gaming to contest this one. Deeper in the jungle is Dardes, the last one through. Uppercut from Mike, though, takes out Vote for a second, and on landing, Vote gets focused down, but Vote manages to survive for the time being. Nika, meanwhile, gets a hold of Twig, and the Raijin is pressured out again. Shell was consumed there by Mike, and Dardes went around the back and found an angle to pick up Twig in the pieces. Now the chase is potentially on for another kill as Panda Cat falls down to Cheerio. Space Station Gaming are turning the fight around, and it was Rival caught sleeping. They didn't have their exits covered, and Space Station Gaming just came through them, and one by one, they kill the backline first, and it just leaves the front line to run away in tatters. Look at this play though, Ryan, left-hand side. They're looking to try and pressure for a Phoenix again, but Space Station are splitting the difference.
Smart by Space Station, and it all comes back to that ambush on the Gold Fury. The reason Space Station's so willing to try and get here and defend this Fire Giant is because they got relics, both relics, from both Captain Twig and Panda Cat. So they know that this fight is really advantageous for them around this Fire Giant. And again, Dardes, with the assassin positioning, goes around the back of the objective. Crazy. Someone's got to start warding these areas, because he's just moseying on through. Don't mind me. I'm just going to dunk your back line as the enemy mage. And I say it a lot. if you're able to hit the enemy backline as the mid laner, you probably already won the fight.
There's so much confidence to do that as a mage player, though, right? To wrap round the back and go for a kill like that, it's like assassin or, to an extent, a support mentality sometimes can come into play there. And Don is used to play support, but the fact he's so confident in his ability to go and do that, and his team allow that to happen, is a crazy thought process to think of. You want your mage in safety with your Khepri nearby, right? You want the peel around him. But at the same time, Don is like, nah, fam, I'm going to the back, and I'm going to get kills. And he did just that.
And he hasn't taken any punishment for it either. He only has the 1 death so far this game, and that was not anytime recently. So you know that he's been pretty safe. He's top player damage. There's been a pick that Dartez has liked for a little bit now, this Hera, and it is a really underrated pick in my mind. Her scaling isn't phenomenal, but it's good enough that into the late game, you really just rely on how beefy Argus is and how much damage he's going to do, because that guy will mess you up if you give him the opportunity. And when you're positioning like this as Dartez, it's not like Argus is going to insta-die in the team fights to AoE like he does at times against some other compositions when you're playing a little bit more traditionally. He's just getting in there and getting his hands dirty, and it's working pretty well.
I want to take into account the health shields as well, because the amount of shields Dartez gets is going to eat a ton of damage for him and keep him sustained back up too, which is a big factor into that on top. I mean, it's 250 plus, you know, a little bit of scale in there as well, but that extra survivability is so important for absorbing some of this damage, specifically like dot damages, the likes of Raijin, the likes of Circuit Poisons, you know, just eats a bit of that up and keeps you alive.
It's huge, and the amount of movement speed it gives you is really underrated. It makes Argus literally Usain Bolt times 85 or however much bigger he is than the normal human. I mean, he is zooming whenever he gets that 3, and he's pulsing out that damage at the same time. So not only is he more likely to hit his auto attack during that time, but you're getting pulsed down pretty quickly, and that's 7.5% scaling. It doesn't seem like a lot, but that adds up really, really fast. You get hit by 2-3 ticks that thing, you're feeling it for sure.
Well, you saw the Fire Giant go the way of Space Station, and they're trying to answer back to some of these towers. Only 2 left standing on the entire map right now. All Phoenixes are back alive for Space Station, though. And left-hand side, you can see Sam just trying to keep the pressure up. And actually slow down Space Station for a second as they push down that right-hand side for a tier 2. But with rival pressure in mid, it forced a couple of members back. However, caught in the lane, Sam was trying to back. Both of them have already used up their Magi's cloaks, but the chase is still on. And Sam's under a lot of pressure here. It's about mobility factor into 2, but one of them does have a speed buff. I tell a lie, he does not have a speed buff at all there. I thought I saw that on Cherio's waist. But meanwhile, Ratha, so tanky at this point. He's just going to be like, yep, come on in here, Vo. Strip away the tower. I can eat this damage and regen off the FG.
Smart here by Space Station, because even though they got the Fire Giant, they're feeling like they have all this momentum. They had so many towers left on the map and so much gold left on the map in the form of those towers that it was going to be difficult for them to end. They would have had to clear out all the towers and then go for a Phoenix push. I like the pacing they've gone for. They've kind of stalled out this fire. They're not using it necessarily to blow the game wide open and get the win right away, but they even out the game. Now we've got even in gold, 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold at 33 minutes is literal nothing. So the game is even now. Both teams have no towers left standing. Now it's just a straight up, honest scrap by the Fire Giant. And whoever wins it is going to win the game. You don't have to worry too much about, oh, their Titan's healthier because they have towers up and that's going to make the Titan tankier. None of that anymore. This one is just straight up in the jungle.
Well, especially with an enhanced Fire Giant available now as well as we hit the 34-minute mark. But the chance is on. Pressure actually onto Mike, and he got evaporated in that fight. That's the Argus we were talking about. One abduct. The silence lasts long enough to burst him down with Vote alongside him. And now it's a 4v5 with the Fire Giant about to spawn in about 15 seconds' time. Rather just have to sit back for now. Do you send a member here? Do you try and go for a play? Or do you give it up?
I think you give it up. Because think back to last game where
true.
Cherio blinks in and steals gold, and it's like, yes, we got it. But now we pulled our whole team up here. We lose a whole lot more on the back end, even though we get the objective. I feel like it's a very similar situation here on this Fire Giant. Even if Rival were to steal it, the chance of them winning the fight after is very, very small. It's much better to defend on your Phoenix. You've got pretty good Phoenix defense. PBM is going to be annoying to deal with those mezzes. You've got Ho Yi ultimate. You've got Raijin damage poke over the wall. All of that is pretty potent. I like the idea to defend here, but you just can't let PBM get picked like that. It's not like he got blink abducted by Raffer. Raffer doesn't have blink. No one used some surprise CC on Mike. That was just bad positioning, and he got caught out.
Well, you saw some for Soccer there, just pressure the mid area for a while, but Cherio did spot that, I feel, as he fell back. Fury's going to spawn here, so Space Station looking to use this Oni Fury to their advantage. What a great time for an Oni Fury, though, Ryan, right? Like 35 minutes in the game, you've just swung the game back to an even state, and if not, into the lead now with the Fire Giant, and then you get these Oni minions after all the towers being dead. This just puts extra defensive pressure now onto Rival. When you look at their composition, how do you feel about them handling this here? How would you split it up?
You got to send Twig to deal with whatever you can, but he can't go alone. And Achilles is not a good wave clearer at this point in the game. He's really not a good wave clearer at any point in the game. He just fights really well and needs to be able to hit the enemy solo laner with his combat dodge and either reset the proc, and he uses both of those to clear the archers or whatever. This is not a great wave clear composition. Serket doesn't clear waves particularly well, so it's going to be a little bit difficult, I think, for a Rival to handle these effectively. You can't really afford to send Twig anywhere but where the bulk of Space Station is. Looks like Sam's going to try and split out and get this right side wave all by himself, but that's going to probably cost him his Magi's courtesy of Nika, which is not something he really wants to lose at this point.
Oni Fury minion waves pushed up pretty far already alongside Cherio there. Bit of a split difference. Nika up against Sampasaka here. And I know I mentioned Fine OK earlier, but Nika had 2 big plays in this game with those blink initiations. Speaking of that, he does another one. Forces the beads on towards Sampasaka, and the distraction is enough to keep Sam out for the time being, as now Nika marches on down right-hand side. Rival did force the Hoyi ultimate there on the left on the defense of that wave, but that means it's not going to be available for the next. Mid lane though, Cherio now onto the minion wave, onto the Phoenix here too, and they're splitting the difference. And with Sam not having his ultimate or his beads available or his cloak, it's a trickier task to defend. Cherio actually gets to force Mike over here, and it's a 3-way split across the map.
And Nika still on that right-hand side. Now Arthur doesn't get Phoenix's super well, that very low attack speed. But with an Oni wave, it's not going to take him needing a whole lot of help at this point. He can get it with just help from that minion wave.
Back at it again is Sam, though, trying to deal with Nika, but that's an Oni wave there still on this right-hand side that's doing a lot of the work for him. Dardes gets a kill on Panic on the left, however, caught just off screen as Twig was forced to use the ultimate. Thunder crashes away and the Phoenix is down. Rival had this game comfortable around the 18 to 20 minute mark, but the longer and longer it went on, some good plays around the Fire Giant from Space Station, and they're into the throne room, Ryan, and they're gonna take game 2.
Wow, I mean, Rival had this one wrapped up with a bow on top. They were ready to go home, and it feels like they were talking about maybe their favorite sandwich a little bit too much around that Gold Fury. They don't cross their T's and dot their I's, war on their way out. They get ambushed there. And then they don't want to play it patiently. They want to try and use the fact that left side Phoenix was down. I think they had some time there to wait on that Phoenix to respawn a little bit closer, but just wait for your carries relics to come up. The fact that Twig and Panda didn't have relics made that fight around Fire pretty easy for Space Station.
Yeah, crazy back and forth between the two, but the good news is we get one more game of it, so what's going to happen in game 3? We'll get the deaths, though, to break down game 2 for you.
What a game number 2 was. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time, not for game 3, not for Rival to win, not for SSG to win, but for myself to tell you about our chair sponsor here in the SPL, Maxonomic. $50 off your chair purchase using code SMITE. Max Need for Seat USA.com is where you will go. Your logo, your motto, whatever you want, stitched right on the back of the chair. That's SMITE Max is your checkout code. NeedForSeatUSA.com is your website. And I'll take back my chair ad crown once more. Mifflin with me to talk game number 2. And Mifflin, what a turnaround here. We sort of talked about draft and picks and bans and what helped SSG win that one. They just scaled better.
They did. This is why I hate following up an aggro cast, because it's almost just going to be me repeating exactly what he said. That game really does shift once SSG picks up the Fire Giant, and that's off the back of Rival playing a little bit overly aggressive, perhaps because they had a little bit of map pressure having the Phoenix down, but they move in to defend the Fire Giant with no relics available, get easily cleaned out there. Fire Giant goes the way of SSG, and then they clear up the entire map. But SSG's team fight played out a little bit different than I'd expected from just the P's and B's. We saw that, yes, Cali was going in very hard the entire time, was a part of 9 kills, finds 4 deaths, however. But the entire time while Team Rival's shutting down Cherio, it's just Dardes free casting in the back on this Hera, able to deal immense amounts of damage, just being able to do whatever she wants without any pressure seen towards her. And a lot of that was due to the fact that Nico was able to just take fights anywhere on the map 1v1. He forces out beads off the enemy jungler. He's forcing the Magi's. He's making sure that there's plenty of space for Dardes to operate in. And towards the tail end, Rafford didn't really need to rely on using his ult onto Cherio. It was all for Dardes. And this right here is where we knew there might be some trouble for Team Rival. You never want Callie to get first blood.
Yeah, it's one thing if, you're kind of winning this game. It gets a little bit further, more drawn out. You get to that, 20, 30-minute mark, and then you start to worry about the Callie, but not when she's swinging this early on. SSG, you could argue even with Rival throughout a lot of it. Rival, though, did end up snagging kind of a lead. And one kind of question I want to levy to you, Mifflin. Do you think this is one where Rival had the win in their bag and they just kind of stumbled through the finish line and SSG were able to pick it up? Or do you think this is maybe better play from SSG that kind of stole it away from Rival, or maybe some combination of the two?
There was a point in the game where Rival was primed to take the match just because their lead was so absolutely immense. But SSG did a fantastic job of just buckling down, playing defensively, making sure that they weren't bleeding out too far. There were points where they were 3-4 levels down to their exact lane counterparts, but it didn't matter because SSG was defending so well, and they drafted for the late game. Rival just wasn't quite able to pull enough of a lead to just put an end to the match. SSG get exactly what they want. The game goes to around 30 minutes. That's where they start to hit their stride. They find the dub.
And it takes a special sense of confidence, I think, to go up against Rival and draft for the late, right? I mean, that's basically betting on yourself to survive the onslaught of early game pressure that Rival has shown us they have in spades over recent weeks. So I admire that from SSG. It works out here. They tie up this set. We're moving on to a game 3. And what an absolute awesome set it has been up to this point. Picks and bans has been a lot of fun to follow, kind of the changing dynamics. Maybe not in the first 6 bans, though. Both teams kind of opting for more of the same here. I wonder, though, what now starts to change. And I wonder if maybe we start to see any emphasis. I'm not saying there's been a complete lack of emphasis in the long lane from these junglers, but it's been sort of continued presence over towards the solo lane side of the map. So I wonder if that's something that continues here moving forward.
I think SSG will very likely continue the same jungle playstyle that we saw last match, but Rival are going to need to shift their focus over towards Dardes. This is 2 games in a row where he's been able to play incredibly well, deal immense amounts of damage, and just perform to a level that is above the rest of his team. Despite losing in game 1, Dardes looks really good, and despite being on an immobile god against a dive comp, Dardes looked really good in game 2. You can't let him get off to these fantastic starts. It's a little bit quieter when you talk about SSG. Usually the conversation's around Raffer. Usually it's around Cherio. Right. Dardes has had a fantastic year so far, one of the most consistent performers, despite having a little bit of a turbulent start.
Agreed. And while Aphrodite might be kind of a universal ban anyway, he's pulling bans out here from Rival. Dardes specifically very notable on the Aphrodite. So SSG bans continue to be more of the same here. Let's take Emoji away anyway, and PPM tends to be pretty good at Hercules, so we'll take him off the board. Sobek to follow up here for Team Rival. Mid lane-wise, we sort of started to see a little bit of variety. Raijin for Rival here, 2 games in a row. Do you like them going Raijin back-to-back? Do you maybe look for them to change it up here into Game 3, or has the Raijin not necessarily been a winning or a losing factor on either end of that?
I don't really think shifting that mid pick is going to make too much of a difference, especially considering just how good Raijin is. I think maybe if you were to see some change, it would be around that jungle. You want to get someone involved a little bit more early, or even around the solo lane, since we've seen a lot of pressure over there. Maybe pick something that's a little bit more apt at fighting, which is why we saw the King Arthur come through. There's a lot that could be shifted around there. Right. Rival banning out this Callie, that's a lot of respect they're showing towards Cherio, and that goes to show Cherio didn't really have the most damage output. His slash line wasn't the most wildly impressive, but the raw pressure that he had just for existing as a late game Callie was enough for Rival to not want to have to deal with it again.
If I'm remembering correctly, Rival banning out Callie just later on in game number 1, and then obviously picked up in game 2 for SSG. The Ullr first pick continues here for SSG. Vote will likely get Ullr in the long lane once more, and this time without bait from the production team. Camazotz has still continued to slip here in this set, but maybe a return to priority from game 1 here for Rival, with Thor being locked in for Sam.
And maybe even a Hu Yi if we're going to get a little bit more of the same.
Yeah, right.
Thor pickup, going to be able to get that global pressure that you always need. Fantastic on the map, because going to be able to slow down Dardas as well. Thor has some of the best gank potential in the middle lane possible. So I like exactly what we're seeing here from Rival. Raijin picked up Shades of Game 2.
Yep.
Instead of Hu Yi, get a Raijin. Instead of Raijin, we get a Thor.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, it's the 1-2 punch that game 1, Thor Raijin. Game 2, you get the Hu Yi Raijin. So Raijin is the kind of consistent there, but Thor filling in for Sam, obviously realizing that the presence from game 1, remember, Sam snowballing Fine OK's Achilles in that solo lane in game number 1. And SSG, they liked what they saw in Hera in game number 2, and for good reason. Dardas coming online and really making a difference there. And Hera, 5% pick rate, but 67% win rate. Obviously a pick SSG would be happy to go back to.
And Hera was the beneficiary of not seeing much aggression last game. And this game, if they do decide to pick a more facilitating jungle, SSG that is, this Khepri, that Raffer is really known for, his Khepri and his Gab, so good, some of the best facilitating support play in the league. He can shift all of his attention towards keeping this Hera alive. She's already got the shield in her own kit. She's got her bubble buddy inside of Argus, just able to keep her alive as well. She's going to have a very easy time dealing with some of the aggression from Raijin. It's just whether or not this Khepri can stop Thor from seeing some early aggression, some early kills onto Hera.
That a SpongeBob reference we got there, Myth? That's top shelf from you, little bubble buddy call out there for SSG. Jump into the second wave of bans. Rival, much of the same. SSG, much of the same. These are two teams, obviously, that are still riding some confidence from their respective wins. Thor, Raijin, Hu Yi. Shades of game number 1 for Rival. SSG, Hera, Khepri. Shades of the game 2 win for themselves here. Now we're starting to get to a point where you wonder if both teams are just going to kind of draft what worked for them without trying to adapt to maybe the enemy team's playstyle. There's an adaptation, though. Let's take the Achilles away from Fine OK. Force him to play something else. Even in game 2, the Achilles looked good despite a loss.
Yeah, I think that's a really smart move. And as well, Fine OK's had, nearly an hour now to just warm up on this Achilles. Might as well take it away. I like that. I mean, that leaves open SSG to start to shift their focus as well. They could look to pick up a Guardian solo. Jormungandr has a slightly weaker matchup into Achilles because that execute can be channeled if he falls low. The ultimate, World Serpent, takes a little bit to pre-fire. Now, you could look towards it and not have to deal with some of the aggression out of the jungle, especially considering that's what Rival's been doing. But Pele's still available. There's so many junglers still available for SSG. Rival's going to go ahead and pick up the Fafnir. That's going to facilitate some early objective damage. It's going to be able to try and bully out this Uller if they get a lead over there. Hera's going to have a hard time escaping the hammer. That's an interesting pickup, and it's very characteristic of Mike's aggression.
I'll have to admit, Mifflin, I'm a little bit surprised to see Thanatos banned out by SSG because Sam likely already has his pick in Thor. I would 99% chance that's Sam. So maybe a small moment there, nothing too deep to dig in on, but SSG still taking away Thanatos with their 5th and final ban. King Arthur, something that's seen some good play for SSG up to this point as well. Really the big difference up to this point will be Fafnir for PBM and a different solo lane pick for Rival. Even so far as the Pele for SSG, something we've already seen out of them this set, and it is the Pele. Do you like SSG's 5-person composition moving into Game 3?
That's a lot of damage output, that's a decent amount of frontline, and it's great backline fuel for the Hera. SSG's comp is very good. I think the Thanatos ban is truly targeted towards the Fine OK pick. We know that Fine OK is comfortable playing Thor in that soul lane, and if you see that, it's very easy rotations out. But I'm going to take all of what I just said back because Tyr gets picked up, and I think it's very fair to assume that Thor is going to go into the jungle.
So what do we like here? Tyr versus King Arthur. Soul lane has been big here in this matchup. Who do you like one-on-one, King Arthur versus Tyr?
Around level 6, I'm going to shift my focus and say that Tyr is favored just because he starts to get some of that sustain online. It's going to be very hard for Arthur to force anything out, but pre-6, Arthur's got a lot of fight potential there.
More of the same, please, between SSG and Team Rival, and more of the game, please. Hindu Man and Aggro will finish out the set.
Thanks a lot, Dawson. Yeah, we will finish out this set. Although, when we say more of the same, I want more of game one, you know? I want to see more kills, Ryan. I don't want to see, like, 10 to 10 at 30 minutes in. Give me 20 to 20 at 20 minutes in, you know? I like them fast. I like them busy.
Hindu, you really are a chat monster, aren't you? You're just Twitch chat personified at times. You have no appreciation for the slow, methodical, strategic SMITE
Hold the phone.
That should be played.
I casted Europe for years, okay? Don't tell me that I can't deal with tactical. But no, I am just like the chat. I want a bloodbath. And if I don't get one, I'm going to complain about everyone in the game being bad, okay? Because that's my prerogative. That's my power. I have an opinion, and I'm going to sound it.
And it's important that people hear that opinion, right? No matter what that opinion
That's right.
is. That's quite
They
critical.
pay me to do it, you know? Like, until they stop paying me, I guess I'll keep doing it. Blue buff on the right side, going to go down straight away for Cherio, who's playing the Pele this game. Bit of a switch up there. I do want to touch on that Thanatos ban, though, because the desk was definitely talking about, I love the idea that Space Station sensed the danger there. Oh, talking about danger, hold that thought, Dardes. He's very low, but Captain Twig may have bit off more than he can chew now by jumping in. But with Sam being there too, I think he'll get away from the danger a little bit more so. Unless Cherio can keep the aggression going. Oh, that slam from Augus's fist caused a lot of problems for Sam there too. But yeah, the Thanatos ban, by the way, I think it was really inspired by Space Station to sense the danger that they could have put Thor in solo, and they could have put Thanatos in the jungle.
Very smart, and I think that would have been really strong. I'm surprised that Rival decided to not just pick that Achilles third and let Ho-Yi get banned there for Panda Cat. Must feel like this is one of the only matchups where he can defend his purple effectively against the Uller. That's the only reason why I think Rival would really prioritize this heavily, because otherwise, I think it's been pretty key to have that execute there that goes through that Kepri res. I think it's been a big part of why Rival was able to get the game 1 win, probably should have gotten the game 2 win as well. So to not have any execute at all means that Raffer, who's already been pretty effective on this Kepri, just got a lot more valuable this time around.
Mike's threading the needle with those hammers so far today. Seems to be working out on this Fafnir so far. Obviously, with the Fafnir situation, we've seen a lot more of him this year. Why is he back? But I guess the same question could be said about Kepri, really, because both of them haven't been in the meta for a minute or two, but now both back in action.
Yeah, Fafnir being back is a little bit interesting, because normally it's around these double hunter compositions or objective-focused compositions, and I really wouldn't say that that's why we've seen Fafnir picked more often than not. Awesome Jake had it a couple games for Renegades, and it was just there because it had an immobilizing stun that followed up really well with Jing Wei knockup. Here for PBM, I think it is kind of the same thing. It's just a comfort pick. It's pretty safe. You can use that Draconic Corruption transformation to buy yourself a ton of time in the middle of these team fights, and it can stop a lot of the aggression onto you. Whereas on that Kumbhakarna, where he gets picked out last game, maybe if he's Fafnir, he lives right there because he's a little bit more inherently tanky. Tough to say either way. I really just feel like if you can land everything on Fafnir, he's always going to be good. It's just a matter of, it's kind of hard to land everything on that character.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's the key there, is just having the high skill ceiling on him and making sure you can land all those abilities. Now, we've not really touched on builds too much this game because the game has been flowing relatively quickly for the most part in terms of what's been going on. But I did notice the difference in the two Hunter styles so far today. Ho-Yi focusing a little bit more with Panda Cat on the crit, and Vote, meanwhile, going for the Transcendence Assy situation here. We really seem to be getting into that meta state now with Hunters where it's flexible, but it is kind of feels like it's god dependent. Are you ability based or you're more auto attack based is my feels to this.
I agree. I think the only gods I would recommend going Transcendence on are Uller and Xbalanque, and really nobody else I think should be going anything but Devos. Devourer's Gauntlets just have so much lifesteal now that when you go crit and you get that big crit auto and you're tanking Gold Fury, or just clearing a camp and you're a little bit low and you're trying to regen, that massive crit auto just heals you so much off of the massive amount of lifesteal that you have that it's just too tempting to go Devos. I don't think the Bloodforge is the call anymore. You just need that amount of sustain, and it's unmatched what you get from Devourer's Gauntlets. The only time you're not going Devos is when you just absolutely need the mana, like Uller really does, and sometimes Xbalanque as well.
Yeah, I definitely mentioned the reinforced greaves in the earlier games before, but I love the fact that this is getting picked up a little bit more, especially against like dot-heavy compositions, ones involving the likes of a Raijin or as well the Fafnir too that will have some dots. So it's going to stack up, you know, that extra bit of defense for some of these more defensive and survivable gods. Cherio though, bit of no man's land here, forced to blink away. Still being chased down so far, though, at the same time here by that Fafnir. As Sam on the left-hand side tries to get aggressive but loses his beads. And Cherio has to sacrifice himself to the Phoenix gods there. And I'm not sure we saw Fafnir in range for the credit of the kill. Tell a lie, he was. So Polar Bear Mike did get an assist credit there. That's on the stat sheet, my friends. Assist
but
to the
no
Phoenix.
first blood. No first blood at the very least. So you know that bounty is still out there, and that's a really good rotation from PBM. I think Space Station just got to blue a little bit early. I don't know if Nika had the blue timer a little bit wrong, or if they just grouped up a little bit too early, but because they get there so early on, it buys rival time to clear mid-wave and then rotate in force over there. And Cherio blinks away, but you know Mike's not letting that guy go. I mean, he's going to chase him until he's dead, and that's exactly what ends up happening. It's a good decision by Cherio to go into the Phoenix, because you don't want to give up that first blood bounty.
Oh,
maybe you can make the argument it's better to just give it to Mike.
Again! Cherio under so much pressure here, no beads available, no beautiful rotation from Fine OK with that Fearless. Will secure first blood now onto Cherio, who's got 2 deaths to his name. Beautiful little rotation in from the team though, and that was just Cherio walking into mid. Hera was in base, so was Kepri, and he just wanted to clear the wave and pinched immediately.
This style for tier is so interesting to me, because we saw Variety really do it a lot, I believe, in a matchup up against Sobek, where he just went with this build of full movement speed, which I've been told is actually the Solo Retrol build and not the Awesome Jake build. So apologies to SOT, because apparently I offended him greatly with that. But it's all movement speed, right? It's Talaria into Relic Dagger into Winged Blade or something along those lines. And it's just as much movement speed as you can get. And it's interesting because he just rotates.
Vote under pressure again. Beautiful wall from Sam, though, even though Vote did use the beat off the initial leap. They'd worn off by the time he had landed. And now onto the right-hand side goes Nika again, but over there you can already see some defense happening. This has opened a bit of a window for Space Station around this left-hand side where Rafa is right now. Nika, though, has support from Cherio. The trap has been set to an extent. Cherio goes in for the camp. Fearless away from the camp, though, and Final K loses half his health. Next up on the list could be Mike, but Mike stood tall pretty effectively there, too, to make sure that didn't hurt too bad. Blue buff went the way of Nika, though, so Space Station's invade there did pay off.
And that's how one way to counter this sort of build is just run it down that side of the map, because what makes this build so interesting is that this makes tier just want to rotate. And I liked it a lot up against the Sobek, which is where I initially saw it in the solo lane. But in a matchup like King Arthur, tier historically just has an unlosable laning phase, because Power Cleave heals so much that you really can't die in that lane ever. So to kind of take away from your own strength to then just use your insane CC in the team fights is a very interesting dynamic, I think, for this character and for this build. And so I like the response from Space Station. Don't let all this movement speed matter. If we come to Final K, it doesn't matter how fast he is. He can't beat Nika on a rotation because we're taking the fight to him. Really, really smart.
Well, Gold Fury pressure on this left-hand side is looking pretty good for Space Station right now. A lot of wards down too, and Vote's pretty deep at the moment. Polar Bear Mike first on the scene though, but wrapping around the back is Rafa, and Mike could get pinched for a second. Abduct hits followed by the polymorph, burst damage all in, and you're not going to get a chance to use that transformation, Mike, at all there. That's the power of this composition in action. Straight away, they commit to the Gold Fury.
And they're going to get it too. No one is going to be close enough to contest this. PBM just gets caught out again, and this is where Spirit Robe has got to be the play for PBM and for Final K this game, because this CC chain, it only matters how fast you can get out of it. It doesn't matter because it's all undR'able. It's perfect.
Darda's still alive, even gets the res out as well from Rafa just to make sure he sustains up again. The damage was good, but that shield from Dardes was just too potent to bring down in time. 9 minutes in though, Vote still pressure on this left-hand side, now level 10. A little bit further ahead than Panda Cat, who both of them are stacking. However, stack-wise, Vote should be finished a little bit earlier, as he did start the Transcendence before the Devourer's Gauntlets out of Panda Cat. Right inside though, Nika still trying to fight over this blue buff against 2 here, and steals away the blue buff. Brutal. And Sam might end end up dying. Nika in a 1v2. This is looking grim for Rival at the moment. They're all on the defensive side. And take into account, there was 2 deaths early here for Space Station.
And Sam just missed the hammer. I mean, he hammered into the wall, put him in a position where he can't teleport to it, and Nika just kind of gets gifted a free kill in that moment. You know he's going to take it. He doesn't miss.
Dardazo still dancing with Mike in mid, and Mike's playing a dangerous game here for my liking. Raijin on the way back, and he's just trying to buy time to keep the way for Twig, but it might cost him his life, but they could potentially turn this around. Mike ate so much damage there. Darda's eating more. Argus into the fray, though, to zone away Twig. Twig does a good work of zoning back. I just don't know if that was even worthwhile there, Ryan, with what happened.
2 ults for 1, so Mike could save the majority of that wave for Twig. I agree. Just a little bit too greedy there from PBM, and he gets punished for it again. And I don't know if he's going to end up going beads in this game. Likely not. I don't think that you're going to pick it up at level 12 necessarily on Fafnir. You definitely want to pick up something like the Frenzy to try and double, triple down on what your character does best already. But I feel like Spirit Robe has got to be the 3rd item here for PBM. You need that damage mitigation to be able to stand through this CC chain, because CCR doesn't really do it for you a whole lot. You're not going to be able to get super tanky to the point where you're not going to die to that come late game. You need damage reduction because it's unbuild againstable. No matter what you build against damage reduction, it's still going to be effective.
Sam's not been able to get an impact in this game. His first death hanging around on this left-hand side, though. You can see he has an angle towards Vote, but the sense of danger is there for Space Station. They know what's going on and just trying to keep clear of the area. And the ultimate goes, but everyone on the defensive side, he might be able to reach Dardes and will with the range that Dardes is in, but I'm sure Dardes is baiting this one out, I'd say. Or he just didn't even see it coming. Shield comes up in time, but there's a Thunder Crash from Twig, as you'd expect, to secure the kill.
I guess he wasn't scanning the skyline like you often need to do up against something like Thor. Never saw him. I thought he did too initially, and then he kept poking his toe out of tower line and ended up putting himself in perfect range for Sam to find that dunk. Sam did preemptively bead that polymorph when maybe it wasn't necessary, but you don't know what sort of extra pressure is coming. Sam decides to play it safe rather than sorry. They get the kill, they even up the kill total, but still feel like this game is a little bit more in Space Station's momentum so far.
Especially with how the last game went and the fact that their composition is very, very similar to the last time round. I do want to see Sam get off, though, and like that little play in mid lane really probably gave him a bit more confidence to get him back into the swing again. I like the fact that he didn't slow down, though, with how this game's gone, but Space Station, they're not slowing down either. They're already at this red buff area right about now, looking to invade. Votes over here, too, and with Dardas coming through mid, Cherio's going to blink on in and pressure Twig away. No collapse really available for Rival just yet as the red is split away, but can Space Station get out safely? Rafa takes a ton of damage, falls back. Twig pops the ultimate, but everyone all-ins Twig, and Cherio gets credit for, Dardas gets credit for the kill as Cherio jumps on in with the volcanic storm. Fine, okay, forced back under the towers. 5 members of Space Station all grouped relatively well towards the middle lane. They've got a couple of minions. I don't know if they can really force this. It looks like they wanted to for a second, but Pyro could be looming.
I don't know that Space Station really has enough to feel super confident going for that at this point, though. I mean, Fine OK is here and going to be pretty difficult to kill with all this health and movement speed that he's built so far. I don't know if Twig messed up his jump there or he just figured he was dead no matter what, so he tried to get as much damage off in CC as he could by canceling Tycho drums, but he just got a little bit baited by the damage he was doing to Raffer and the way that fight looked like it was developing in Rival's favor, because it was pretty even across the board. His jump was down for a little bit walking up after Cherio had forced it. I think Twig found himself a little bit in no man's land when casting that ultimate. And Argus has had plenty of fun beating on this Tycho drums monkey so far this set. I mean, it's just every time that he goes up to Tycho drums, you're not missing Argus damage on the drop, and then Argus gets to just hit him over and over and over again in that melee range. It's been a pretty good matchup so far, it's felt like.
Vote has to use his beads, but into the sky goes Sam, and Vote's going to juke like his life depended on it. But no, the focus switches. It's on Cherio, but Cherio's got the ult from Rafa, and Dardas' August annihilates Sam off the map. Love the idea, but Space Station turn that play around. Talking about turning the play around, Twig under pressure in mid, use the ultimate defensively to keep Nika away, but that just buys time for Space Station now to look towards this Oni Fury and secure it for themselves. Space Station, for, in my opinion, Ryan, the first time in the series, have the lead in the early game by a comfortable margin.
Yeah, this is the first time they've looked like they've been in control for a large period of time in this game. Even game 2 where they win, feel like they kind of steal it out from underneath Rival. They pull the rug from underneath them. This time they've got XP advantages, they've got kill advantages.
Vote! Oh, that was beautiful from him. Just walks out of the Suns, and PandaCat, not respecting the vote, was willing to step up into that situation. Mike wasn't ready for to help with that rotation at all. And without beads, PandaCat loses his life there. Good little pickup from Vote, recognizing that situation.
Just not the way the Rival played game 1 and in the beginning of game 2. Instead of running like PandaCat has done, like you're supposed to do in this matchup, and just kind of letting Vote walk up to your tower, you go there to secure purple with PBM, then you send under tower again and wait for him to push. PandaCat steps up. Even when he doesn't have beads, he just used them in the fight where Sam died behind Gold Fury. Odd decision by PandaCat. He gets punished for it pretty much instantly. It's the first time he's been willing to fight Vote, and Vote takes advantage really, really effectively. I mean, it's experience leads almost across the board. It's only in that mid lane where Captain Twig has a slight one, but Dardas has still been able to be incredibly impactful so far. For my money, I feel like Dardas has got to be the MVP so far for Space Station. He's felt like he's been the driving force in every fight that's gone well for SSG this entire set.
I was going to say this season, to be fair. I think even though Space Station have struggled, I will say Dardas has definitely been the one shining light over most with how this has gone. But this is kind of the Space Station we expected to see for the whole season, right? Tied up at 3-3 so far. Big set for both as Final K forced to ult away from the aggressive damage from Cherio there. Rotation now coming in from Rafa too, as Pyromancer now started up, knowing that Lawbringer's down. Twig just cleared out mid lane, and I don't think he's going to get here in time. Mike, they're going to transform and try and force the situation. Not going to happen, though. Space Station get the Pyromancer 5-2. And I think that's the biggest talking point there as well, Ryan, is like, this is a big set for both. Live will go top potentially if they win this set, whereas Space Station, they back in the running to try and get towards that #1 seed again, instead of being so mid-table as they are.
I mean, Space Station's felt like they've had a really disappointing year, but they're only 3-3. I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad. I mean, you're 500. It could be a lot worse. So you're sitting in a pretty okay position coming into this. And now if you win, you're not in that bad of a spot at all if you're Space Station. And it's such a big momentum builder. It's just that I think in my mind, no matter what the outcome of this set is from this point on, it's one play around Gold Fury that changes the whole narrative of this set. Let's imagine that Rival Ward on their way out by Gold after getting left side Phoenix in game 2. They end that game. They really stomped the majority of that game up until that point. They win that, they complete the sweep. We're sitting here going, wow, Space Station still hasn't figured it out. All of a sudden now they get an extra game. They show that they're doing well in picks and bans. They're able to come up with a different strategy. They won a game comeback style. Now they're winning a game from early on in the time, and the whole narrative around Space Station changes. And it goes to show that just one decision in the course of a game or in the course of a set can change the narrative around a whole team very, very quickly. The narrative around this set is going to be very different just because of what happened and how Space Station won that game too.
Well, Space Station will take that tier 1 tower in mid, slowly whittling it down bit by bit, using the shields from Capri and Dardas on that Hera pretty effectively there to make use of it. I will touch on what you were saying there about, finding their composition in picks and bans. I think one of the things that I noticed from a lot of the players was this Kuzumbo that reared its ugly head for a moment, but didn't seem to have as much success as people seem to think it would. And I know Rafa was one of the pilots of that, so was Mike too, but I don't think that really helped them out. This situation though, this Capri seems to be a different sort of beast, a different sort of animal to bring to the table for this Space Station roster.
Agreed. I think that it's looked so much better for them, even when Final K is really making it a non-factor the majority of the time. How many times have fights started off because Raffer finds a key abduct? That's been huge for them.
More pressure around the red buff there as they're trying to steal this one away as Space Station Gaming, but the 3 members stronger rival. Tycho jumps put by Twig again as Sam ults in towards the backside but can't find the target he's after. Rafa could just be a casualty of war here, but Cherio smells his blood. He goes in on Sam for soccer. Sam gets a big shell though, and the whole unit of rival collapse and pick up the scraps of Cherio's life. Panda Cat getting very low towards Nika, and you can't stop King Arthur when he wants to get that kill. Fine OK meanwhile does finally take down Rafa, but Doris takes out Sam for soccer. Lawbringer used by Fine OK to disengage. Twig also leaves the fray, and this Fury is looking mighty juicy for Space Station Gaming to extend their lead.
I mean, Rival get a nice 2 for 2, but they use everything on killing Raffer, and I think you really feel the lack of guaranteed execute that takes care of that Scarab's blessing right away to the point where we don't have to worry about it anymore. They have to overcommit. They use everything in Mike's Fafnir transformation. They use Ho Yi ultimate. They use Raijin ultimate. All to make sure they use Thor Wall and Thor abilities. All just to make sure that they can kill Raffer, and that they kill him, but they don't have that much left over to take care of Nika after the fact. The fact that Cherio insta-dies is a great sign for Rival. I thought they might get steamrolled in that fight entirely. They go 2 for 2, but they had to use so much on Raffer. They cannot continue to do that as the game goes forward. And even still, Space Station still get what they want. They trade even on kills, and they get the objective.
Well, now through the jungle they go, heading towards the Fire Giant area. Space Station Gaming feeling relatively confident about the situation. One situation, though, not great for either side around this FG just now. And onto the Fire Giant they go, but 2 members of Rival on this right-hand side. Fine OK first in the scene, not a bad person to be around here, as Tyr can really cause some problems. But it looks like the burst is too much, too quick. Space Station are going to get the Fire Giant, but the fight afterwards, they're all trapped in place. The fire is burning them down, but still Space Station take out Sam. Twig from the left-hand side will get some good damage from Dardes, but a good reset from Rafa's ultimate and a great abduct to keep Fine OK away. Now Fine OK on the run, though, is into the fray, goes Vote again, looking for the chase. August will just keep on running them down, boys. Hold that W key. Meanwhile, look at what's going on with Nika and Twig. Twig is going to have to do his best Cherio impression in the second, I think, or Nika's going to get himself a kill, or at least an assist.
Twig's going to get himself the wave, which is really what he's looking for there anyways, but Nika will eventually kill him. Just a great call by Space Station. It's the same situation that they had at game number 2 after they ambushed Rival at gold. No relics for the carries. Panda Cat had just backed. No relics whatsoever for Twig. Let's get in there and let's pull it, because we have such a massive advantage to take this fight at this time. Really, really smart by them. And even if Space Station had lost the Fire Giant itself and gotten it stolen, they're winning that fight afterwards every single time, because they just have more resources in the bank at that point. A good call, and now Rival is really behind the 8 ball.
How do they get back into it then, Rival, from this point? I mean, the Fire Giant's obviously on the side of Space Station. They're going to go around the map and try and strip away towers. Do you look for a pick in this situation? Do you try and just let them pressure one lane and push the other ones out for the time being? Like, where is the turnaround point that you can see for them at this stage?
I mean, 9K at 22 minutes is really tough. I think if Space Station's going to let you split the map and trade tier 2 for tier 2, you take that at this point. It looks like Rival is at least somewhat interested in defending tier 2s, because normally when you see everyone grouped up, it means they aren't going to try and trade towers. If both Sam and Fine OK were grouped up, pushing down right-hand side, I think that would be the signal that they're going to try and get the tier 2. Sam might be trying to get this mid-tier 1, but there's only 3 members here on the left-hand side. Problem is Nika is so big that he's basically doing the work of 2 frontliners all at once. So there doesn't need to be any fear here for Space Station. They should be scared about this, though, going for this Phoenix right now and with only 3 people. This is risky.
What? You say that, but then they've also got 2 members of Rival not around here to try and help out. They're both busy trying to take a tier 2 on the right-hand side. And that's 2 frontline engages for them. So they're really relying on the backline to defend this Phoenix. It's only Mike here, and Mike has to be careful about when he goes in. Still, though, the juggle of aggro from Space Station's good. All the while, Vote whittling down that Phoenix health bar, and they will secure the Phoenix on the left-hand side. Nobody could get back in time from Rival. They will at least get a tier 2 in response over there for Fine OK. But that is some damage done as now they turn towards this tier 2 in mid.
Yeah, I think that it wasn't risky as soon as Raffer showed up, but Raffer wasn't there for the initial push, and Panic had ulted when I really don't think he needed to. In fact, if I'm Rival, I wonder if, looking back at this, I wonder if that's an opportunity for us to all in, knowing exactly where Raffer and Cherio are. We've got a 4v3 on this left-hand side, and it's only Nika there to try and peel. That might have been an opportunity missed there for Rival. At the very least, you don't want to burn that Hou Yi ultimate in that instance, because you kind of want them to overcommit on the Phoenix at that point. If they only have 3 members, that's as weak as they're going to be on that siege.
Well, at least with those minions funneling down this left-hand side for the time being, it's going to give a window for Rival to start to pick up a bit more farm for their carries. I say that, but look at where Space Station are positioned. They're trying to set a trap, and it's on Twig. Raph is trying to wrap around the back too as Twig blinks away, but the pressure from the jungle did slow down Rafa's engagement a little bit. But then Rafa will still get credit with the kill with the root, and that is now a 4v5 as Space Station head towards the middle area.
Twig had used the beads whenever Dardes found the huge Argus drop on left side Phoenix, so that trap is easily sprung by Space Station after the fact, and what do you know? Another fight goes well because of something that Dardes did for Space Station Gaming. Stepping up, gets beads, forced everybody back on that left side Phoenix, him and Nika alone, and let Vote create so much space and just hit that Phoenix for free that entire time. Dardes has been MVP for Space Station, no doubt, so far here in Season 7.
Well, I will say as well, I mean, I've not had a chance to really look at his build so far with how the games have gone, but I love the idea this time round with this build. It's all cooldown focused. There's 50% cooldown reduction in this. Is that something that's, like, you would say is important for Hera to have, to be able to spam her abilities a little bit more often?
Personally, no. I don't think that full CDR is a necessity for Hera. It feels good. It feels good on every character that you build full CDR on. But it's really about survivability for her, I'm supposing, with that shield. It doesn't scale off your magical power. It scales off your level. So just getting more shields seems pretty good to me. I can understand if that's the direction that Dardes wants to go. If he's going to flank around like he did in Game 2, I think that makes plenty of sense to want as many shields as humanly possible. Her, like I mentioned earlier, her scaling isn't that sick anyway, so it's not that important to get a whole lot of power. She doesn't proc on hit effects super well. Hera's just one of those characters that you look on paper and you go, yeah, she could be okay. You know, she's there. You know, she's doing mage damage, but when you play against her, she gets a lead. She can feel pretty oppressive, and I think that's because on paper you don't get to see how much work Argus puts in on a regular basis.
And yeah, now the siege begins on the right-hand side then. However, Rival on the left did at least push out that minion wave pretty effectively for the time being. So those fire minions going to take a while to really get there and cause them a problem. It means they can focus their attention in a straight-up 5v5 on this right. Unless we see Cherio go towards the mid lane, which is exactly what he did. Nika got hold of Panda Cat there, and Panda forced his beads. To the back line goes fine okay with a fearless power cleave combination. Hitting Dardes, but Dardes' health bar is mighty fine until Captain Twig does some relatively good damage. The Thunder Crusher wave, though, has already been used, and now the whittling of the Phoenix begins. Minion wave coming in, Boat's healthy enough, but Sam crashing in, looks for a kill. Dardes gets Sam for soccer, and he's still alive. Cherio, meanwhile, is going to get chased down and killed by Fine OK, but on the back of this fight, it's Nika and Dardes trying to take out Captain Twig, and Vote will throw down the hail of arrows for the kill. Space Station Gaming are moments away by the looks of this from taking out Rival.
An impressive performance from them. They still got a couple more frontliners to deal with. Oh, never mind. They only got one more frontliner to deal with because Vote just found himself the triple.
Well, this has kind of lived up to expectations, but it's also been a very similar tale from my point of view of the Game 3 have been a little bit more lackluster than how the first 2 games went. But the good news for the Space Station fans, they find a big win against a decent opposition, because so far this season, they have struggled. But beating Rival, who a lot of people are claiming are the best team in the league right now, big game to take. This league is anyone's right now, Ryan. Anyone's. Maybe not,
never been closer,
but anyone's.
Yeah, sure. It's never been closer from top to bottom for sure. I mean, this has been so much fun to watch. You never really know. No one's voting record is safe in the esports and live streams tab in SMITE game right now because you never know what's going to happen. All these teams have such high highs, and it feels like some pretty low lows at the same time.
Completely agree, but it just shows how tight this league is then and how anyone could win. We're literally coming to the end this week, I feel, of the first round of rotation. All these teams play each other twice this first phase, so we get to see rematches and see if people can turn it around. We'll see if Rival can answer back what Space Station just did later on this month then, or this year. But for now, let's get back to the desk to break down that third game.
And what a set from SSG, and what a brilliant set top to bottom here to watch. I don't know. I don't understand this league, Mifflin. Every week, a new team is beating somebody else. It makes no sense to me, but I love it. It makes no sense, but it's so enjoyable to watch. SSG, the most recent team to dethrone one of these top three. And let's set up a duel of fates tomorrow between Radiance and Sanguine, by the way, so that'll round out our week here in the SPL. But let's talk Game 3. What worked once again for SSG?
Dardes found a god that he can compete on at the highest level that isn't Aphrodite. I think that's the biggest takeaway. This Hera has been dominant. His positioning has been really far away. He's been able to leverage that long-range snipe to deal a majority of his damage. Yep. No one's coming at him ever. I mean, that's 2 games in a row where he only dies twice in 2 games on this Hera. 4-1 both times, I believe. That's insane. Or 5-1 in game 2, rather. He's able to just do what he needs to do. No one's able to stop him. Raffer's playing a facilitating support. Make sure that even if someone does really dive in onto him, hey, man, feels bad. He's actually revived next to his support. Good luck killing him again. It just works out to their favor.
Yep.
Sam found fantastic pressure in the early game, picking up an early kill onto Dardes, but it wasn't enough to slow him down. And from there, the game just kind of spirals out of control. And at no point was PandaCat really even allowed to play the game for the first 15 minutes. Yep. No meme, no lie. This is true news. This dude had 56 damage. That's 1 auto attack at level 1 on an enemy ADC. And from there, he really didn't get to hit his pace at all.
And I like the way you say no meme, because if you kind of look at it with a magnifying glass, that just shows how tough of a spot that long lane was, where even if all the kills, all the rotations, all the ganks weren't necessarily over there on that side, PandaCat was kind of TKO'd. It's a technical knockout. He's alive, but he's just not able to do much so far in this game. And you pointed it out, Mifflin, you figured there might be an emphasis from Rival or SSG more towards these mid lane ganks, and that's certainly something that happened, and definitely something that made a difference here in game number 3.
It was. Even despite that focus, it just allowed Vote to really have a fantastic game as well. For the first time, we saw him get to solo out PandaCat because they did get a true island in that long lane, because there was that shift in focus to mid, but it didn't work out there. It didn't work out on the long lane. Meanwhile, Nika's having the game of his life, just uncontestable by anyone that shows up to him. SSG are in peak form today. Call me a fair weather fan. I got costed points too, chat. I'm trying to get that Dunkfather skin. I voted for Rival. You can't blame me, and now I'm out points, man.
I think I'm 50-50 on this week. Granted, you know, I kind of came into it, I was like, man, I don't know. A lot of these are going to be close sets, but I voted for Rival. I had to go their way in this one. SSG, though, proving, I think, a lot of people wrong, and for good reason. These guys are here to play. They're here to stay, and I'm excited to watch how they grow. And as such, we have an SSG guy, a big winner from their set over Rival today, standing by for a quick interview.
We do indeed. It's going to be Cherio joining me live from Georgia and his own quarantine too. Cherio, how are you doing today? First of all, congratulations on the win. How do you feel about it?
Feeling good. It was a bit of definitely a hard set, but really glad we managed to get the win over Rival.
Now, honestly, with the performances you guys have been having so far this year, you've been, honestly, I think a lot of the interviews we've seen from you guys, this looks like the old Space Station we saw. This is the old roster from last year. Tell me a little bit about, like, what's been going on behind the scenes. Have you guys been feeling it too? Are you taking it easy? Like, is that been the style that you've been after, like chilling out at the start of the season? Or is the other teams just stepping up and causing you problems?
I think at the start, we're, like, definitely taking it easy. I would say, like, if it feels good, pick it kind of thing. We're like, yeah, we're a good team. We can play anything. Let's just, if this is a good pick in this game, we pick it and we just play well. But we had too many different styles, too many different gods that contradict each other. So when we got in game, we kind of felt lost, I would say. Like, we're never on the same page. So for this week, we went in with the mentality, like, let's, like, shackle ourselves a bit. Like, everyone has, like, 2 or 3 gods. That's the only thing we play. Like, 2 or 3 gods in each role. We stick to them until we start improving in game. So we start learning how to play the game properly again. And I think you could definitely show that even in game 1 when we lost, like, at least you could see in the early game we we're not losing. We're not like just losing the game or like we're doing something. We still had a couple bad fights. We need to still be on the same page in mid-late game. But once we are on the same page, I feel like we are the best team.
Did you feel that matchup today against Rival was an important one for you guys to start taking the lead now and start trying to progress it in this league? Because Rival is seen as like one of the biggest teams in this league alongside you guys. So getting that win, how important was it for you?
It was important for a lot of reasons. We kind of like, let's say we beat a lower end team today, it wouldn't mean much for like our morale. Like, oh yeah, we can beat anyone. So being Rival, definitely I think top 2 team, maybe the best. Definitely to make you prep the most and try hard the most early mid game because they're really good at that stage of the game. Sam and Mike are both really good at playing the map correctly with their side lanes as well. Also, it was kind of important for me as well to beat all the members of the SK team that helped me out at Worlds. You know, Sam was the last one, and we beat the other four PK members. Kind of meant a little bit more for me. Like, oh yeah, we are better than these guys, you know. But I think for the whole team, it definitely was important to win this one. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on the victory today, Cherio. Best of luck in the rest of the season. I hope things start to turn around and we see the SSG back. Before I let you go real quick, though, did you vote for yourselves today? Be honest.
Yeah. I thought we'd win 2-0, but I'll take the 2-1.
Well, congratulations anyway. Let's get it back over to Dave to break down the end of the day.
Thank you.
You're not allowed to do that, right? You can't bet on yourself. There's got to be something against that. Cherio, though, betting on themselves and getting closer to that Dunk Father Odin skin because of it. And the way he worded it, Mifflin, he was kind of maybe not overemphasis, but emphasizing that he wanted to kind of go after that SK team, the PK roster. That was a 3-game set that SSG won. Now against Sanford Soccer, another 3-game set that SSG was able to come out on top of. Here are your updated standings, as if anyone can make any sense of them right now. A block of teams all grouped up kind of in that middle spot, the top spot. I mean, 5-2 for Rival, still up top. Sanguine and Radiance, that 2-3 spot. That's a big one to watch tomorrow. If Radiance win, they jump up to 6-1. If Sanguine win, rather, they jump up to 6-1 at the top of the standings. If Radiance win, there are 3 teams tied at 5-2 at the top of the standings. We'll have Obey versus Renegades to start off the day. Obviously, Sanguine versus Radiance is a big one to look at there, Mifflin. What are you interested in watching Renegades up against Obey to start off our day tomorrow?
I'm just interested in we could see a continued trend of growth from Obey.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the vote of confidence from me. I'm not certainly putting my vote towards Obey just yet. But if yesterday was anything to go by, this team is improving at a rate that is really alarming, especially considering the fact that they're playing with a jungler that they haven't been scrimming with. They've been working on finding that replacement, and despite all that, they have the best performance that they've had all year against one of the top-tier teams. That's impressive.
It was a blast to watch these games today in the SPL. Fine Saturday, and we'll have more SPL tomorrow for you at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, so make sure to tune in. I'm not going to be closing out for us today. We're going to go down to Graham for a special close on a day of remembrance here in the SPL community.
Yeah, exactly right, Dave, and that's exactly what this is. If you've not noticed today, me and Ryan both had these on today. We lost one of our own a few years ago, 3 years ago, in fact, when Allied passed away, but he was such a big part of the community. And on a day like today, on 3 years after his passing, we were just going to give thanks to him once again and make people around the world just remember that he was such a big part of a lot of people's lives. He touched so many people, and he's going to be truly, honestly missed.
Yeah, I mean, I think of Allied all the time. I truly wouldn't be where I am without him. He was a big reason why I and a lot of my friends got involved in SMITE in the first place. He was such an infectious personality, and anytime I think of him, the big thing that I think that sticks with me is the lesson to just ruthlessly be yourself at all times. It didn't matter what David was going through or what situation he was in. He was always himself. And I think that in a day and age where so many people are, putting on the social media face or, trying to make it seem like they're one way, it's okay to be scared and afraid or, vulnerable for a little bit. That's you. And you are the only person that can be you. And that's something that I think Allied taught me. And then it stuck with me for a long time. Still have his jersey hung up in my closet. I'll never forget him. I owe a lot of where I am to him, and I love him, man. I miss him very much.
I think we all do. We all really, really do. And honestly, like, I bought this jersey when I was 5 sizes bigger than this, in honesty, so I don't get to wear it too often. But on a day like today, like, we just want to say thank you once again to Allied. He was a great pro player. He was a great character. He was a great caster. He was a great individual. We were just lucky and privileged to know him. And if you guys didn't get the pleasure to, please look up his stuff, because he's going to be a big part of the SMITE scene and the SMITE community for years to come too. Rest in peace, my friend. Look after yourself. We'll pitch it here.
My name is David Hance. I am Allied. I am part of Cognitive Gaming, and I'm the support player for the team.
Allied? It's complexity, right? Okay. Alright, again. I go around the squishiest target on the map, but I can also blow up anybody. So I'm pretty much glass cannon like Neo from Matrix. Like I just go in, yeah.
This week I'm joined by guest caster Allied.
Hey.
David Hance.
I think just the time in my life that really defines me would be generally traveling, going to tournaments. So back when I was a Super Smash Bros. Player, I would travel a lot to different states all up and down the East Coast, and just hanging out, meeting the people I met, even just playing with the people I met, having all that friendships and really connecting with everyone, making something out of nothing. That's kind of like how I thought about it. Like, I have nothing, let's make it something. I really learned a lot from just traveling around. I really just made me the person I am today. And I think just my lifestyle in general, like, I've always been a very helpful person. Like, I always try to help people out. I always try to be as kind as possible. Like, I'm not perfect by any means, but generally I always try to give a lending, helping hand. Being able to prove to myself that I could be the best at anything I put my mind to really helped me out as a player. And that was, like, big for me. You get to feel like you're a part of something. You get to feel like you're a part of a community. That's what SMITE is like for, right? You get to be a part of something that's bigger than you. It's cool.
Do it.
Allied's looking for it. 2 shots from the sky. Third one's gonna hit. He's trying for it. He's lower.
Allied with the picture! Senpai has done it again.
I feel like you're zooming into my nose here. Like, that's like...
When people look back at your life, how do you want to be remembered?
Just as, like, I guess that guy that, like, could do it. Like, kind of like, man, like, I don't know how he went through, like, all of that and still, like, came out on top. Like, kind of like the odds were against him. I just wanted to be remembered as, like, nothing's, like, impossible, I guess. Like, you could do anything if you really put your mind to. Like, especially for me, like, I've had a lot of troubles. Like, I have a lot of physical and mental troubles throughout my life, and being able to fight through all of that to be the best person I can be, in game and out of game, really, like, that's what I want to be remembered as. I want people to be like, damn, he's cool. Like, that's what I want to be. That's all.